Hey, everybody.
Howdy, how you doing today, Jake?
How we doing tonight?
Can't complain. It feels like 19 something or other all over again. Tiptoeing through the tulips. People have been telling me in my private life that I need to lighten up and quit thinking about all those heavy topics and be a little bit more fun-loving and carefree, to not stress out as much. But I don't know. It just seems bizarre, all the things that are going on, and
I get it. When you're passionate about it, it drags you back in. Not gonna lie.
My whole thing has always been religion, economics, and geopolitics. Hey, Mud Rabbit, it was nice talking to you in chat beforehand. It's interesting. We're not even live. We're saying that we're going to go live, and all of a sudden we got people in chat. So that's fantastic. Nice to have you around, Mud Rabbit. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And I will, when Terry and everybody gets on, I will release those videos tonight, Mud Rabbit, and kind of fill everybody in. But I figure we'll anticipate it a little bit more when we got more people around.
I pulled up I found his channel. He has a 23 and a 24. So I subscribed to the 24. I have that video opened up. It's 2.5 hours. I will watch it later on. But from the first views of it, I saw that it was a little bit of 17th related, and that's okay. I will watch that with utmost interest. Absolutely. But anyway, hello, Tiffany. How you doing tonight? Nice to have you around. Our group are always here in our lives, and so it's nice to be able to talk to y'all on a Sunday evening. Always enjoyable.
Exactly.
But yeah, like I was saying, my focus is always not necessarily religious, but it's, I guess some would put it under that category, but geopolitical and economic. I mean, those are the things that
I would also say you have a positive mindset that could be misconstrued for religious as well.
Well, my positive mindset kind of comes out of that way of living, because it's the complete. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. There's Edge of Wonder. Edge of Wonder was a great channel that was taken down. Got to subscribe to their TV in order to be able to get it, and so ever since that happened, but everybody got taken down at the same time. Majority of them went over to Rumble, which is I followed, because the 8 biggest ones that I followed were all banned off of YouTube, and so I had to find out where they went. BitChute's a bit sketchy still. I have some of my stuff there, first 3 or 4 episodes, but anytime that I want to watch Amazing Polly, there's this constant lag that happens on BitChute just with Just Informed Talk. Also, there's this lag on BitChute. So yeah, one of the more stable ones is Rumble. Now, Rumble doesn't have the same things that YouTube actually has, and I didn't know that until I actually had the guts to put my channel on YouTube. But yeah, they're all over the place, and Edge of Wonder was a wonderful source of information, especially about the bloodlines. Major Facepalm, thank you very much, and greeting.
One of the hosts from Edge of Wonder is going to be doing a seminar soon. He's going to be hosting a UFO event.
Yeah, the guy with the hat, right? Ben Chastain.
Oh yeah, he does wear funny hats. But yeah, no, I was going to say the paler bald guy.
Yeah, that's Ben Chastain. The other guy is Rob. Sorry. Yeah, they were both in New York, but it's Glitch. Don't even know what that one is. But anyway, it sounds like Glitch in the Matrix. We're not going to go down that rabbit hole. Anyway, the reason that I try and remain positive, as you say, which I'm not, few are the people that are as depressed as I am.
I think you put that out though. I think, and a lot of our viewers can agree with me on that. Like me and you have even personally talked about it offline. You've helped people on our channel with, views towards religion, views towards a lot of things. So regardless if you don't rub everybody the right way, there are some people that you do definitely help people with. And that's one of the reasons I like you on the channel is you have that religious perspective that some people are looking for. There's a lot of people that want to talk about God. They want to talk about religion. They want to talk about the differences in between religions on this planet. And you know what I mean? It's one of those
just don't want opinions force fed to them. You must believe as I do, or else you're no. There are different ways of viewing the reality, and you will do with it as you will. It's called free will. Now, the problem is that there's a certain religion that says do as thou wilt, which is exactly contradictory to what the Bible tells us to do. Okay, that's a conversation between them, and that's about Glitch. I guess that's Major Facepalm's video. I'll have to figure that one out later.
Major, is that put up on your channel? Just curious. I'll have to check that out.
Sidebar. But the reason I am is because I was extremely depressed, and I went down some really dark holes for a very long time, and that's where I got a lot of my bad habits from as well. But I always say, if it weren't for God, I'd be dead right now, because I would have continued going down those rabbit holes and dug myself even deeper, even though I'm still trying to dig myself out in a lot of different cases. And so the only way for you to dig yourself out of a hole is to always look up and try and go towards the light. Because if you're looking down, you're going to be digging down, and you're just going to be digging the hole even deeper. So yeah, you try and look up, and you try and find out where. It's also about afterwards, 20 years afterwards, whenever I started my book, thinking about the book, and then after doing all the studies and everything else in order for me to actually quantitatively understand, comprehend, and be able to put out the stuff for my book, I understand that what we put into the universe is what we get back. And so, not wanting to get all kinds of negative shit back, I want to put positive shit out into the universe. As much as positive, I can't be, this flowery little person, because that's just not my personality. But yeah,
one second, I got to interrupt for a minute. Tiffany, thank you for sharing our video. I appreciate it.
Oh, cool. Streaming the.
Yeah, she shared our stream that we got going on right now. It looks like she shared it on her Facebook. Her YouTube. I appreciate it.
That's pretty cool.
Philip K. Dick has some very interesting work. I advise anybody to check that out if they get the chance, because there's definitely some intriguing work there.
I was seeing that Glitch in the Matrix. Yeah, I've heard about that. The movie itself, and so yeah, that's some interesting stuff to go down.
He's got other writings as well that actually add to Glitch in the Matrix. So if anybody gets a chance, look into Philip K. Dick's work.
I go sit down so many rabbit holes that I actually need to start being a little bit more productive. Other than my dad always used to ask me, son, are you going to be a professional student or something? I mean, when are you going to figure out what you're going to do and actually get down to work?
Are any quote unquote rabbit holes actually productive?
Yes.
Or the revealing of them?
They are.
Your own searching of them can't be productive, right? In the idea of it, I mean, unless it's arming yourself for a future conversation, I can't understand how diving into any. I mean, it's just your own curiosity. It's that same question of why are we here? What's our purpose? You know what I mean?
Those are the main fundamental. For example, the majority of this shit is really easy to do, and most people have figured it out already. And so my main thing when I was a kid is to really understand those deeper questions. Why are we here? What are we supposed to do while we're here? And that sort of thing. And so, yeah, that's exactly the rabbit hole that I've always gone after, seeking the most knowledge about why we're fucking. In fact, the only real question that matters is the why. And so that has, and you ask, is it useful? Well, yeah, it's been allowed. It's allowed me to be able to see traps before me, and I can avoid them. Kind of like the myriad of traps that are being set forth in front of humanity as we speak. And I tell people to avoid them, and yet they fall into them because they are not aware. So yeah, it can help you in those cases. In some cases,
I like Major Facepalm's comment. He said, "Rabbit holes are a practice at keeping critical thinking sharp." Yes, it makes you question the things that are considered to be public knowledge, and you do have to question your surroundings and understand why you've come to this point. There's nothing wrong with asking for the explanation to how you got there. Show me your work.
Yeah, but I watch 16 hours of video a day, and none of it is going to be technically productive. However, I am
point. What was that first conspiracy theory or rabbit hole that got you intrigued? Was it the JFK assassination? Was it the moon landing?
No. My very first rabbit hole was Atlantis and the Bermuda Triangle, and I was 7 or 8 years old.
Okay.
That led me into the Nazca lines. That led me into whenever my dad took me to see the pyramids in Mexico, the bunches. I mean, there are 7, 8 different pyramids that I visited in Mexico that my dad took me to, because as a Mexican, you're proud of your heritage. The pre-Columbian heritage is extremely strong in Mexico. And so my dad took me to those places, and actually seeing, what looks like the Eagle has landed, or a Saturn V rocket, and you see this Moctezuma headdress chieftain lying down horizontally in a chair, with fire underneath him. You start going, okay, this was made how many hundreds of years ago? Then you start to question things. Now, the fact that I was raised in both Mexico and the United States made me automatically question the programming that was being done to both. I could see the programming done to the Mexican civilization. It's a lot more socialistic. And I could see the programming done to the American population, which is extremely materialistic and sexually driven. So yeah, there are things that I was programmed by both societies, but at the same time, I was able to avoid certain programming that I now see so prevalent in both societies. And later on, when I was in college, I was already into, the MK Ultra and all those kind of things. I was studying psychology. I was in the psychology class for international business is what I was getting into. JFK's, there was this movie, and I was into the JFK thing well before the movie, but there was this filmmaker, Oliver
Stone.
Thank you very much. So before his movie, I already had a lot of information, because I kind of questioned that one guy narrative, then all the other specials that I saw. But that was that was before me going down into the South Pole rabbit hole. Atlantis, I've figured it out. It's all part of my understanding of that's what we would call the antediluvian civilization that was global in mass. There's some videos now that say that the capital was in North Africa. So there's some rings that actually indicate that could.
I often wonder if the idea of Atlantis is also that same idea that we get when we talk about primitive civilizations trying to explain what an extraterrestrial visit was. It's that idea of, yes, we know there were civilizations back there. We know they were more advanced than our own. We're just going to call them a name. And if a bunch of communities actually got called Atlantis, if there was more than one, or if it was just specifically that one island that was, attached to Plato and what he studied in Egypt years after his
time. What happens is if you look back into the history of every single one of the civilizations, so if you find that they all have an origin story.
Yeah.
They all have it. Okay. And they all have this tendency of coming from a certain group of 8 individuals.
Well, and they all seem to have a flood story, depending on how far back we're going. The flood story.
See, that's the thing. They all come from the 8 individuals after the flood. Okay, so when we see this is global, and so what we're talking about here is an antediluvian before the flood. Okay, so the reason the flood came is because they were global. It was a global civilization, and it was a civilization that had genetically altered everything. I mean, that's one of the things that we see about dinosaurs, for example. That's genetic manipulation. Whenever we see Greek mythology about the Minotaurs and the Pegasus and that sort of thing, that's genetic manipulation. Okay, they were doing that on a serious basis back then, and they had fucked everything up. Seriously. Because whenever you start screwing around with those things, you're playing around with stuff that you don't fully comprehend, and so accidents will happen because they always do. There's no situation that has gone absolutely perfectly, and no adverse effects happen from the genetic manipulation. Every single one of them has some kind of side effect and adverse effects. So when you expand that globally, my friend, there were serious problems with the antediluvian civilizations. Now, the ones that were supposedly, even by the Anunnaki, they were supposed to eliminate them all. And yet, whenever they asked Enki, why did you save, that little group of human beings? I told you to eliminate everyone. And he said, well, the creator wanted it that way. So even they have to answer to God. And he's the one telling the story because he's the one who wrote it from the beginning and the end. So the best way to understand the reality that we're living in is to take it directly from the instruction manual. The guy who actually, programmed this matrix, this bizarre reality that people think is material, but is actually waves of energy concentrated into tight knots that Mark actually drew out very well in that little thing that he put up in your video. That colloidal freaking spiral that he did that creates mass. Yes, I absolutely agree with that. So everything is a waveform. I mean, that's why Tesla said that the unknown isn't energy. Everything is energy. The unknown is mass. Where does mass come from? We don't think about that because we automatically assume. Yeah, I didn't get that far. I already had a problem with deifying Mary and the saints because whenever I'd go into Catholic churches in the south of Mexico, there wasn't a single cross, a single image of Jesus. There was only Mary and the saints. And so at that point, I found out that they adjusted the church to continue on with the paganistic culture that was there before, the Mayan culture that had the multiple deities and everything else. They just changed the name of the deities to some kind of saint that represented the same thing. So worshiping and deifying the saints was a problem, and putting Mary above Jesus was a big fucking problem for me. Then the papacy,
Do you think... So this is a question me and you get to all the time. Do you think it's just as important not to make Mary at the equivalence of Jesus as it is to put her lower than everybody else in the Bible as well?
I wouldn't put her lower.
Do you think she should be considered, the whore of society? And
no. Where did you get that from?
I'm not putting those words in your mouth. I'm asking.
It's not the top. It has to be the bottom. No.
That is a lot of Christians' beliefs about Mary. It's a very common thing. It might not be.
Hold on. Mary was an extremely common name back at that point. In fact, certain regions, everyone was called Mary.
There's a specific Mary that we're talking about that was considered.
Well, you have Mary, the mother of God. Then you got Mary Magdalene.
Yes.
Okay, who everybody considered the whore, but she's not. What happens is she came from an area that was known for prostitution, Magdala or some place like that. So basically what it was, she was Mary from that town. And so that was associated to her. Now, she had demons in her that Hola, ¿cómo estás? Maria, very nice to see you back in. So yeah, speaking of another Maria, Mary Magdalene and Mary, mother of Jesus, are two very different people, and we have to be careful with that. And Mary, the wife of Joseph, well, I was married, Mother Rab, I was raised Lutheran. So, yeah, we automatically looked at things that were not necessarily biblical, that were part of the Catholic Church. And so, my grandmother is Catholic. My dad was Catholic until he married my mom. Then he converted to Lutheranism because it's very conservative as well, and he could identify there. But I was raised Lutheran. So, the very first.
I was raised Baptist, like Mud Rabbit was. I grew up going to church camp when I was younger. I was in church until the church could no longer answer my questions, and that's actually how me and you met. Do you remember? That's how me and you met. That was the first question I proposed to you. I said it was the story about Lot.
Oh yeah, that one. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we're not going to go down there. There were all kinds.
We don't have to. I was just saying that's. Also
yeah, I understand that, but kind of like the association with Mary. Yeah, we've got Mary Magdalene, whose association of the name of the town where she came from was an association that we has brought to the fore to present times. It isn't necessarily representative. Now, whenever we consider Mary, the wife of Joseph, the mother of Jesus, now she was revered among the Jewish people. Not that she herself was revered. They were both poor, which is why they were going. Jesus was born in a manger. But the thing is that the Jewish people always, or Jewish women always dreamed of being the mother of the Savior, of the Messiah, because that would make them the purest among the women that were with them. And on those standards, yeah, Mary was devout. She was, law abiding. She loved God and she honored his will, which is why when Gabriel came to her and say that you will be honored tonight, she didn't say, "Oh no, don't do that." She said, "Oh, okay," because that was her willingness to serve. That's what made her great. Now, because she was the mother of the Messiah, does that make her the greatest? No, because then we get into the mother worship and the fertility goddess that are indicative of pagan cultures. And let's say from the line of Ham, there are lots of problems from the line of Ham, including Canaan and others, because they took the things kind of like Lot's wife in the very first story that we had. Remember Lot's wife? They were all going over the ridge, and she just wanted to take one last look because she missed that life. Now, there were one of Noah's sons who also missed that grandiose life that they had before the flood. And he spread that seed, that knowledge, that willingness to return to the good old days to his kids and poisoned them subsequently.
I always thought it was interesting with that story, how she got turned into a pillar of salt. I thought that's significant to the term that people had when I was growing up. Like when somebody was like jealous of somebody or envious of somebody, they would use this term, you're salty, like you're bitter about it. You're it was
that just comes from drinking salt water, ocean water, because the water, if it's salty, isn't good for you. Okay, it makes you even thirstier and that sort of thing. You're salty. It's just, but as far as Lot's wife,
thirsty nowadays is a whole nother term. That in itself.
I'm not sure what thirsty would have as other thirsty for the word of God. That too.
That's another. That's another rabbit hole.
No, Mud Rabbit. That's exactly what I was going to bring up. That's exactly what happened.
She didn't.
Now, what happens? You don't have to
turn around in the first place, though.
See, that's the thing. If Lot and his daughters were able to get down over the ridge, and also they had all their things with them, so they were covered in all kinds of things to where the heat and everything else, they were protected from the ridge. Because she wanted one last look, she was completely exposed, and the nuclear blast just, but it was far enough away to where it didn't do like Nagasaki, to where it just obliterated everything. It just dehumidified her instantly. Let's put it that way. Okay, so if you take a human body and you take all the humidity out of it, then boom. Oh, that's Mary Magdalene. The Book of Mary is because in the beginning of the church, they didn't like the fact that Jesus considered both men and women as equal. They're different, but they're of equal stature. And that was a problem between Peter and Mary Magdalene. Because
specifically on that, have you heard the fragmented documents that they have about Jesus kissed Mary on her, and then there's like fragments that aren't
those are also from the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Major Facepalm was talking about. There's the Book of Mary, the Book of Timothy, there's a book of Judas. Now, I'm not sure if it's Judas Iscariot or the other Judas, because there was another Judas that was an apostle.
And it's also the story of Lilith as well.
Lilith was pre-Eve. Okay,
I agree it was, but they rewrote something that was similar.
Yeah, all those things were in the Dead Sea Scrolls, which just like Enoch, were reserved for the end times. We would only find them when we needed them. That's the way God has a tendency of working. My grandmother always warned me about the Dead Sea Scrolls because they didn't go along with what she believed as in the Bible, and she goes by King James, period, the end, and nothing else matters. However, yes, that is my foundation. However, there are other things that help me understand the reality I live in other than just blind faith. So, yes, I have a lot of faith, but I need to go into the chat. I missed a couple of stuff.
Most of the stuff I'm just kind of keeping relevant to what we're talking about.
Okay, Constantine took a lot of the books out. Yeah, because they were an emperor, they were wanting to solidify everything, and Peter had a problem. Yeah, I haven't seen the Book of Q. I've heard about it, and I'm interested in knowing more about it, but I didn't actually have time to go down that particular rabbit hole, and that would be very interesting. But yeah, Constantine took a lot out. 300 years after Christ, they wanted to consolidate the religion, so we got a lot of Mithraism that was inserted there by Constantine himself. Then we have Peter's influences on the church that sort of denigrated women and took any of the things that spoke really well of women out. So yeah, there are certain things that were affected by that. However, in no place, I mean, they did the Book of Thomas, yeah. I don't know I'm not aware of, I don't know what it originally was, but I don't believe they actually changed Jesus's words. They would have eliminated some and taken some books out and not chosen others. Maybe some books were chosen by some and some books were chosen by others, but the one that it's democracy in action. The ones that everybody agreed on, okay, that's where we'll go. And the stuff that was questionable, yeah, let's throw that out. Things that were objectionable by some at that time, yeah, they were thrown out. And the Book of Jasher was thrown out, and the Book of Enoch was thrown out because the demons were working at that time as well, and they didn't want their shit known. So yeah, there were some very important books that are also mentioned in the other books of the Bible that were not included because those that were putting it together didn't want that information out there. The Book of Enoch is extremely important in understanding Genesis and the other things. The antediluvian world is explained very, very well in Enoch. And the Book of Jasher tells us a lot of things about the Jewish tradition and everything else. They've also got everything in the Bible has something that talks about their predictions. Everything in the Bible is always talking about, for example, Enoch is for the end times.
Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting about the Bible? Everything about the Bible is about predictions, but at the same time, the Bible tells you not to believe in the prediction of the end of days.
No. It doesn't. Where does it tell you not to believe the prediction of end of days? Whose Bible have you been looking at?
It's basically saying that nobody is going to know. No one's going to be able to predict the exact date and all of that of Revelation.
That's been a big thing. And whenever I tell my wife that we are in the end times, she goes, "Oh, but that phrase that says no one can predict and can know the day or the time." Yeah, that's in there. However, one of the things that I've found out in trying to understand as much as possible to be able to write my book is this: whenever we look at the quantum multiverse, whenever we look at the quantum multiverse, whenever we look at quantum physics, out of all the possibilities, one will be the best. Okay, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that's the only one that we're going to follow down. There are a multitude of paths that can alter time. That was 2,000 years ago. So is he going to tell you, oh, it's going to be in May 25th of 2024? We don't know. Why? Because they all change depending on all our free will. The closer we get to being damned and the end of the world coming, the sooner he comes, because he's going to wait around for the very last person to convert to Christianity. When the last person, throughout all the hypothetical possibilities and probabilities of existence, when the last person turns to Christ and accepts God, at that point, boom, he ends the world. Why? Because there's no reason to keep it going when the rest of it is all negative garbage. But he's waiting for that last one. And that last one is going to be that last one. And depending on what reality, what multiverse they're in, it's going to be that last one for each one of those multiverses. And that may be a different one for each one of those. And so each one of the multiverses is going to have a different timeline, because they all make different choices that can take them closer or further away from that end point. But the thing is that at the end, the ultimate goal of the adversary is, one, to damn us all. Why? Because he's pissed because his kids were not accepted because of their genetics. And so he's pissed. He wants to screw up everybody's genetics. And he wants to be like God, which means he wants to be ever present and ever all-knowing, which means that he has to have complete control over the entire population of the planet. Now, in previous history, we never knew how that was even possible. Now we know, and it is possible. I'm talking to you on the other side of the planet, and they're able to lock down the entire planet at the same time. Okay, so all these things are now global presence is possible, and it's going to be even more. And the adversary is going to close the gate as much as possible because that's his objective. And so knowing that objective, he's going to move the world in that direction. And God knows what that direction is. And when he gets to a certain point, it's not whether or not the adversary is going to be able to take over or not. He always loses, period, the end. And every single one of them, God wins, period. But God is waiting for that last person to go, whoa, this stuff isn't working for me. Jesus, save me, please. And when that last person believes, boom, the experiment's over. And we all go home. No. We all go where we choose to be. If we choose Christ, we go there. Yeah, otherwise, every single one of them, God wins. Period. Oh, shit. We need, okay. Facepalm. Yeah. Big ass fucking rabbit hole. Yeah. Bacon.
Well, I want to say before you get into it and answer it, I'm convinced that Sir Francis Bacon was mistaken for more than one person.
Oh, that he could be Shakespeare as well.
I think it's possible that he was more than one person. And there was a couple characters in history. Also with there was another God, I can't think of his name, that involved the Pope and speaking against the Pope. And I also think he was mistaken for more than one person. And he was an advisor to the Queen as well.
John Dee.
Yes.
He was also Bacon's advisor, and he was into summoning spirits. So you know what my thoughts are on summoning spirits.
You love it? It's your favorite?
Extremely dangerous. You seldom know what spirits are coming, and unless God visits you, he ain't going to be summoned. So you're summoning the wrong ones. It can be very dangerous roads, and you leave yourself extremely vulnerable. So D was extremely vulnerable, and he ended up influencing many different areas of science, politics, philosophy, and other things. And it's not necessarily a positive influence, let's say. Yes, they were extremely advanced. He advanced science a lot, and the things that people learned from D were absolutely, wow, astounding. But like the secret society type thing, they all have a tendency of they'll give you something pretty and shiny in this side so that they can sort of do stuff behind your back on the other side. Look over here behind you. And that's been that way for millennia. Why? Because he did the same thing to Eve back in the beginning. He's been here since the beginning, doing the same stupid shit.
Speaking of look over here behind you, we have a guest waiting in the backgrounds.
Well, hello?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think you might know this gentleman.
I believe so. We might have seen him before.
Hey.
The one and only Terry Hopper.
It's a pleasure. Hey, Michael.
Howdy.
Hey, everyone in the chat. How is everyone? Hope everyone's having a great night.
Excellent. We're going to get on better topics now that you're here.
Did you get some good rest after the long night the other night?
You know what? You've probably heard the saying that yesterday was leg day. Well, yesterday was leg day. Yeah, I got a good workout in yesterday. I reffed, what was it, 3 matches at least in the ring, plus we had the battle royal on the outside.
In the ring, and 4 you were on the outside working the outside.
Yeah, with the ladder match, with the championship title just hanging off the rafters, and being out there for that, seeing you at ringside.
How many people were in the audience that night?
It was actually a bigger crowd and a bigger venue than I expected. And so what I like, so yeah, no, I'm going to explain. When I see the crowd, I would say it was what 500 people total.
A good estimate, yeah,
something like that in the whole building. And then we were. What I like about those small venues is you get the crowd work from the people in the shows, and that's
a lot more interaction.
They're punching people next to you. Yeah. You actually get to work, and that's what brings me to my best part is. My significant other that was with me at the time, she was sitting right next to me, and all of a sudden we're right by the stairs where everybody enters the ring, which was an honor. Like we actually got a great seat in the house, and so we're watching all the fighters. Every single one of them had to enter right next to us, and so at one point the stairs get pulled a little bit away from the ring, and I look over at my significant other and I said, "Somebody's about to crash into those stairs. I can see this getting set up." Just a heads up, I can feel it coming. And I was like, let me know if you want to switch spots and get out of the way. And she was like, no, I'm into this now. And she sat there and and all of a sudden a guy gets thrown into the steel chair. I mean, not the steel chair,
the stairs. Right. Yeah. The you're talking about the steps that because the ring is obviously higher up off of the floor here. So it's kind of like a
3-4 feet, right? 3-4 feet.
It's the ring last night was about 4 feet or so. It's a professional sized ring, just a Las Vegas style ring that you would see on TV. Matter of fact, it's been on TV, and it's we also had a television crew there. You saw them. They were filming for IWTV.com, which is a independent professional wrestling network that you can see on right here online on the internet. Just run a search for it, IWTV.com, and that will be uploaded under the 01 promotion, which they are a promotion that operates here in both the United States as well as Japan.
Any hope for Brazil?
You know what? That they might be open for it. I wouldn't see why not.
Something that would be interesting. There's lots of people that are interested in wrestling, MMA, and that sort of stuff down here in Brazil as well. They like all kinds of entertainment.
I hear Muay Thai Jiu-Jitsu is big in Brazil.
Major Facepalm's got a good one for us here. Let's see if I can pull this up. That is me and Terry both respect that. Yes, that is awesome.
No way. What are the odds?
Yeah, what we were just talking about this, weren't we? Like last night, we were literally just talking about this.
Well,
like
Major Facepalm. The link is in the program description. Jump on in because y'all are just.
So,
all right.
What Major Facepalm? What did you do at the ECW arena? Like, did you actually roll the cage for the bingo balls as they rolled out, and did you call for that or what?
That would be a reason for a Major Facepalm.
The ECW arena, it's a bingo hall. Yeah, that definitely is cool.
Thank you, West Haven, for sharing this out. So I'm about to. I don't know if Terry's seen the footage that I got. Well, I was recording a few things. You know about one of them that me and you recorded together. But while I was on the side, I got some perspective with you standing next to the one and only Billy Gunn.
Nice, nice. I was hoping you would.
Well, no, I was showing Mr. Pena. I got an autographed picture from Billy Gunn.
Very nice.
I don't know. I don't know how good
he's a really short guy. I mean,
no.
He's not. No. He is not small. He is a big guy.
I was joking. I was calling Jake a midget whenever I saw the picture of him next to Mr. Gunn.
Oh, I see how it is. Yeah. Yeah. No,
Billy Gunn was definitely the tallest guy there.
Oh yeah.
I have a tendency of trying to be sarcastic or some shit like that. But doesn't always work well, I guess.
Yeah.
But let me see here. I'm actually going to share some of the videos that I got.
Yeah. Fantastic.
What does it say?
Security tried to stop too much fan interaction. Yeah, and that's what made ECW so awesome. And I remember ECW because that was the promotion that I watched when I was in college. So it's like I was essentially their target audience at the time when ECW, which ECW, for those who are watching, was a promotion back in the 1990s that was operated by Paul Heyman, which today he's famous for being the manager of Roman Reigns in WWE.
And I would say more than anything, Brock Lesnar.
Yeah.
That would be his go-to guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
He just said that he worked as security. So my main question is, how many knees did he had to kick either sideways or back just to buckle him a little bit? Did he ever have to do any kind of that? Just kind of grab him by the back of the shoulder and kick in the knee and drop him?
With ECW, it's how many chairs did you have to pull out of the ring when everybody decided they were going to throw 300 plus chairs into the ring? Like it reminds me of Ready to Rumble when they yell for an object. That is the idea of ECW. Your fans are so involved that they're throwing in weapons for the fighters to have, and the fighters might even grab them.
Hey, use this.
Oh man.
Yeah. Kendo sticks and kitchen sinks and
Oh yeah. That was actually something that me and my significant other was talking about when we were there. I was like, I know this isn't that type of venue, but I was like, could you imagine if you were coming to a venue like this and then an artist like oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm messing up. Sorry, hold on.
That's all right.
Jack. Gosh. It's gonna bug me now. Jack. My favorite fighter.
Jack Sobich?
Okay.
No, from that. No. Gosh.
I got different battles
Jack
on my
Swagger?
mind.
No, my favorite ECW wrestler that is the most
New
hardcore
Jack.
wrestler, New Jack.
New Jack.
Yeah. And it was flipping my mind. Gosh, the only pair. All right, so I was like, could you imagine being in a small venue like this and an artist like New Jack comes in front of you and the intensity? Because we were talking about when we were watching our show the other night, we saw some real blood. It happens sometimes. Oh, yeah. He had opened up with a chair, and all of a sudden they were like, oh, I saw the referees put on gloves, and they were like, this is getting serious.
Yeah.
It was good.
Yeah.
I thought that stuff was supposed to be all faked and shit. How do you have accidents like that?
There's a balance to it.
It's choreographed, but still people get out of hand. Okay.
Yeah. And let me ask you the rhetorical question. Of course, there's wrestling school, right? You can go learn how to be a professional wrestler, but let me ask you this. How do you learn to fall off a 20-foot ladder onto the floor? How do you do that?
Lots of practice after many injuries. You're not
going to feel it. You're not going to be hurt. Come on.
So Terry,
it's like how do you take a hit from a 280-pound linebacker and still be able to get up? So there's called working your ass out and making sure, and lots of ice afterwards for the aching muscles.
I think pads make a difference. A helmet.
Yeah.
I played for 10 years without pads down here. That's the reason why I've got 3 herniated discs in my neck, because you do this kind of thing, tackling for 10 years.
Favre wouldn't be alive playing like that.
Sort of. Huh? No, it's just that I was also aware of where things were coming from, so I don't allow things to actually catch me by surprise.
You were there for that. That's street cred right there. That is major facepalm. That is true street cred.
Yes, it is. RVD is always going to go down as one of my favorite wrestlers altogether, all around. Talk about a groundbreaker in many ways.
Totally.
We celebrated RVD the other day after the event. I have a tendency of celebrating.
We did. Yes. Yes.
Oh yeah, no, Cactus Jack. Some of Mankind's performances, there's a level to what you consider fake. Like and me and Terry talked about this when we were doing our podcast, is when you're talking about how these are rehearsed, yes, there's an end result that is.
But a metal chair is still a fucking metal chair.
Yes. And how you get to that end result is determined.
I was thinking they were like those Hollywood wooden chairs to where you crack them on somebody's back and they just snap apart and it's no real damage. No, it's actually a metal folding chair.
Yeah.
They don't hit them with all their strength, but you're still getting whacked with a metal fucking chair.
Yeah. Right? No, the only times I question it is when you see like the sugar glass in the WWE, when they're throwing them through a glass window. Unless you're Shane McMahon getting suplexed by Kurt Angle through a window that's not actually, because you do get these accidents. They were supposed to install a fake window, and it was supposed to be sugar glass. Instead, they put in plexiglass. Yeah. Kurt Angle is a committed wrestler. He suplexed him 3 times into the same plexiglass and almost broke his neck. Yeah. Like it's. You get serious injuries from trying to do these performances, and it's a lot. I'm surprised.
Which explains why The Rock sucked at it.
Move.
He's a pussy.
Who is that?
Never mind. I don't want him coming down on me. But then again, my bad.
No, when it comes to the hardcore wrestlers, there's a whole different level.
You mentioned that The Rock is a great actor, but he wasn't that great of a wrestler.
I don't think he got as much shine in wrestling as he did in acting. I don't think that was his strong point. I think he honestly, if you look at some of his older pictures of like when he was in the Nation of Domination, at the time the WWF was very gimmicky, and it wasn't shining on the attributes that he added, especially with him being a legacy wrestler. His dad and other family members were great wrestlers, and he should have gotten more push than he did. And I don't know. I think they wasted his effort until they brought him back after he did like the Scorpion King and stuff like that. And when he became a famous guy in the
celebrity on his own right,
used him at that point.
Not because of his father or grandfather, but a celebrity in his own right. They said, "Hey, we need this guy." Yeah,
exactly.
Well, one thing to understand at that point, after he had already been in the Scorpion King, now he is insured Hollywood. And they don't want him taking these unnecessary risks, so he's going to have to go in there and wrestle what's called the safe style, to where he's not taking the risks that we would expect as fans.
You can't put the risks on a big time ticket seller,
right? He's your showpiece. He's your crown jewel.
Yeah,
unfortunately, but. Oh, well. Does he want to be governor next? Is that one of the things I see him running for office now?
I thought he was talking about running for president.
Yeah.
So I gotta
governor. It would be what I don't know what the laws
right
are
before
here. Yeah.
I mean, what do you think the guy in New York was hoping for before he got sent to jail? Or
he's not gonna get sent to jail.
Yeah.
Well, at least on.
He's not going to get sent to jail. He's got protections like other people that we see.
I don't know about how long
personal suffering.
His protection is falling down. People are throwing him under the bus. People are throwing him under the bus on that. But then again, we've also got, for example, the governor of California was Reagan's ticket to the presidency, but the current governor of California has his ticket to somewhere else. I mean, that's definitely not going to happen. So The Rock going for something like that would be a step. For him to just jump into the presidency, I don't know. He'd still be better than the freaking idiot who's there now, but it's still not much.
So Major Phrase Palm says, the items used during the Any Weapon Goes match with the Dudley Boys versus the Eliminators, which I love the Dudley Boys. They're the only ones that transferred right into the WWF. I think they had a good transfer when it comes to teams. Do you know another tag team that made it in through the ECW that was as good as the Dudley Boys? Can you think of one? I can't think of one. I think the Dudley Boys were the perfect transition.
Yeah, see, I never watched any of that stuff.
And so I had to give note to last night's performance when I saw these guys come out in camouflage. I'm like, who are these knockoff Dudley Boys? And this guy doing the worm out here, like Scotty Too Hottie. I ended up leaving the show saying, all right, well, Marvin's kind of my favorite character.
The lowlights.
Marvin. Yeah. I also got to meet the guy with the stick.
Yes.
I don't know if he was considered a caveman or what he was considered, but I met him. I met him in the
sticker club.
It was a big staff almost with a skull on top, and it had like fur running down it, and he kept hitting his
medicine man
head with it. It was absolutely hilarious. It was a great sell, and it was a great character. I think they did it right. But then I ran into him later in the parking lot during the intermission, and I said, "Hey, were you the guy that was just in there?" And like I was kind of standing at a distance with everything going on. You don't want to get close to somebody when they're relaxing. So I was at a kind of a distance, and he was like, "I don't know, maybe I was that guy inside." And I was like, "Well, I just wanted to say it was a great performance." And he was like, "Oh, thank you." And then he thanked me for it, and realized why I was like complimenting him. I wasn't picking on him. I thought it was awesome.
Yeah, you got to avoid trolls as much as possible too.
Oh yeah, especially
there's a bunch of weirdos that like to hang out outside the arena afterwards.
No, there aren't. Those are all nice, calm.
So Jerry, this brings me to my most influential moment of the night.
Yes.
So I don't know if am I breaking kayfabe if we talk about this?
We can talk about whatever you want because I know there's only about 3 people watching this show anyway. So
but it goes live. They're like, we got 74 subscribers, man. Come on.
Okay. Yeah.
I see how it is. All right, Terry.
But yeah, there are two watching, and I'm one of them. And Major Facepalm evidently is the other one.
So the biggest problem I had with the performance, that drove me nuts as a big wrestling fan, was you did a sign that I would consider an actual real sign from referees, and you guys used it as kayfabe. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes. The
tables, letters, and shit. Yes.
Yeah. And
if you
I can clarify.
If you didn't look up at me, it was honestly it was like a serious moment to me. And if you didn't look up at me and make eye contact with me at the time and let me know that things might have been okay. And then the dead giveaway was somebody walked away holding the other person's neck, and I was like, no. If somebody was really injured, they would wrap the person's neck up. I've been in sports long enough to know that they wouldn't just lift somebody by their neck and guide them to the backstage. But there was people. They sold this performance so well. There's people in the audience wondering in the parking lot before I met up with Terry after the show. They were waiting in the parking lot wondering if this person was ever going to perform again. They were 100% convinced. They were not sure if he was ever going to wrestle again. Exactly, Terry. Yeah, exactly. It was sold so well. And let me give you guys a perspective. I watched this guy. There was two 12-foot ladders, a table draped across two 12-foot ladders. And then there was another table under the two 12-foot ladders. Somebody crashed through both of them, looked like their head hit the concrete floor where they landed. And I was 100% convinced they landed until Terry looked at me. I was 100% convinced. There was a few things that gave it away afterwards. Because of the venue, I saw into where the locker room was, and then I saw him walk by. So after the venue was over, after everybody was in the audience, because I was hanging out later, I saw him walk by, and I was like, oh, he's okay. Like, it helps. But they sold it perfectly the whole time. It was amazing. I have to agree. That was one of the best sells I've ever seen.
It's called mass manipulation.
Yeah.
Oh man, but at a small scale. It was like watching a magician do magic in front of you.
Yes.
That's the equivalent I can give.
I used to watch David.
You're absolutely, you're absolutely correct. And using that magic analogy, I actually explained this to one of our intermediates here a couple of weeks ago. It is the magician's analogy of what draws the audience in. It's like a magic trick. You know how there's an old magic illusion called the cups and balls, which it's kind of like the shell game where you have three cups.
Well, it's also that street performer that's playing with the cards.
Right.
It's the sleight of hand, if you will.
Same idea.
Yeah. So you know for a fact that magician has that little ball in his hand and he's palming it while he's making you look over here, right?
You're still looking over there.
Right,
exactly.
Right. But what it comes down to is the performance. How did the magician make that ball go from his little palm to underneath the cup? Or how did he grab that potato out of his pocket and put it underneath the cup in place of the ball? How did he do that? He did it very well, actually.
Yeah.
So, yeah. It's those moments that, it just reaches up to in that match. We're building steps here. Building steps, literally. And it was a ladder match to where you had to get a ladder out, set it up in the middle of the ring, climb up to the top of that ladder. And Jacob, how tall was that ladder?
Which one?
The
smaller ones were 12 feet. The other one was 20 plus.
The one that
aluminum ladder. It was huge.
Yeah.
It was huge.
Right. You had
to give you an idea. When it tipped over in the ring, people on the side of the ring were worried it was going to go over on top of them. That's how tall it was. Like,
Yeah.
it was
Yeah.
scary.
Yeah. The competitor had to use the tallest ladder that was out there, which was 20 feet tall. So when you have that kind of match, you have to build up and build up until bang, there's the big spot. This guy goes crashing down through a whole stack of tables, crashing onto the floor, while the other guy finally gets the ladder up and goes all the way up to the top and grabs the championship for the win. And it's that moment that just burns into your mind of, oh my goodness, we just witnessed something spectacular here that you probably thought is on a pay-per-view level, right? You got your money's worth.
Yeah, no, I enjoyed every minute of it.
Excellent.
When we were watching the main event, and it was interesting how it was set up that Billy Gunn wasn't the main event, but it was also you got a main event and then another main event later involving the people in the promotion, as well as the people that were brought in to promote the promotion.
That's smart business.
Yes, exactly.
It's smart to do it that way. And when you're working with a true legend or a veteran star on the level of Billy Gunn, that's what a lot of promoters realize in what they try to accomplish. They bring out the star because, everyone paid to see him. So let's go ahead and bring him out and have his match. And then we can build from there. Oh, you thought you were here to see him? Oh, you just wait till you see that main event later on tonight.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I just queued up some of the videos. Let me share some of the videos that Terry hasn't seen. Mud Rabbit, keep an eye on that. I just thought it was convenient because of the shirt I'm wearing today. But yeah, it's a very convenient name and everything else. Just keep an eye on it. Just a heads up.
What shirt you were wearing today?
Yeah, no, some people would notice, some people wouldn't. And it was very convenient that a person just popped into our chat with that name.
Oh, seriously? Yeah. No, I was watching Mud Rabbit modding there. That was pretty cool.
And Mud Rabbit's one of our best mods and one of the best mods probably on YouTube. So I'm glad she's with us.
Yeah, she is definitely
fastest fingers in the West.
Mud Rabbit will lay the smack down on you.
Exactly. So can you see, do I need to make this full screen or how does it look right now?
Yeah, it looks fine. But I'm not seeing anything other than your back screen.
I see clouds.
Yeah, that's
you see clouds. Let me see if I can pull this up. I'm not sure why it's not working yet. Let's see.
I might have to do full screen.
Let's see here.
We're all stacked over on the side.
Yeah, it should be, but I'm not sure why the other screen wouldn't be coming up yet. Let me see. Oh, okay. Let me see. I might have to add it to the stream.
So I tell you what, while you're setting that up, I can tell a quick little story that something that I did earlier today.
Oh yeah,
there is a small little airport. Oh, you got something up? Are you ready on this?
Come up? Yeah. No, I do. I do have it.
Yeah.
Sorry,
okay.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can.
Yeah,
I'll probably make it
full screen.
Yeah, I'll make it a little bigger here. So this is the entrance of Billy Gunn. I don't know if you were already in the ring yet, Terry, but I do have a few shots of you in these as well.
Okay.
I took off the audio just because it's a pretty popular song.
Right. Yeah.
But it was.
I assure you, the crowd was.
That's pretty short. I mean, come on.
Cheering and
he was only a head above everybody else.
I'm sitting down too when I'm taking this video. So just, if you saw him standing, and you saw him sitting next to me in that picture.
I know.
I'm not going to
post that picture
on. it has
No, but I'm
it has my
joking
significant
again.
other on it.
Yeah.
He was ahead above everybody else. The guy's huge.
Let's see here. Oh, this is the one that has Terry in it. Hold on here. This is the first time that no, it's not. I got to go in order. Sorry, I apologize. I got to go in order.
Yeah.
I can't skip to the fun ones.
Yeah.
But I did. They're all about 15, 10 seconds, something like that.
Yeah.
Nothing too crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, crap. They got
This is when it first started talking up. This
there's
is
the chair.
actually Melvin and the other guy that I was talking about earlier that reminded me of the Dudley Boys.
Yeah, it's Marvin. Yeah.
Marvin. Yes.
Yes,
Marvin.
And their team is called the Lowlifes.
Well, and I was sitting there with I was sitting there with my significant other. They're the security of the Lowlifes. So just to give you an example, like it's the lowest of the Lowlifes.
Right.
And
right.
I knew the sell right away because of the other partner. He sold it well, like trying to make Melvin seem like the doof, and he didn't know what he was doing. But I ended up leaving the event saying, you know what? I kind of wonder if Melvin is more of a trained wrestler and more athletic than the other guy that was trying to sell that the other guy was bad. Like, because I could tell by some of the moves he was doing off screen that he was actually a good performer and knew what he was doing. He sold it very well.
Mm-hmm.
And then Billy Gunn was talking a little bit when he first got in. This is the announcer in the top hat that my significant other made friends with. Terry's in there, standing next to him in the outfit, in the regular referee's outfit.
Yeah,
I was in the second row, right next to where everybody walked in. But gosh, I wish I could play the audio for you guys. But let me see. I'll pull up the final video that I really liked the most. And this is when Billy Gunn finally climbed into the ring during the match for the first time. And you get kind of a size perspective when he's standing next to one of his opponents.
Yeah.
And then Terry's actually in the background. He's the little guy back there with these two big athletes.
Yeah. Yeah. Look at that. Beautiful.
But me and you talked about this after the show, and what I actually thought was the most amazing aspect of that match was when the other person in that event, I don't know his name, you probably do.
Okay.
He lifts somebody up into a gosh, it wasn't a suplex. What was it? Where you lift them up vertically. I can't think of the
verticals. It was a modification, a modified standing vertical suplex.
Okay, yes. And he was holding him there, held him there perfectly, then squatted the person's weight, lifted himself back up, and Billy Gunn, who was there, looked at him and put his hands up. Yeah, squatted all the way down, lifted him back up vertical, and then Billy Gunn, who's there, who is WWE athlete, one of the biggest performers that you will ever see at a venue like this, was like put his hands up. He was like, "That's awesome. I can't say anything about that." Like when you see somebody do that kind of a feat of performance, it's just amazing.
Class act.
Sorry, I have to catch up the chat a little bit.
What a class act. Yeah. What a wonderful thing for Billy Gunn to say, it's like,
speedos.
I give up. What do you do?
So with that, Mud Rabbit, I have to give you these promotions for Billy Gunn. He is considered the ass man, and when he was in the WWE, everybody checked him out for his rear. So if anybody wants to go look at any WWE features that happen to be older, they do have a lot of segments of Billy Gunn and his promotions. He's been around for quite some time when it comes to big wrestlers in the promotion.
Up and down, all around. Yeah.
Yeah.
True legend of the sport. Again, class act. Really wonderful. I'm happy that you were able to meet him and interact as well. So,
Oh, that was awesome.
That's excellent. Yeah.
Well, and one thing I was kind of upset about while I was there that I thought was a detriment to the promotion, which if you could relay this, because me and my significant other were talking about this, was when we walked in and we were kind of there, Billy Gunn was sitting behind these curtains, and there was no sign or anything saying that he was signing autographs and willing to take pictures with people that that anybody could have seen. I said to my significant other, because she didn't know who Billy Gunn was. I'm a huge DX fan, and I was like, I see him over there. He's right there, and I got all excited and I had to walk over, and I was like, nobody knew he was over there taking. I mean, there were small groups that went over there and got their autographs, and it was nice that he came out again a second time after his participation as well. But I was like, there's no sign anywhere telling people that he's over here doing this. Like, I feel like it could have definitely helped in getting more people over there to get a signed, autograph copy. I'm glad I wandered over and asked, because when I wandered over and asked, they explained it to me as soon as I wandered over, though. And I was like, oh man, it's better good if because I feel like the people that did go that aren't following that promotion itself did go because they know who Billy Gunn is. And I am a big Billy Gunn and DX fan. Like I told you when we first started talking, Shawn Michaels is my favorite character. So if we're talking like in the WWE, my most hardcore character has always been New Jack. I have different characters for different levels. And New Jack isn't a character. We've talked about
I love Hayabusa from FMW in Japan, but that's again different levels here. Different day.
Oh yeah. Right. And meanwhile, in the background, I don't know if anybody saw it in the description. I do have the Tyron Woodley Jake Paul fight set up because a lot of people were asking if I would relay the results of that. I'm going to have a jiu-jitsu, one of my jiu-jitsu coaches come on here, and he's also a boxing coach of mine, and we might be doing UFC commentaries for some of the live fights because I do have the advantage of watching most of the live fights when it comes to UFC, so eventually that might become a part of this channel, just to give people a heads up if anybody is interested in those.
I was watching a video here on YouTube earlier that was published by WWE, and it was of Shane McMahon, and he was training for his WrestleMania match against The Undertaker, and he went to a special jiu-jitsu school, and it's rather lengthy story. I suggest you go look it up. Might find it interesting. Yeah.
Oh, did I click that? That's perfect. Mud Rabbit, I really hope Tyron Woodley lays it on Jake Paul, but I have to give it to Jake Paul. He's very strategic about the fights that he picks, and it's very interesting. So I watched Tyson Fury's younger brother had a fight on the same card, and Tyson Fury's brother Tony Fury, who is this is his first fight in the U.S., which if anybody knows who Tyson Fury is, he's one of the biggest boxers in the world right now. And when it comes down to it,
worth a lot of money too.
Tony is
a big money prize fighter.
Yeah. And Tony's playing that name, and that might be Jake Paul's first fight against an actual boxer if he succeeds tonight against Tyron Woodley. Tyron Woodley is the first striker that Jake Paul has ever faced. He's not a boxer. He's a UFC fighter. He faced Ben Askren prior, who is a wrestler. He's an Olympic wrestler, an actual folk style and Greco-Roman wrestler. And then when it comes to let's see, other people he fought Nate Robinson, who was part of the Twin Towers in the NBA for the Spurs. He's a retired NBA player, and then he also fought King KSI, who is a YouTube sensation in Europe. So Tyron Woodley is the most significant fighter he has come to this day. So it looks like Major Facepalm is interested. But yes, I do have The fight's playing literally right here. I will keep everybody updated if you have any questions. I would love Woodley to win. I really do want Woodley to win. And no, Woodley is not Askren. I've actually met Ben Askren. I've wrestled with Ben Askren. Ben Askren is an amazing wrestler, but he's not a striker. That's just not what he's known for. Woodley is a knockout artist. He's got a lot of knockouts to his name, but I still call him a striker and not a boxer. He's also a UFC fighter, so he does use his wrestling to his advantage. He is a good wrestler. He's from Missouri. If you guys ever know, like, I don't really talk about this much online, but I'm an advocate mixed martial arts fan, and I know if anybody can think of any mixed martial arts artists, most of the time I've heard of them and know a lot about them, and that's why I like the crossovers like CM Punk and your Brock Lesnar's, your people that make it into that platform that also are on another platform that I like. But yeah, sorry, little rant.
That's awesome. You just going right into history and just tying everything all together on that. That's incredible. So you must be a wealth of knowledge.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah. Did you see Major Facepalm's? Do you know that storyline?
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a bizarre one.
Major, I don't know if I hope you have it on a valid platform. I hope you have it on a valid platform where they can take your bets. Gosh,
Silva and Tito Ortiz seems like a good fight as well.
Where can I go to bet on pro wrestling? Do you know?
There's a few of them, but pro wrestling I would follow. There's some MMA ones that also cross over, but I don't think I think you have a little too much insider knowledge being a referee. I don't know if you're allowed to bet on those type of events. I
always get these ads for Bet365.
Bet365 is a popular one for the UFC as well. Other one is Sportsbook. What is it? Gosh, I can't think of the name.
See, I never got into betting because I didn't like to throw away.
Barstool Sportsbook.
It's smart, Michael.
Yeah, well, it's boring as fuck, I guess.
So
there were friends that I had in Cleveland to where they would watch the football games all the time. I'm a huge football fan and I love it, but they would be a lot more interested than what I was. And later on, I found out because they bet on every game every week. So they had money riding on it, which is why they were, so interested in the games. And they would bitch if their team won, but didn't beat the spread. And I'm sitting there going, but they won, but they didn't beat the spread. Damn it. Okay. It was a whole nother level of agony for a game, but that's just another situation. However, if you've got insider information, I mean, that's how so many things went down in Vegas with anyway, they'd put their bet on an odd horse and somebody else would change their bet for one that was rigged, and that's the way they did things at that time. So whenever you get that into it, it always changes things up because they always know what the outcome is. The house always wins.
Oh.
It's Vegas. It's entertainment. But
yeah.
When people stop to think it's that and they think they're going to actually make something off of it, that's when the problems begin. I mean, you got people mortgaging their homes in order to, pay off a bet that they had in Vegas. Therein lies the problem. If you've got money to burn and you're willing to play with it, and you happen to get something out of it, that's fine. I mean, there was a trip that when I was a kid, the money that I won during the raffles paid for basically our entire trip and a bunch of souvenirs that we had afterwards. Now, why? Because I was, an 8-9-year-old blonde-haired little kid, and the people that were running the thing thought that I'd, be an interesting showcase, so they chose my numbers to win. I know that now. Back then, I thought I was lucky as shit. yeah, it's all manipulated, and that it takes the edge off. I mean, when I was a kid, it was like, oh, great, I'm so damn lucky. Unfortunately, the perspective that I have now is not as much fun as what it was back then. I would enjoy to see life the way I did back then. It was a lot easier.
I thought I was going to say I thought it was interesting that the person that I thought might be a person that was going to give a problem to our chat is no longer talking for some reason.
Mud Rabbit had a way of putting him on there. Then you mentioned that other thing, and so he probably caught on.
Oh yeah, no, I just don't know if I didn't know if I should be expecting more. I was keeping an eye out. Yeah, no, I just thought it was very strange that a person by the name of White Tupac came in, and I'm a white kid wearing a Tupac shirt right now, and I just thought it was.
So
Yeah,
he actually probably modified his name in order to get on there just to troll you.
That makes sense. And it was very ironic at the time, and that's why I was just like, Mud Rabbit.
You called him out, so he actually made his point made, just to kind of call you out on that. So
Mud Rabbit,
he came in, did his thing, and left.
Boom Boom Mancini.
That's famous.
That is awesome. when it comes to real stories. You have met an icon.
Well,
especially when
it comes to real stories, I'm telling you, we're gonna have to get Mud Rabbit on here because her stories she's
coming soon. It's coming soon. I know Mud Rabbit.
She has information that surprises me, and I thought that was difficult. She's got personal experiences that are absolutely astounding and phenomenal. I mean, this is wow. My hat's off, definitely.
So Terry, with this new idea of possibly doing UFC commentary, there's another sporting event that goes on a regular weekly basis that I feel like with more than one venue, just like mixed martial arts, that me and you might be able to actually speculate on and do a maybe a little sideshow. What do you think about what I'm thinking about?
Possibly.
Okay. I know that alone, just trying to cover some of that would be quite the time commitment. So I wanted to propose it to you, and you can stir on it for a little bit and let me know what you think on a later date.
Okay.
But I think it would be really easy to cover those type of events and give our own opinions, because me and you actually do follow it pretty significantly.
Yeah.
And, that would honestly give me a reason to dive back into the current going-ons that I don't follow as much. The things that draw my attention is when it involves stars that I know from the later years, the earlier years when I watched wrestling. I don't watch it as much in depth anymore. I mean, you kind of talked about this the other night. I feel like they use their old stars too much to promote their new stars, and they're not actually handing off the torch. And you made an example of another league that a lot of people don't seem to know about, because one overshadows the other, that is seeming to do that passing of the torch. Who Billy Gunn is actually a part of now.
Exactly. And that's one thing that is really making professional wrestling, or I should say the sport of professional wrestling, is really becoming just so on fire, popular, hot right now. It's like the resurgence that it was back in the 90s. You take that with the nostalgia of what you had back in the 80s and the Hulk Hogan and the rock and wrestling area, to where you had the Attitude Era, to the modern era, to now we're going off into the future. And you're right, Jacob. There's people like you, fans that are thinking of these superstars that they grew up watching, Where are they now? What are they doing? Billy Gunn is I think, again, a class act, as I said, prime example, because right now he's involved with AEW, which is broadcasted on the TNT network, which is a major broadcast cable network. And he is making his time to where he's going to some of these more regional promotions and lending his services, to where he will actually go in very early on. Matter of fact, he was there hours beforehand, and he was actually meeting with some of the other competitors that was on that show later in the night, showing them some moves and some things that they can do, and just, really things that can help bring them up to the next level. And that's really what it's all about. And finding professionals like that, like him, it's very rare. And when you do find that, it's very special. And
before I answer that, I gotta answer Major Facepalm's questions. You clearly know what we're talking about. We're just joking. But yes, we're talking about professional wrestling. I just didn't want to put it on Terry's shoulders to have to be involved in getting into something like that, because it is quite a commitment to follow professional wrestling, even more than he's doing himself already. So that's why I proposed it like that. But yes, you definitely know what we're talking about. And what I was going to say about Billy Gunn and his performance is, I don't know if you'd agree with me on this because of your involvement in the performance, but I know Billy Gunn wasn't performing on like a WWE level, but the level that he was performing on was still leaps and bounds over everybody around him. Just being casual, like him just hanging out was helping everybody around him. And that was just an honor to how good he is as a performer. I don't mean that he wasn't trying. I mean it as he is just that good that him being around you kind of rubs off on you. That's the best way I can give that analogy.
Yeah, that was not the first time that I refereed for Billy Gunn. I had been fortunate enough to very early in my career, after I got out on my own, where I was going into these regional promotions across the country. I had a promotion that had Billy Gunn on the card. This was shortly after he quit, got released, let go, whatever, by WWE. But, the whole process is a revolving door anyway. He'll be back again later on. So I had a fortunate time to referee his match.
Yeah, there'll be a DX reunion at some point.
Yeah, right. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So, and yesterday, I also had the realization that it's not the first time that I heard the phrase slow down when it was used in a teaching aspect. And that's also something that I heard early on in my career. And it was one of those things that it was kind of like a time bomb kind of thing, where it just don't realize it until later on in your career, when you now have the thing called experience behind you, to where you understand how these guys are operating on a different level by going in a much more slower pace, slower motion. Because when you're in the ring, you have to. First of all, you have to concentrate on your opponent. You have to concentrate on, what else is going on in the ring. And time, it somehow, I don't know, it just moves slower in the ring than it does out here. And some guys on like a Billy Gunn level, they just operate on that level where they're just all cool, calm, collected, man in charge over here, just another day at the office.
They're old pros and they have the timing down. Right. They know what people are expecting. They know what gets them good ratings in the past, what got them bad rating, and they just know what works. And so they are just calm in their professionalism because they know what's coming.
Like a studio drummer or a studio musician that can just hit the beat and get the right notes in the right order.
I don't know if you guys can see this. I just pulled it up. We'll see if it pulls up.
That's what I was saying. You look like a midget, man.
I look so small compared to a actual professional wrestler. It is a next level. I have to admit, just shaking his hand was intimidating. It was an honor. It was an honor to be able to, and I want to thank you again, Terry, for inviting me and getting me to go out there. And because I wouldn't have if you wouldn't have invited me and informed me about it. I didn't honestly know what was going on. And I really appreciate it.
I'm very happy everything actually worked out. And wow, the long drive you took all the way down there and back home again. I know I got home before you did that night. So, I'm very happy that. Yeah,
it was amazing, man, and getting to hang out with you afterwards. I'll release our little video that me and you shot. In front of the Civic Center a little bit later, just to give everybody a perspective. Me and you are standing right next to each other, and we talk a little bit about the event and what went on, and we'll talk about that at some point.
Yeah, have to be part of your promo video.
Yeah, exactly.
And I do want to say to kind of set up that video that you're going to share later on, what made last night really special for me is, not only the fact that you, a new friend of mine, was there, but the fact that this was actually at the venue that I went to see my very first WWF at the time, now WWE. This was a venue that I went to see WWE for the very first time when I was a kid. I saw the Macho Man Randy Savage take on the American Dream Dusty Rhodes, got to see Mr. Perfect, and obviously it had its impression on me, and everything, as they say, it all comes back full circle, and very happy and very grateful, very blessed to be a part of professional wrestling and to just simply live that dream. And very grateful again that you came down to see the show.
No, me and my significant other left saying Terry has one of the coolest jobs that you can have, and especially as just a side gig, because you got your own business that you're working on the other mainstream. So it's amazing that you're able to do those things. And I may be hitting you up soon about this school. After
excellent.
Gosh, man, that it really just sparked a bunch of interest back into me, and I'm not gonna lie, it was really nice to get to do that. I don't know if I don't know how much of a read you were getting off of me when I was out there, but because I try not to cheese too much in front of my significant other, but. Yeah, I was a kid in a candy store at the time.
I saw.
I mean, the only times I was having trouble, I was like, man, I'd love to sit here and order drinks all night and not have to worry about driving back and actually enjoy myself. But yeah, we had a 3-hour drive ahead of us, and so I couldn't indulge as much as I wanted to. But it was great that they had that option. Man, me and you gotta set something up where, because I know you're going to be in the Chicagoland area, and so when you are, that's when I'm going to be at the Close Drive, and you're going to have to commute, and we'll set something up.
Totally, definitely, yeah. I have some old friends up there, so looking forward to coming back up there sometime soon.
But yeah, hopefully with all this stuff going on with CM Punk, hopefully. Might be something for you in the future here. I like that.
You never know.
That's the kind of match me and you are going to be at in the future. I'm predicting it now. Me and you, CM Punk card, and whether it's UFC or whether it's MMA or whether it's another venue, I see it happen. But Major Face Palm, these people doing mixed martial arts and doing their 5 minutes. In five minute rounds, it's absolutely insane. It's next level commitment. Just like I was talking about with these wrestlers, there's another level to. Me and Terry were talking about all the different styles of that people go through their matches. Whether it's we're going to orchestrate this whole thing prior, or we are going to have an end goal, a few spots that we're worried about, and then we're going to improvise on the way. The way I like to think about it is you think of your comedians that are killers in the industry, your Jim Carreys that, yes, they have a storyline that they have to follow, but every single producer that is standing in front of Jim Carrey is going to let him improvise a little bit because they know it'll make their movie better in the long run. The last thing
Williams never improvised anything.
What's that?
Robin Williams never improvised anything.
No, he's another great example of those people that you have to have, and you have to let them have their creative will to let them do what they're good at. And you get that in actors or any other art as well. But you have to let those people flourish. And sometimes producers try to jump too much on it and mess it up.
Well, they want to micromanage. They want to control everything because they think they know everything. And that's the thing about, gets into all the different topics that I get into. It's got nothing to do with it. So, yeah. Oh,
Terry's trying to trigger people over here. Uh-oh.
He's triggering me.
They do.
Yeah, no, that's so awesome that it circled back for you like that too.
But it's important to know what it is that you want and going after it, because that's true happiness is whenever you actually find your ideals, your goals, and you can achieve them. That's the objective of life, according to some Japanese, is finding what that destiny is. So that's congratulations, kudos to you, man. That's freaking fantastic.
Well, this is the biggest problem I've ever come across is I have trouble with this idea that there's only one thing that you're supposed to be good at and that you're supposed to want in life. I'm the exact. I want many. No, I know. I'm not quoting you. I was just saying in general. There's so many things I want, and I have trouble just settling for one. It's that idea that you're only supposed to be good at one thing, and you're only supposed to be a specialist at one thing. Otherwise,
there's certain things that make you. You're not going to be an astronomer and then a nuclear physicist and then a brain surgeon in the same lifetime. If you want to do some of those highly specialized things, but you have to make it a focus. However, life is more interesting when you're not, when you have this distant view of the big thing. It just depends on what your objectives are. The more focused and specialized you are, you're usually going to have a better paycheck at the end. But what's a paycheck if you're not enjoying it?
Just a heads up for everybody. The next fight up will be Jake Paul and Tyron Woodley. The female main card fight just happened, and the person holding all the belts prior to this fight is continually holding all of these belts. I had a feeling that she was going to win, but I don't know enough about boxing to relay her information, but yes, the main card is going to be starting soon. But yeah, with Major Facepalm's thing about Robin Williams as well. I mean, I feel like there's a lot.
What dreams may come is the one talking about the depressed wife that ended up committing suicide. Is that it? No, or was that a different movie?
Well, for me with Robin, like I know people had a problem with him and his joke thieving in his early career. And I don't know if it was because of the lifestyle he lived and the way that we don't have social media these days where you could probably get away with it. But
Robin Williams used to steal shit?
Oh, yeah, you can look that up on the internet anywhere. He's the Dane Cook of his day. But at the time, he eventually evolved and only did his own work after that. He did have to evolve and pull away from that because he was stealing other stand-up comedians' work at the time. And
we all know Joe Rogan's stance on stealing shit. I mean, he called this guy out in the middle of the stage one time. So
you're talking about Carlos Mencia? Don't get me started on Carlos Mencia.
Something like that. Whatever. I don't like people that plagiarize things.
No, it's Carlos Mencia. And he's the guy who had a show on Comedy Central I also I've talked to Carlos Mencia.
I get you, but I was talking about plagiarism as in
That's the one that he went on stage. That's the person he personally went on stage and called out for stealing jokes from Ari Shaffir about building a wall and stuff like that. And it was at the Comedy Store.
I remember that. I was just making a sidebar to.
Oh yeah, no. I want to. That's such a deep.
Avoid that sidebar. Yeah, you're right.
That's such a deep rabbit hole. You can't just smear across it. The guy you're referring to, his name is Ned, and he was given a name by the person that runs the Comedy Store, and that name that he was given to this German Hispanic was Carlos Mencia, because she thought it would help his career to be named Carlos Mencia rather than Ned, whatever his last name was.
Flanders, maybe?
And then went on to perform as the Mexican artist, stealing jokes from everybody from, God, what's his name that had his own TV show? I can't think of it now. Icon when it comes to Mexican comedians. Yeah. It's not Cheech or Chong. It's, Lopez?
There's mixed videos on YouTube.
Carlos Lopez.
Yeah, there's mixed videos on YouTube that exist where they take compilations of these comedians where they tell essentially the same joke and how word for word it's the same. Yeah, they're begging and borrowing and stealing.
Back in the day, you didn't have people videotaping everything all the time, and so that particular audience maybe hadn't heard it, or they know that it's a guaranteed laugh. So they're going to do it. Why? Because people didn't have access to. And I saw that on
tape recorders.
YouTube
Back then, before you have video camera, you still had tape recorders. I mean, as actors and artists, comedians, I'm sure would tape record, their fellow performers on stage.
And you see this now. The good comedians are trying to bring it back to those old days when technology wasn't like that. At a Dave Chappelle concert, what happened, or performance, what happens is they actually collect your cell phones in the beginning of the show because they don't want you streaming it out and giving out the jokes and ruining it and taking away from the show, because
plus the fact they don't make any money off of it because it's all free. And any next show, well, you did that last week. That's not new. Where's your new stuff? It takes them 6 months to a year to get new stuff. What Dreams May Come, then that was the Afterlife movie. His idea it was really close to on the mark, to where we create our own little realities. He was actually painting it and that sort of stuff, but we kind of do. But we do that in this reality as well. Just the paint brushes a little bit, not as immediate, but it's still there. Anyway, I deviated from our topic. I apologize.
Sorry, I'm Richard Pryor. Chat at the same time. Richard Pryor, God is right.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm. God is the word you should use for Richard Pryor when you're talking about comedy.
Yeah,
he's one of the groundbreakers. He's your Andre the Giant of comedy.
I would, yeah. What a wonderful thing to say. Yeah. Richard Pryor.
He was just fishing for jokes, wasn't he?
Pryor's Place. That was a television show back in the 80s. That he had his own show.
When nobody had shows.
My favorite thing that Richard Pryor did was always Brewster's Millions. As a young man, and like having so many other things to watch, for some reason that drew my attention so much. It was so intriguing to me. I don't know why. It just really connected with me, and I liked Richard Pryor's work.
You gave him the rooster. Jeez. Mud Rabbit's got so many stories. Holy crap. She's been in everything.
Oh, Herman, thank you so much for stopping by. Sorry, I'm catching up the chat right now. I see it down there, but I'll catch up to you shortly. Oh, sorry about that. Gosh, I got the Jake Paul fight next to me. I'm catching up the chat. I'm really nervous about this fight. I really do want I want Tyron Woodley to win. I'm so biased about this. Sopranos fan made it in. He's talking about Louis C.K. We're catching up the chat. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get down to it.
I have a question for the group, for everyone in the chat. Who was the first celebrity that you ever met? If you can remember.
Okay, I remember.
Okay.
First celebrity I ever met was Cindy Crawford. I landscaped her parents' house.
And then, up close.
So she's from my hometown. I know where I landscape her family's house on a regular basis. Wow. And yes, I've been out to eat with her. I think the first time I'm pretty sure she's the first celebrity that I met.
Yeah. Definitely. Really. Yeah.
Like my town's known for two things. Our corn is known across the US, and Cindy Crawford is known across the US. That's about it. My town is known for two things.
Nice.
I noticed that when I was in Decatur. If you go around Decatur and look at any of their corn signs, there's a significant sign in all of their corn signs that is my town name.
Yeah, well, I've been through Decatur myself when I was on my way up to Kokomo, Indiana.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we were buying printing equipment back in the day, back in the late 70s. And that's when I knew Chicago.
What do you guys think of this one?
Funny in his own way. I don't know what kind of sick shit he was into, or what kind of fucked up mentality that it was in, that he thought that what he did was actually okay. But also the way that they canceled him is kind of bizarre. And he came back, and okay, but still, a sick fuck is a sick fuck. But to each his own.
I think he's got a power control problem.
Who doesn't nowadays? When you see those guys, they get into those positions because they're willing to bully and push others around, and they're willing to lower themselves to whatever level.
Is he good at comedy? Yes, I think people can be good at their craft and also be a really weird person.
Well, hold on. One of my favorite programs when I was growing up was Dr. Huxtable. I mean, that guy was everybody's favorite.
Be careful with this road. Be careful with this road.
I'm just saying that people.
I've never heard of a program called Dr. Huxtable. I have seen the Cosby Show. I have seen a lot of other things, but a person that I think you might be referring to has been down a dark path in his life towards his later years. And
people can be extremely talented and still sick fucks, and you don't know it.
Exactly.
That was the reference that I was trying to make. Why? Because everybody thought he was one way, when in reality, it wasn't that. So that's the whole thing that all of it's about. I mean, we have to take their on-screen personalities as on-screen personalities and nothing more. It is, unfortunately, for example, we've got an artist who was never able to grow out of his on-screen personality, and that would be Mark Hamill. Mark Hamill, I think. Who was Luke?
Michael Jackson already came up in the chat.
Yeah, from Star Wars.
Michael Jackson came up. I knew we were going to get that name when we came in to this conversation.
No, but I was thinking Luke Skywalker's always been Luke Skywalker, and that was Princess Leia's complaint, is that she was always Princess Leia. She did a couple of other movies, and they were fantastic. I mean, I loved Carrie Fisher and all her stuff. I thought she was a fantastic artist, but she could never get away from, but I loved her because she was Princess Leia. And so I wanted to see anything that Princess Leia had to do. But she also had a pretty dark past. I mean, she was seriously into drugs and everything else, and that sort of thing. Ralph Nader. I mean, how the fuck did we get into that piece of shit?
Let's stay off the politics for a little while if we can.
All right.
I'll skip over that one for a little while. Soprano fan, I appreciate the question, but I want to stay away from politics for a little bit if we can.
No,
Your mom lived next to Jim Morrison. That is awesome. We were talking about Oliver Stone, the producer earlier, and that's one of my favorite movies by him is the Doors movie that he did. And Val Kilmer's depiction of Jim Morrison was absolutely amazing in that movie. Again, captivated me. She also met Pauly Shore. Oh, that's fun. Pauly Shore would be a good time, I feel like.
Major facepalm. That's cool. Sorry, I was just reading.
Sorry, I'm catching up slowly.
I'm trying to catch up as well.
No, I bet you're in front of me. I'm still catching up.
No, but Ralph Nader. Yeah. See, you're thinking of another Nader. I knew about Ralph, but
Michael
Danny
Jackson.
DeVito. Now that would be interesting.
Oh yeah, Danny DeVito would be a good one too.
I fight and beat it, and Weird Al's.
Oh, in the Beat It video. Oh, in the Eat It video. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Weird
Yeah,
Al Yankovic. That was freaking awesome.
I'm a big
I
Weird
have
Al.
a Weird Al Yankovic story. You want to hear it?
Bring it to us, Terry.
No, not at all. It's off topic. We can't allow that tonight.
Okay, so I have an eBay where I sell some things on eBay. I had this book and had a book of celebrities, of singers, I mean, and I listed it on eBay. I was done reading it, and I sold it to John Bermuda Schwartz, who is Weird Al Yankovic's personal drummer. Matter of fact, he was Weird Al Yankovic's very first guy that he hired on to go out on the road with him back in the old, back when they first started. How cool is that? Sold something to the drummer for Weird Al on eBay.
Weird Al.
That's degrees of separation.
Haven't met him really in person other than seeing him up on the stage. I have been to a couple of Weird Al Yankovic concerts. One where I sat kind of like you, Jacob, where I was in right smack dab in the center row. So, yeah.
The great has met somebody fantastic. He's absolutely he's right on that one. That's the biggest star we have around us.
Yes.
I agree.
Besides
I want her autograph.
Besides, I have to admit, our future president that we have that accompanies us every once in a while, who's busy at the moment.
Well, he's rich, but Tiffany is famous.
Tiffany's got quite the following. I have to give her that. I have to admit, and I'm a big fan of Tiffany's, and that's why I get the ability to go on her show every once in a while. She's nice enough.
If I want anything autographed, I want the Ant card autographed. That's one thing that I do want autographed from her.
Gosh, Preston Nichols and Al Bielek. Yes, those two are their own rabbit hole. But I don't know if I know Mark.
I have watched the full length video. I think it's like 3 hours long of the interview, like the original 1990 interview. I'm talking about
when they're sitting in their apartment
early online.
When they're sitting in their apartment and they have the four of them together, and they're I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I've seen that several times. Matter of fact, I saw that very early 2000s, I believe, first online. So, and watched it a few times ever since. So, yeah.
I'm a big Montauk fan. I wish we had more people involved in Montauk to talk about. But
you know, I have never seen the series. I've never seen the series Strange Universe.
Yeah, exactly. Strange Universe? No, I haven't seen that one either.
Yeah.
But yes, Penn, I agree.
What's interesting though is the main character, his last name is Hopper, Sheriff Hopper.
Yes.
So
and also the significant name in the new common one, Stranger Things.
Yeah.
He was one of the heroes in Stranger Things. I mean, Hopper was a pretty badass
Stranger
guy.
Things, yeah.
Yeah, that was a good show. I watched that one. Really bizarre, but not too far off. Sorry, Vince Patterson. I didn't even catch what that reference. I must have made something that I don't even remember saying. I know everything that comes out of my mouth, right?
Oh, we're catching up. So at the same time, it could have been something we talked about 20 minutes ago. I apologize. We go into parts. I'm trying to catch up the chat. Yes, I also love Val Kilmer. I like him in Deja Vu. He's my Batman. Him and gosh, I can't think of his name now. Oh man, I'm horrible with names tonight. But the other person I like is the person in the original
Michael Keaton.
Yes, Keaton and Val Kilmer are my Batman.
Yeah,
Keaton's my favorite. They made 3 with him anyway.
Michael Keaton is one of my
mine.
favorite actors.
Yeah.
Danny DeVito, that would be awesome.
Oh, that's awesome.
Again, is he as short as we? Well, he's got to be. But anyway, he was the Penguin. You can't be tall and being the Penguin.
I mean, if we can't put him next to Billy Gunn, we don't have reference. We have to.
He was next to Arnold. I'm
That
sure
would be interesting. Billy Gunn up here, Danny DeVito.
I think he'd be down.
Yeah. Oh, totally. Yeah.
it's a whole other thing. Interesting. However, our obsession with really famous people and connection to them, there are psychological factors to that I remember studying back in the day. And it's just bizarre how we try and increase our importance by our proximity to those that we view as important versus our own individual importance. But I don't know, that just might be me, my mind, and things that I do go through. Oh, okay. Actually talking to him. But yeah, I used to really enjoy Weird Al Yankovic's videos just because they made me laugh.
Hilarious.
Well, and yeah, it did have that reference to Montauk, but it also touched on a lot of Andrew Basiago's story. It touched on a few things. The other one that I always point to of significance is Fringe. Fringe and Stranger Things are honestly the most straightforward, honest productions about leakage of truth that I've seen in science fiction. That I would assume. I mean, I don't know, of course. Oh, they're doing the entrances right now. Tyron Woodley is making the stage.
All righty. Right on time, more or less. We're coming up on 2 hours.
Yeah, that's about the time of the whole platform that they have. Takes them all that to get rid of the rest.
I appreciate that, Tiffany. Now, I don't know how you're going to get a signed card to me down here in Brazil, but I'll find a next time I'm up to the States, I'll find a way.
His throat cancer. Yeah, he's going through a lot.
My favorite Val Kilmer movie was Real Genius, actually, to be honest with you. Herman the Great here is talking about Danny DeVito in that particular comment. But yeah, I mean, I don't know who else watched Real Genius. That was just a movie that man, I was so into movies at one point. I was watching everything.
What was the other one? Twins, where Danny DeVito was standing next to Arnold
Schwarzenegger. That's what I was talking about. Having him next to Arnold.
Major
Adam West. I mean, come on. I didn't like Adam West.
That was I said her. Sorry, That was Major Facepalm's Batman. Is Adam West in?
Yeah, I know, but I mean, seriously, 1960s, 1970s Batman. I mean, it's just he had that
shark repellent. That was the best part. The shark, yeah. The Adam
Oh no,
West
you
used the
can't.
shark
The
repellent
best part
in
is
the movie.
the boom and the pow, the boom, the pow, the smack.
Yeah.
I just can't get past the beer gut that he had. No chest and a beer gut. How's this guy going to beat up anybody? He had tiny little arms and everything else. I'm just going right. She's got her own restaurant even. Holy crap. I mean, seriously, when I come back someday, I want to, see.
When is Mud Rabbit going to release all this information to us? When is she going to do the play?
There's this movie back in the 80s to where the guy was talking about, the time between one life and the other one. And so there's this room, this like auditorium where you can go in to visors and watch other people's lives. So you're not acting, but you're getting to watch their life through their eyes and that sort of thing. So in that situation, I would love to come back and watch Mud Rabbit's life through her eyes. I mean, that would be an exciting experience anyway. So yeah.
Johnny Dragon. So Johnny Dragon has the awesome ability. He actually got to talk to Johnny Depp recently on TikTok. And props out to Johnny Dragon. He's one of the few people that I know that has talked to Johnny Depp in person. That's awesome. Congratulations, Senor. Hope you're doing good.
Yeah, I used to like Johnny Depp until I made a couple of those comments against a person you and I know that I respect.
I mean, I don't know him, but I respect him. I've never met him.
He's a good artist. I like a lot of his movies. Let's leave it there.
No, I know what you mean. No, I'm saying the person that he threw clout on. I said I don't know that person personally, but I do know he threw clout on him.
Go back to that previous comment. That's interesting to touch on.
Let's see here. Which one?
The one about the colony?
The Colony series? Yeah, that was a good series as well.
Yeah, somebody was talking about not predictive programming. What was the comment, actually? I need to go into the chat.
I probably haven't gotten to it yet then.
Truth Drop. Right there, that one. Truth Drop.
Yeah.
The Colony. Okay, that's their predictive program, them trying to tell us what they believe life is. Bizarre how their perception of everything is the colony. I don't know if anybody watched that series, but it is. Yeah, really.
No,
we ought to just make a Mud Rabbit. Yeah, definitely. We need to put Mud Rabbit up on C-SPAN, and there we've got our disclosure on just about everything.
Oh, I didn't know that, Johnny. I appreciate the insight. No, I was just assuming by the name. I was confused. I shouldn't assume gender by the name. I apologize. I got to tiptoe down those roads now.
A name like Johnny. Sopranos fan, were they always like that, or did fame do that to them? It's kind of like that selling your soul for fame and fortune type thing. They might not have started out that way, but they ended up going to the top by going to the bottom. The more malleable you are, the more they will use you. And so they'll give you benefits for however they benefit as well. So unfortunately, it's the price they pay. It's just when you get bitten and used so much, you ended up being bitter yourself and learning to use others. And so it's the reality itself becomes problematic. You see all these guys that, they just people in general, not just guys that just abuse their position because they can, unfortunately. But hey, it is what it is, right?
Who was the one that asked that question? Was that Mud Rabbit? Because I can kind of comment on that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Being in professional wrestling, I got into it shortly after college, and I was traveling around and made it up to pay-per-view level, and then the wool kind of got pulled out from underneath me, and then got pushed back down to the indies because they moved on to other things, and things change, revolving door again. That's how it works. But I just got so frustrated and fed up that I wasn't the happy-go-lucky guy that I was when I started, and I just quit, gave it up, cold turkey. 8 years, and matter of fact, I was out of professional wrestling so long that I had to have a friend of mine tell me, okay, how long was I out? And it was just where I don't know what it is, if it was just that spark was rekindled, if it's once you get it, you never lose it. I don't know, but I just started watching some local independents right here on YouTube, and I got reconnected again and got back into it and found my love for it once again. And Jacob was a witness to that last night, and again, grateful for that. So yeah, the ones that you meet that are just nasty, gosh dang,
They're usually going through some bad shit themselves.
Right. Yeah,
reflecting.
and I'm sure it's obviously it can't be personal against you, Mud Rabbit. You're obviously a wonderful person, as we all know you to be. But for crying out loud, yeah, there's some real, honest to goodness, what are they thinking kind of people out there?
No, but it's kind of like that old kick the cat type thing.
Yeah.
And that one right there, I was waiting for you to get to that one. You're lucky, Tiffany, because 4 years old, visiting Disneyland. Yeah, we're not going to get into that topic. We know where that's going.
So, I'll get into that topic a little bit. So I have a person that I was in a group with when I was younger, and they go by a different name now. But their brother passed away at Disneyland, and they were literally dragged out of the facility because nobody ever dies at Disneyland. And I have no problem talking about that because it was something I personally experienced. There was a person that I met through school with me, and it didn't make a lot of public knowledge, of course, because it was just reported by the local town of where Disneyland was, because they got off Disneyland property quite quickly. And there's some interesting
you can't have cops investigating a situation to where you don't want cops investigating any kind of situation.
Yeah.
Don't know exactly what gravy stands for, but I have a general notion. We live in a very sick world, unfortunately, but we are sold the idea that it is all pristine and something that we strive to be like. But anyway.
Thank you, Infinite Moi, for being here. I know you follow Tiffany and a lot of the other people in the chat. I appreciate you stopping by.
Always good. The more people we have, the better.
Oh yeah, we appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that explains the two wins. All right. Cool. That's what we're here for. If it were a boring conversation, nobody would tune in.
Exactly. So it wouldn't be here very long. We try to do our best.
Which is why I've been quiet, because the conversation was going well.
They Live was awesome. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Roddy Poppers, They Live. Yeah.
He said that movie was a documentary.
It was. It is. And it continues to be.
The first round has started. The gentlemen have been touching gloves and are striking. Some body shots going on right now. Nothing significant yet. First round of 8.
First round of 8. All right. You and Terry are gonna have to commentate on that one, definitely.
He's not watching, so I can't relay it, but I'll keep up with the chat as well. I just wanted to give a little update.
Oh my goodness, they're giving each other everything they've got. What a competitive match we have here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. And what a packed house it is tonight. And oh goodness gracious golly. Wow, what are we doing here?
So the one thing I wanted to do when I was at the show the other night was grab the microphone and be like, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, D-Generation X proudly brings to you the new tag team champions of the world. No, I
That's good. Yeah.
All of those memorized. Like to the X to the P to the A to the C. Yes, I have them all memorized. They're my favorite.
That's great.
But it would have been fun. It would have been that was the only thing going through my head when he was like, I can't really talk about this because I'm in AEW now, but
yeah.
Ooh, got some good action going on. Sorry. Only stepmother died. Oh wow.
Evil stepmothers in the movies. Yeah.
Yes, according to Disney.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Catch up this chat a little bit. Sorry.
Oh. I didn't.
She's talking about Disney. It could be, but if that's the kind of thing that they want to attack a channel for, I'll hold them responsible for it. Because this is a personal story of somebody I know specifically where I could give.
Mud Rabbit's talking about the other stuff that I'm referring to that goes on.
I thought they were talking about Disney still. I'm still catching up.
Yeah, but see, there's a problem with Disney that gets channels canned for.
We're into this. We're into the second round. Nobody has been knocked out yet.
Definitely. Cool. Yeah. Jake, the only thing is I'm going to have to bid you adieu if I could.
Michael, I appreciate you coming on with us tonight, man. I wanted to get a weekend shot in with you. I'm glad you had the time.
Definitely. I was wondering yesterday that you told me you were going to do something on the weekend, and we didn't. Terry, it was a pleasure seeing you. Everyone in chat, always a tremendous pleasure being able to give you an enjoyable evening. So definitely. However, my evening is just beginning, and it's midnight. So thank you very much for everything. Enjoy yourselves. Continue. You're going to be on for a long time, I know.
Oh, yeah.
I unfortunately.
That's usually the tendency.
But I appreciate everything, Jake. Appreciate the invite and everything else. Again, Terry, always good seeing you. And I look forward to the videos that Jake's going to put up of both y'all on fight night. And keep them updated on the fight, Jake. Thanks much. Much love to everyone. Peace.
Pena Perspective out.
Hey. Yeah.
Update on the fight. Second round just started. We are 223, 222 into the second round. Still everybody standing. No significant drops or anything yet. Jake Paul doing a little bit of taunting to the crowd, trying to work them up as well. But yes. I would love to give more commentary, but I don't do it very much. I wish I had that ability. Jake Paul's coming in with a lot of circling hooks. Not a lot of straightforward jabs. Tyron Woodley's coming in with a lot more of a straightforward jabs and cross strikes. Yes, hit that like button. I appreciate it, everybody that's tuning in. Johnny Dragon. Yeah, everybody. I don't know anybody that's not a Johnny Depp fan. I mean, I feel like we're all out there. I don't know if you heard me on Tiffany's. My favorite one for Johnny Depp has always been What's Eating Gilbert Grape. Let's see. Unfortunately, a lot of people have. I was fans. Fans list, but no, yeah.
Yeah, real Johnny Depp asked me to be his girlfriend.
that would be an honor, of course. Let's see here.
Please commentate the fight in Joey Styles and Rick Rude, yeah, from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Joey Styles. Joey Styles. Here we go. Oh my God! There you go.
Nailed it. 30 seconds left in the second round.
Wow.
Jake's against the ropes. Tyron holding the center of the ring.
Thank you.
Keeping Jake back.
Thank you, Tiffany.
Let's see here. Catch up a little bit. Good night, Michael. Good night. Yes. Hopefully Michael will get to tune in with us. He might catch up with us in the chat. Michael's notorious for jumping back into the chat afterwards. I appreciate it when he does. So hopefully he gets a chance. That's the end of the second round. No drops yet that I've seen. It's good so far. Going longer, Jake predicted knockout in the second round. He looks winded. He looks tired. I'm watching his cornerman talk to him right now, trying to talk him through into the next round. And yes, he looks a little more uncollected than Tyron at the moment. But who knows? Still a lot of fight left. 8 rounds. We're 2 in. Getting ready to start the third. West Haven, thank you for dropping back. I appreciate it. What were you going to say, Terry?
I just see Johnny Dragon in the chat and everything that you're really interested in writing songs and music and being going out to Hollywood. If you have those aspirations, look for a organization, Central Casting. Look them up, and they're a organization out in Hollywood that they'll take pretty much anyone and everyone. It's an open casting call to where they have all of these listings for movies and television shows that you could just simply be an extra on and work your way up, and that might be a way to start out in Hollywood. So many blessings to you. Good luck with that.
Also a very great movie. If you're talking about the movie Blow, I love that movie with Johnny Depp. Yes, also a very great movie.
Brasco.
Sorry, the chat is really far behind. I love the chat.
Yeah, there's a lot of people here.
Yeah. We all love Edward Scissorhands. I'm going to try to catch up a little bit.
Hey, Jacob, admit it. I'm a draw. Come on,
I'm
the one that breaks them in.
You're the baby face that we needed on this program. I mean, my heel self is not doing it.
Yeah. You need the smiley face. Yeah.
You write songs, play the. Yeah, you told me about that, Johnny. I really respect that. It's a lot of work to put in that type of commitment and learn a musical instrument. I wish I had the time and commitment to learn the guitar as well as I want to. Let's see here. Oh, good night, Elaine. Have a good night. Sorry we didn't get to make the live with you earlier. I appreciate you coming on.
West Haven, always and forever. Yep, good night.
Let's see here. Oh. Sorry. The fight's distracting me at the same time. Yep, and the Pena Perspective is hanging out and enjoying. Just got some work he's got to do. I knew he had to catch up. Is Tiffany throwing down?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Yeah. I hope not. We don't want that kind of violence in the chat. Let's see here. Infinite Moa says, "Baby face, hilarious." They understand the lingo. I like that.
Yeah.
Like when people catch it. I was trying to explain that to my girlfriend of like how one person is supposed to get the pull from the audience and how the other person isn't, and like it's your good guy, your bad guy, but one isn't necessarily supposed to win, and the other is not necessarily supposed to win. It's just crowd favor. It doesn't actually control the outcome of the event. It's just who they want the fans to be supporting at the time, and it's actually a lot deeper than most people think. End of the third round. We are making it into the fourth round now. They just clipped to Mrs. Paul, Jake and Logan's mom. She seems quite stressed out. She is not having a good time watching her son fight. Let's see here. But yes, Terry. With the movie trailer voice.
The movie trailer voice. Yeah. You know, you were mentioning comedians earlier. I'll tell you, my favorite comedian is what is he here? Pablo Francisco. He is a comedian that does an impersonation of Don LaFontaine, who Don LaFontaine is the guy that did the famous movie trailer voice. In a world, in a time, in the land before time. You know, that guy with the deep voice. And he has a whole routine based on that. Pablo Francisco, favorite comedian. Yeah. The new little Nate. Yeah. Charles Robinson. That's
exactly.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Let's we say something.
That's hilarious. Thank you, Mother. You're on point tonight. He's never gone. He's always here listening. He's like Santa Claus. Let's see. I'm impressed how intuition and how acting the audience. Bravo. Yeah. I think it makes a huge difference in selling the show and everything else. Like there's so much that ties into that when people consider it acting. Like to me, it's a performance, and if you want to call it acting, if you want to call it whatever, but yes, this person is taking on a persona where they're trying to make you convinced of something.
Right.
What they're trying to convince you of is yet to be determined, but how good they do it is what brings you to that point.
Right. And I'll give you an example of that. There was a point last night during that ladder match to where a couple of the competitors battled their way over to the merchandise table. Do you remember that spot?
I didn't get to see it. It was on the other side of the arena, so I missed.
That's right. Yeah, you were clear on the other side. So
I walked up to the table. I walked up to the table afterwards. I have to give everybody a little insight. There were screws laying on the ground that fell out of the table. They actually did go through this table.
Yes.
It was 100% broken laying there until I left that day.
Were those real tables? Yes.
Yes.
Off the shelf.
Very real tables.
Right. Yeah. Went through the tables, but also going back to that magician analogy that we used from earlier, what I had to do over there was I knew that, okay, they're getting ready to go through this table here. I don't know how, but someone's going to go through a table. So everyone was clear over here watching what was going on in the ring until this part of the match came up. So now I have to do everything as an actor playing the part of a referee to draw everyone's attention in the audience over here, because we're clear back over here at the merchandise table, the legit merchandise table that these guys are now standing on top of, getting ready to do a suplex or a power bomb or something. They're going to go through, and it's going to be a holy moment, and the crowd's going to go nuts, and that, of course, is what happened.
End of the fourth round. Everybody is in their corners. We're halfway through the main event, and nobody has been knocked out. Jake has been stumbled quite a few times by Tyron Woodley. I have to. They're showing replays now, and Tyron Woodley has definitely shook up Jake Paul, and they're going into the fifth round now. So
Fifth round.
Fifth
Round. You are getting your money's worth here, ladies and gentlemen, tonight. And these competitors are just giving it their all. Wow.
Tyron's giving me chills right now, seeing the looks on his faces when he's throwing these punches. Like, Tyron's in this match. I am all right, we just started the fifth. Just started.
Ding, ding.
Half be yourself, half entertain. Yeah. I mean, and I do think there has to be some realism in it in order to sell it as well. There has to be a balance in that in order to be able to sell it properly.
Yes. Yeah, it's more real than what people outside of the ring will ever give it credit for. And it's like you kind of said earlier and tiptoed around where, there's certain levels of competitors will go into a match where they'll talk through every
uppercut
step.
From Tyron Woodley to Jake Paul.
Yeah.
Ooh. Sorry.
Yeah.
That brought me out of it. Sorry, I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt.
What's going on? I mean, get into it.
Let's see here.
Yeah.
I'm going to catch up the chat a little bit. I know I'm falling behind, guys. I'm trying to keep everybody caught up in the chat as well as keeping up with these fights on the side. I only covered one fight, and it's too hard to cover. Terry knows the struggle of covering one fight.
Yep.
And more than that. He did 4 in one night the other night, and I couldn't keep up.
Oh, my goodness. I sweating afterwards, yeah.
He's not down yet. No, nobody is down yet. Nobody has taken a fall yet. Taken a fall. Interesting phrasing of words that I used there. No, they actually both look like they're trying significantly hard compared to like the Ben Askren fight and the other fight. No, they're yelling at each other right now. Jake Paul just licked his gloves while Tyron Woodley yelled something at him across from each other. 50 seconds left in the last seconds of the fifth round. A couple jabs going across, nothing significant. Jake's throwing a hard overhand right, trying to catch Woodley, but it's not seeming to do much. Not shaking him up that much. Ooh, last 20 seconds. Let's see here. I'll catch this up a little bit. Jacob and Terry, WWE conspiracy theory for you guys. Considering Bret Hart's relationship with McMahon, do you think there was any foul behind play involvement? Oh, no, I don't think there was. No. Not even kind of. I think that was a whole accident. That'll draw me 100% away from the fight. Owen Hart was such a good performer that Vince McMahon would never try to do anything to interfere on that, whether he could have the guy on his promotion or not. He didn't care that much. He was willing to get rid of Hulk Hogan and never have him on the promotion. His dad was, rather than deal with Hulk Hogan's drama. I don't think Vince McMahon was like that. Vince McMahon came on, brought Hulk Hogan back, saved the actual WWF promotion when he united all of the region wrestling. And no, I couldn't see Vince McMahon having a conspiracy theory in that. I don't know your theory on it, Terry, but I couldn't see that. As much as darking in that
WWE in general, they've actually helped wrestlers through rehab and with funeral expenses and family expenses and giving.
Well, and I understand.
I
understand the idea behind the like the Montreal screw job and stuff like that, but that's not nearly as significant as what happened with the Blue Blazer in that event.
Yeah.
And it was another level. I remember I was watching it live that night.
Were you?
And it was, no, I was 100% watching it. I wasn't there.
Yeah.
I was watching it live on TV, of course.
Okay.
And it blew my mind. Starting the sixth round. Sorry about that.
Okay.
But Let's see here. Jake Paul versus Episode 4 Darth Vader. Yes, that would be entertaining.
You're welcome, Johnny Dragon. Good luck to you.
Sounds like such an experience. Seriously, an adrenaline rush. Yes.
Yeah, it is very much. It's based on adrenaline, testosterone in there. You know, hey, I'm a guy here. But yeah, you get in there and just get going. And yeah, adrenaline. That's what a rush. Oh, what a rush. Oh, yeah.
Got 1.5 left in the 6th round.
1.5 minutes in the 6th round. Sixth round.
6 of 8. It's gone farther than everybody's predicted involved in the fight. Jake Paul made a prediction that it would be ended in the 2nd round by knockout. And Jake is looking super tired. He's kind of throwing to the bleachers right now with his left hand. He actually changed up his stance and is going left paw now, which is actually, I think, his dominant hand. I think he tried to hide that in his other fights. He was actually right-handed in all of his other fights prior to this fight. So if anybody knows anything about boxing, he definitely gave a read to everybody on the other 3 fights and was trying to get people to get ready to face him southpaw when he wasn't actually southpaw. But yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, I didn't expect Paul to make it into the 4th as well. You can tell he's tired. He's breathing super hard. He's slouched over. Tyron's still upright. He's not bending over, slouching. I mean, don't get me wrong. Paul's got 1.5 foot probably on Tyron Woodley, but at the same time, Woodley's holding himself a lot more. With having as big as muscles as Tyron Woodley has, it takes a lot more oxygen to go to those muscles. And he has a clearly better cardio than Jake. Doesn't mean one might not be stronger than the other, but cardio-wise, right now, it's showing that Tyron Woodley is in much better shape than Jake Paul when it comes to longevity of the fight. Infinite Moi said, Tiffany, are you singing Sweet Caroline for the finale? Yes, that would be great. I would love to have you on, Tiffany. If you want to sing for the finale of this fight, if you would feel up for it, I would have you on to sing a song in honor of Tyron Woodley's victory. That was the end of the 6th round. We're going to be going in the 7th. I really hope, I'm not gonna lie, I really hope Tyron wins this. They're pouring water all over Jake right now just to try to cool him down. Tyron took a small sip of water. He's not actually looking that winded at the moment. He's actually looking very composed. And I love it. I love seeing that. I love seeing that. This is what I actually wanted. But still yet to be determined. Two rounds left. 7th and 8th still coming. Getting ready to stand up and come out of their corners now. Round number 7.
All right?
What's that?
Are they all right? Are both competitors okay? I mean, what health condition
so far, nobody's been knocked down. I do think Jake's more tired than the other, but I do not think that anybody is sleepy by that standards.
No concussion or anything.
Nothing like that yet.
Good.
Jake is constantly tying up with Tyron to stop the action. That's something he's hooking Tyron's arms and draping over him in order to stop the boxing action because it gets the ref to come in and break it up.
Right. Yeah.
Tyron's still holding the center of the ring with Jake circling to the outside, so Jake has to move more because Tyron's holding the center of the ring. It's a very good strategy. When it comes to boxing, MMA fighting, or anything else, you want to make them pursue you rather than vice versa, and you have to be counteractive.
See, Andre the Giant knew that in wrestling. Andre would just go right to the center of the ring and just stand there. Make them come to you. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know you've been doing a lot of singing lately. And besides the fact that you guys have done 2 5-hour podcasts in a row and then did what, a 4-hour, no, well, 4 hours yesterday between you and April. Yes, quite the stretch. I can see those vocal cords need some rest. About 1:15 left in the 7th round. I would say when it comes to numbers and striking, I would say Tyron Woodley is significantly raised in a numbers count. I don't know if that's what it comes down to in this fight, if it's down to contacts and whatnot, or if they're just going by knockdowns. I'm not really sure. I should have more info, but at the same time, they don't go by regular standards in these celebrity fights. The Beatles and the Eagles. Yes. Beautiful.
The Beagles?
I said the Beatles. Did I say the Beagles?
The Beagles. No, well, you put the two together. What do you get? The Beagles.
Yes. 30 seconds left in the 7th round. Tying up. Last 30 seconds. Jake's running around the ring, not trying to make contact with Tyron. Tried to punch him one time in his waistline, tried to overhand right. Nothing happened. Tying up for the last 8 seconds. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Nothing. All right, one more round coming for the end of this fight. The last and final round in the Tyron Jake Paul saga. They do have a stipulation in their contracts that they will have a rematch if necessary. They put it in prior to this because
there you go.
They might want you to be interested. They might be selling this fight a little bit.
Yeah.
Even though both of their predictions were off and they were a lot more of competition than each of them thought.
I wish I knew that going into this. Then I would have bet on a non-outcome because it's going to be a draw. Of course, but it's
well,
like
at the same time. Well, at the same time,
the search for more money.
When it comes to the draw, that was the biggest thing. I was looking at the Vegas odds, and Jake Paul has been a favorite for this whole fight, which is insane to me because he hasn't had a single boxer that he's gone against. Yes, I understand that Tyron Woodley hasn't had a single boxing event, but at the same time, Jake Paul hasn't fought a single boxer. So, like, to pick odds on these fights are absolutely insane to me. I don't understand how the Vegas is coming up with these odds, or BTS Sportsbook, or any of the other ones. He's not going to make it, Mud Rabbit says.
That's Mud Rabbit.
I mean, they're in the 8th. They got 2:30 left in the 8th, 2 minutes left. And Jake
I'm
Paul
saying no contest. It got to have the rematch somehow. Yeah,
it's going to come down to it, I'm assuming.
Okay.
Let's see here. 2 minutes left. Not a lot of action going on right now. Both of them kind of circling. Andre the Giant also created the wrestling's pastime known as passing the torch. Yeah, and he actually did it. Like, that's the thing that me and Terry talk about. I don't think a lot of wrestlers that I grew up with are willing to do it, or they don't feel like it's necessary to do it to the people that they should be doing it to.
Yeah.
There's a few wrestlers that I think should have gotten the push, but they never got it. Fell between the cracks, if you will.
Fun fact here, and I'm not proud of it, but I feel it is very much worth sharing, especially in light of what you just said here about how not very many guys do that. There is a local regional promotion that I work with that the champion had made excuse after excuse after excuse not to actually come to one of the shows and actually defend the championship. And it got down to it to where I, as the senior official, stripped him of the championship. He's no longer recognized as champion. I declared the title vacant, handed the championship over to the committee, and now they're having a championship tournament. That part, him not showing up, him not wanting to do business the right way, that part is real. the part where we, as the championship committee and me as acting senior official, had a meeting where it was just us and we discussed this? Yes. Was it my idea? Yes. And I have no
Last
regrets
30
on that.
seconds of the 8th
So,
round.
here we go.
Last 20 seconds. Jake Paul tied up again to try to stop the action. Won't let go. Last 10 seconds. Oh, Woodley's throwing bombs right now. Overhand rights. Jake's circling, trying to get away. Woodley's still throwing bombs. And nothing. That was the end of it. 8 of 8 rounds. Jake put his hands in the air like his only job was to survive. The Disney Channel star made it through another fight. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. All right.
So,
let's see. Now we'll catch up a little bit. Sorry, guys. Yes, Andre's diet consumption was epic. His drinking, his everything was epic.
he loved his
The
wine.
amount of alcohol he could put down was insane. The wine, yes. Bottles and bottles compared to everybody else.
Yeah.
Let's see. So, Terry.
Yeah.
Question for you. I have to
That's
ask.
what Andre liked.
What are you working with tonight?
What's that?
Red, white, sweet? What are we working
This
with?
is
Dry, wet?
yeah. This is the spoils of war here, and actually have not opened it up. Probably going to be saving this one for a while, but this actually there's a lot of wineries popping up all around the region here in Illinois and over in Missouri. And I got this on a recent trip out to Missouri here not too long ago, where one of the wrestlers there also has their own winery, and they're sponsored by it. And he just gave me this bottle of wine, and I figured, how grateful I am to have gotten this bottle here. I'm probably saving it for Christmas.
Let me jump in here for a second. Body shots landed. Paul got 22. Woodley got 6. They haven't noted the headshots or significant strikes besides the body shots at the moment. So they're getting ready to announce the winner of this bout.
Okay. It's a draw.
Logan Paul is now in the ring with his brother, Jake Paul. This, regardless of anything else, this will be Jake Paul's first fight where he didn't get a knockout. And that's what he was expecting in the first round, according to himself. But it's called Mountain Tea, and you get it at most Middle Eastern grocery stores. I haven't heard of that one. The chamomile tea. I haven't heard it referred to like that, but I could see it.
Well, here locally, it's called moonshine.
Yes, that's a different kind though.
Yeah,
and where I'm at, they call it Everclear. They don't call it moonshine. They call it Everclear. Okay. It just depends on if you're doing grain alcohol, I guess, or what your base is.
Yeah.
Infinite Moi says mead. Mead is more fruit based, and it's used from the fermenting process. It's a lot closer to wine, and it was big in the Viking community back in the days.
Yeah. Have you ever been to a Renaissance fair?
I have. Yeah. And my cousin used to date somebody that was from Europe, and he brought us grog for the first time. I had never had grog before.
Yeah.
And he brought it from his country and let us try it. It was very interesting.
Right on. That's the best part about being in the entertainment business is the traveling and the food. All the food that you get to try. I mean, just the delicacies and wow, you get just being able to experience that, all of the different tastes and smells. I love that part.
I have to add to that, Major Palm. I can't do Rolling Rock or Rumblemans. Gosh, it's just a little too much for me. But at the same time, I do understand. Oh wow, they announced. I have to let everybody know they announced Jake Paul the winner of that fight. It came down to decision, and apparently Jake Paul got the win. The crowd is going nuts right now. Not sure, man. That's something. But yeah, no, we're not too classy over here. I'm just a big whiskey and rum drinker. I'm not usually a wine drinker. If I did have to have wine, it would be wet. But Rolling Rock to me is the water of the U.S. I don't drink a lot of light beers, or Rolling Rock is right up there with light beer for me. It is, and that's a compliment to it being so smooth, I guess. I mean, at the same time, with all the new seltzer waters that they have today,
my goodness. Yeah.
Gosh. That's honestly all they were serving besides wine at the venue we were at the other night.
My favorite alcoholic drink is Zima. That is, if I can find
Zima.
it.
What is Zima?
Zima is like an alcoholic 7-Up.
Okay.
Or Sprite. And it's in a clear bottle. But it came out in like the late 90s. And they re-released it just a few years ago for only like a limited time. But yeah. I don't know. It's not really in production anymore. Can't seem to find it anymore.
I've heard of it before, but I didn't know what it like, if it was a spirit or what it was. Mud Rabbit, yeah, I guess they raised Jake Paul's hand at the end of it. I'm also going to pull up at the same time. Oh, I don't know if I can do that on the live. So I'm going to pull up at some point the post fight and check it out. Oh, I just got an update from one of our guests, Michael McIntosh.
Hey.
He says, my 11-year-old daughter is now a DJ. Her first single finally comes out. Check it out. And he sent me the song on SoundCloud. So I'm going to have to check that out. His daughter dropped her first single as a DJ. Awesome.
Nice, yeah.
Let's see here. I drink alcohol is Corona, Premier beer, sweet red wine, strawberry wine too. That sounds tasty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, some nice choices you got there. Let's see here. Do you like curry? And I have to ask, do y'all like hot sauce? So I like hot sauce and I like spice. I have a balance between spice and unnecessary hotness that's mixed with like high acidic levels in order to just be a surface burn. I don't necessarily find that equality in hot sauce. Curry, it just never really settled with me, right? It is a good spice. So I can't knock it as a spice. It's just never been for me. But hot sauces I do love. I'm a big fan of Hot Ones on YouTube and their hot wing competitions that they have. And there's a chance I could do a hot wings or hot something video on this channel in the future. Oh, yeah. I've told you my combination, Tiffany, that I like with Malibu. It's a 151 rum, pineapple juice, and Malibu. And then I usually do a little bit of squirt or Sprite with it. It's like candy. It's my summer drink. Let's see here. Good thing I didn't make that bet. 100 on Woodley bet. Yeah, no, it's in a competition like that, I felt like it was more for the knockout. It really wasn't for anything else. When both guys are coming into the fight saying they're going to knock out the other person and neither one of them gets a knockout, but they're both swinging for the bleachers, it just comes to a rematch. There's no middle ground there. Diced tomatoes.
And
is that what you're drinking?
Chilies. Yeah,
what?
you were talking about hot sauces earlier. That's my favorite. Diced tomatoes with green chilies. Mix in a little bit of American cheese, melted over. great with nachos. Delicious.
Something with rum in it. Yes, I do prefer a nice rum. I don't know. That's just me. I like rum because it mixes with so many things well. There's quite a variety of things you can mix with rum, and then as well vodka. But whiskey, which I like more, it doesn't really have a lot of mixers with it. So it's the one that I figured out that I like the most that was kind of surprising to me was apple juice. I didn't realize apple juice and whiskey were a good combo, as well as lemonade. I learned those as I fell more in love with whiskey over the time. But without spending too much time on alcohol, Zima is a weird flavored beer. And yes, that's bad memories associated with some dark.
It's very smooth.
Zima for Infinite Moss says rum is lovey-dovey. Remember beer, wine, strawberry wine. Yes. Let's see. Yes. For me, it's always dark rums. Same with whiskeys. It's only dark whiskeys. I have tried other light rums and light whiskeys. Jacob's Ghost is the whiskey that I tried to try out a light whiskey. It's made by Jim Beam. It's made by Jacob Beam, and he was the first one to come out with a clear whiskey. It was an interesting taste. It tastes very similar to whiskey, but I don't know. Something about clear alcohol just I don't know, brings out the redneck in me. To be honest. Yeah, speaking of hot wings, I also worked security for a few hot wings bowls in Philly. Oh, wow. That was probably intense. Hot wings bowls in Philly. Tiffany said, "Yummy, Terry. Sounds good." You got some salsa you're making up there, or what's the plan?
I am, as a matter of fact, I am making some salsa for everyone here. What do you say?
Perfect. Beautiful.
After
I'm always
fight
down
dinner.
with
Yeah. So
I need some finger foods.
Yeah. You want to hear my Gangrel story?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Gangrel?
I'll never turn away a good Gangrel story.
Okay. You want to tell the audience who Gangrel is? Essentially, character.
Gangrel. Okay. Gangrel is a member of. I would say his most significant role was the leader of the Brood. He also had some affiliation with the Undertaker at some points and the Legion of Darkness. But I would say his significant role was the leader of the Brood and also being partners with Edge and Christian in the WWE. I would say those are his most significant roles. I recently found out he's still a very advocate wrestler. I did not know he was. And yes, so feel free to take it from there, Terry.
He has his own podcast, and it's right here on YouTube, and I would highly recommend looking him up. And it's very entertaining. And I bring up Gangrel because he's actually been trending on Twitter here recently because Edge came out to the old Brood entrance at SummerSlam.
Yes.
And AEW was planning on doing the same thing, but with Gangrel, with Christian in AEW. So it's kind of, he told the story about how these two worlds of WWE and AEW are just batting at each other and coming up with the same ideas at the same time. But my Gangrel story
was for just one second. Exploring DP, thank you for stopping by. I saw you on Maria and Tiffany's chat as well, and I appreciate you making your rounds and stopping by and spending time with us. I appreciate it.
So my Gangrel story. I was out on a tour over in Pennsylvania, of all places here, and I had a show that afterwards I was invited to the after party, hung out, and Gangrel, who was not on the show that I was on, just somehow came out of nowhere. Here he is, just standing there.
He tends to do that.
It's like, how? Where did he come from? What is he doing here?
Well, and let's give people another perspective. He is one of the few wrestlers that had implanted teeth that are permanent, that he will have for the rest of his life to commit to this character. Like, he has permanent fangs. They're the canine. What are
the incisors?
Incisor, yes, canine incisors that all humans have, but his are placed in, and they're a little bit larger than everybody else's. They look like they could definitely draw blood.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm going to have to put the microwave on here for 2 minutes. Here we go.
Oh, no, you're fine. Not a problem. See, I'll catch up the chat here. Tiffany, yeah. We're going to run with Johnny Depp. Let's see. Wait, what was that? Sorry, it's got a little delay to it. It's going up on mine slowly. But I waited for the end of the tour in the bar so I could order rum and coke. Which was that for? I went to the D-Warts plant in Scotland, which D-Warts is a huge company in Scotland when it comes to being a producer of Irish whiskey. And yes, very big company. Little sip glasses with different whiskeys in them. My husband and his friends were getting rich. Yeah. But I waited until the end of the tour and bar so I could order rum and coke. Yeah. It's for me, whiskey, I like it mixed, especially when I'm doing 2 to 5 hour podcasts. I can't be taking just rum or whiskey on the rocks. I have to pace myself a little bit more. Gets a little intense. Yes, that's a great line, Tiffany from Pirates of the Caribbean. Where's the rum? Oh, let's see here. Did not kill him. What was it? I did not kill him. Oh, hi. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. I'm so confused. Sorry, I didn't know where that was. Oh, maybe the John Dragon. I'm missing some of that, but yes. Let's see here. Major Paper almost talking about Gangrel as well. Said Gangrel had some awesome teeth, but the shirt was terrible. Yes. Speaking of Pirates of the Caribbean, his shirt wasn't really for me in in that time. So what do we have on the menu? How is it coming, Terry?
Well, it's coming along just fine right now. What I'm doing is I am just slowly stirring everything up after I had this in the microwave for about 2 minutes. And of course, the cheese is slowly beginning to melt. And what I'm doing, I'm just stirring in those tomatoes and those green chilies in, getting the cheese melted down. And I'm going to put it back into the microwave for another 2 minutes, where hopefully after that, it'll be ready. So here we go.
So I have to tell you about my favorite chili recipe that I have myself. I do ground beef, about a half a pound of Velveeta cheese, melt it down. I do salsa, preferably chunky, and then I melt these all down, brown the ground beef, melt them all together into a pot, and you get this thick, cheesy, chunky, tomato, onion-based salsa, and it comes out very nice. I do it with Tostitos scoops. It's one of our favorite Super Bowl / UFC fight meals, just to be able to snack on all day. Maybe a little bit of taco seasoning in there. Oh, we got the restaurant style. I like that. I appreciate it. Let's see here. DP, hope you're doing good. I know there was a fun chat we were all in yesterday. That was interesting. Let's see here. Love the character. Jack Swallows. Yeah, that's something. That's definitely something. If you both could only eat one food for the rest of your lives, which would it be? What do you say, Terry? That's a hard choice. Want me to go first? Okay, let's see. One food for the rest of my life. I would try to pick a food that could have multiple styles. So I would go vaguely and say pizza, because where I'm at, I can have breakfast pizza, I can have dinner pizza, I can have any form of pizza. So I'm going to use the vague term of pizza because I could form that into many meals if I had to choose.
Yeah. All encompassing. Yeah. For me, it would have to be fettuccine Alfredo with a nice grilled shrimp on it. Definitely. Yeah. That is the food that for me, that's just pure energy. That I guess it's the carbohydrates in the pasta, but yeah, that definitely.
Oh man, I miss pasta. I miss pasta so much.
Yeah,
that's a big foul on my diet. But when I was growing up and in wrestling and in football, that was the regular thing. You would have pasta before a big football game the next day, and you get that carb load that they told you was going to benefit you. And I used to do that all the time. Let's see. Jacob and Terry, wrestling opinion. Which brooding wrestler did you like better? Gangrel's vampire style or Raven's the crowd style? Or the crowd style. I'm assuming that's what you meant. I really liked Raven. I think he was underplayed as a character. I think he had a lot of potential. I think he had just as much potential as RVD, but people kind of didn't give him the limelight. Another one is Perry Saturn. I think he was also a great athlete, as well as one of the greats that we lost tragically, which is the Groundbreaker, the one that took his family's life as well. Benoit was also one of those amazing wrestlers that I would think of that their ability was just never harnessed in the full scheme of things. Benoit was also one of those people that reminded me of the Hart family when it came to how significant they were with style, technicians, and making everything flow together. Benoit was next level. And I don't think he was even given the credit after his life that he deserved.
Yeah, and that hurt a lot of my friends at the time too, because they were big fans of his because he was such a wrestler's wrestler. He was pure about his competitiveness and how seriously he took it, and apparently, that turned out to be his detriment in the end. But what a tragedy.
Well, it makes you wonder how much, if it's just the lifestyle of being a wrestler, or if there was anything else involved that he was going through that people from the outside perspective will never know. I mean,
I've never met him. I don't know him. Yeah. I'll never know.
I just know his abilities and what I saw in the ring, and he's one of those competitors that you can tell had the ability to be a technical wrestler. I would even say, just to give people a good example, Owen Hart is a more technical wrestler than Bret Hart, but Bret Hart got the bigger push. Owen Hart is a way more technical wrestler than Bret. And I think he was leaps and bounds ahead of his brother, but at the same time, he was the one getting the push. The family went with it. Everybody in the region went with it. I mean, nobody in Montreal was going to talk down about Bret in order to get Owen the push. they wanted either one of them getting the push, no matter who it was. And there's so many wrestlers that kind of fell through the cracks that I wish could have shined more.
Yeah. Here we go.
Who is your wrestler? If you could pick one wrestler that that didn't get the notoriety that you think he deserved, that might have fell through the cracks and didn't make it in farther.
Yeah. The wrestler's wrestler, in my opinion, that's an easy one for me. Lance Storm.
Okay.
He was in WCW. Yes. And also came over to WWE after WWE had made their purchase of WCW. He had several titles. Fun fact about Lance Storm was he was in a tag team called the Thrill Seekers, his tag team partner being Chris Jericho, I believe, like when they first got started out. He's a great technical wrestler that I guess the technicalities just isn't appreciated necessarily in by the WWE universe. So, but yeah, wonderful technical wrestler, had multiple championships, but never got that push.
And we talked about Booker T in our last interview. He was another one for me. But when you brought up Chris Jericho, the two people I wanted to see shine when the WCW came to the WWE was Chris Jericho and Diamond Dallas Page. Something I wanted to see about Diamond Dallas Page, and the reason this came to my mind is because I was watching the Rat King, or I don't know what kind of king he was considered at this event the other night, and he was the title holder against this gentleman with a big staff, and he was cracking the other guy in the head. And all I was thinking was, oh, this is what DDP would look like if he never found yoga. this guy with the gauges that thought he was God's gift to women. He was a good sell. I liked it. He was a good heel. He reminded me of a Mark DDP in order to like piss off the crowd a little bit more. Yeah. No, I thought it was significant at the time because he turned around to the crowd after he took off his shirt in the event that me and you were at. And he turned to the men behind him and he was like, "Oh, sorry about that, guys. I didn't mean to offend you." And I was just hoping he was closer to me because I would have taken off my shirt and been like, "You know what? You're not offending me at all." I was hoping he was a little bit closer to my side. He was a little bit farther down the ring on my side. But yes, no, I liked his character. I liked the heel because I know it did well because it made me want to be like, you know what? You don't look that good. He did a good job. Yeah. No, I love when people can sell it like that.
Exactly.
So how's the nachos? I gotta ask.
They are just absolutely delicious. The nachos themselves are crunchy, but it's kind of a mild flavor because, it's restaurant store bought. If I had my choice, I really wish I had salsa verde from New Mexico.
Ooh,
but the authentic stuff. But other than that, delicious. Filling.
Let's see. I bought Of the Crow, but someone did something to it. Oh, I loved it. I loved the Crow movie. It can't rain forever. It can't rain all the time. Gosh, that's my favorite. My favorite line from that. Gosh, Brandon Lee was such. Gosh, we're on mixed martial arts and everything else. You can't significantly go over Brandon Lee and his father Bruce Lee, and the fact that
be water is what Bruce Lee said. Yeah,
be fluid, be water, be like water.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God. And the fact that Brandon Lee was taken from us so early just because of an acting flaw. like we were talking about in like botched moves or something like that, it can be very serious. You can have life-changing injuries from something that seems so insignificant at the time. You can have life-changing injuries from it, whether you're talking about wrestling, whether you're talking about football, whether you're talking about any sport. Just the smallest thing could make all that bunch of a difference.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
they thought
I've seen the what you saw, you know, what they call a high spot, where a guy fell off the 20-foot ladder through 4 stacks of tables, or however high it was, onto the floor. Okay, that's 20 feet. Not only is it a 20-foot ladder, but it's a 20-foot ladder that's in a ring that's already 4 feet up off the floor, fall down all the way down onto the concrete floor. That's what they call a high spot. And Saturn was awesome. He was like a 2000 version of 1980s Hercules. Yeah.
Yeah, he was definitely an Adonis when it comes to physical specimens. He was one of those guys that there wasn't an ounce of fat on his body. I mean, at the same time, you could tell he was in the gym more than he was in the ring.
Yeah.
Far. I'm a big crab fan as well. I like some seafood, not all seafood, but yes, I'm a big crab fan. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm catching up the chat slowly. I'm jumping around. I didn't mean to. Sorry, I'm too far down on one. Don't worry about this one. I'm going to come back to it.
I got to referee several matches with Buff Bagwell up in the Michigan territory.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Great gentleman. And he did business, and he kept coming back to the same promotion and working with the guys there. Like Billy Gunn. He's one of those guys that I would say, you know, yeah, you're spot on with Buff Bagwell. Absolutely.
By the way, Benoit was also another ECW album to make into the WWE. Benoit was one of those guys that went around everywhere. He wasn't strictly to ECW. He was in all of the region. Yes, he was in all of the region wrestling, and that's why I appreciated his art so much, because he did make the rounds everywhere trying to punch through.
He wrestled under a mask as Wild Pegasus in Japan.
Yep. Yeah. I actually got to meet Mark, the Undertaker, at one point. He was doing a show in Chicago, and I met him a little outside of the Chicago arena, and it was one of the most significant events of my life. Sadly, I don't know if that's a sad thing or if it's just a proud moment, but yes, meeting the Undertaker was absolutely amazing when it comes to like how much I liked his work growing up.
Yeah.
Let's see here. The early WWF. Is there a weird reason why they didn't get paid compared to today? Well, yeah, I think it has to do with the sharing of media today.
Mm-hmm.
It's instant now, and we were talking about this. Me and you were, Terry, with Aaron Moriarty. When it comes to old wrestling, it was more like that carnival aspect of everybody had the world's best wrestler in their town, and you would bring that wrestler around, and they would, grapple with the other world's greatest. And
like Ric Flair. That's what Ric Flair did back in Mia territories when he was the NWA World's Heavyweight Champion, or a Harley Race. And they would go to these certain territories where the territory had built up a certain star. Like, let's say, for example, Kerry Von Erich in World Class Championship Wrestling. Prime example.
Von Erichs are deep. That's a rabbit hole in its own.
Yeah. Family tradition, and you build them up. So then you bring Ric Flair in, who has the national attention, And the reason why they just didn't make the money back then as what they do now is, like Jacob said, first of all, you have media. Back then, the only thing that you had was VHS tapes that you read from
like they were in the paper, or you found it on a VHS.
Right. Yeah.
It wasn't advertised on the VHS tapes.
Exactly. And of course, the money wasn't there as it is now because ticket prices and ticket sales. Right now, they're packing them in like never before. I mean, the last WrestleMania that happened before, the crash of everything, and they broke over 100,000 people legit
easily
to WrestleMania.
Yeah.
So that
during a pandemic, they could put up insane numbers.
And they're paying top dollar for ticket sales. And again, you have residuals. And most importantly, from the movie Spaceballs, they made the big point about this in the movie: merchandising. It's all about merchandising.
Jackie Chan is the closest you can get these days. Yeah. Of being one of those classics that was still around back in the day. Jackie Chan is one of the greatest too that's still around.
Oh yeah,
we're lucky to still have him, especially after all of the I don't know if you'd call them studio mishaps that you saw in some of the old productions in the past with doing these martial arts movies, but the only people that seem to make it through are like your Jean-Claude Van Damme's, your who's Walker Texas Ranger,
Chuck Norris.
Yeah, and who's the other guy with the black ponytail? I can't think of his name now. Steven Seagal. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. You don't have a lot of.
Did you like how I did the little seagull kind of bird flapping here?
Bouncing.
Steven Seagal. Yeah. Seagull. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that.
Aww.
It sounds like Mud Rabbit used to be into mixed martial arts a little bit back in the day. Not sure when, but it sounds like she definitely enjoyed it. Fell through the cracks wrestler for me with Buff Bagwell. Very critical. This is the one we stepped on earlier. Yeah, Buff Bagwell is also another character that I really feel like they could have utilized a lot. And then when you hear the story of his day off, quote unquote, that about him and Jim Ross.
Yeah.
Jim Ross telling him that he had the day off. It's very interesting and intriguing to how they got to the point where Buff Bagwell was no longer around.
Mm-hmm.
And, it makes you wonder what the mindset was in setting up what was to be the new WWE after the emergence of WCW.
Speaking candidly here as a fan, I wasn't there, obviously. I think they were just looking to get rid of whoever they could off of those old contracts that they inherited from WCW. They were just going to pick and choose.
But I feel like there was those names that they wanted to bring back. Like, why is it that Goldberg's got such a push in the WWE?
Because he had
challenge Stone Cold, or
he had the Monster Machine push behind him over in WCW, and he was probably a project over in WCW, and they were planning on bringing him over to WWE again, revolving door. But I say I don't know these people personally, so I wasn't there, speculating just as a fan.
Yeah, Brandon Lee and Bruce Lee were both very, very good. Very good martial artists. And they were the first, at least Bruce was the first one to come up with the concept of mixed martial arts. The idea of combining multiple disciplines to encompass one way of self-defense. And using the best of all of these disciplines to eventually come to something that worked for himself. And that's something that Bruce Lee was definitely groundbreaking in. Let's see here. Didn't even have VHS when I was watching. Had to get the fights on UHV. Yes. Rounding back, I believe is it Weird Al that had a
UHF, the movie, yeah.
UHF, yeah. Yes.
That back in the days when there were only 3 or 4 channels on TV.
Exactly.
Yeah.
on the old boob tube.
Yeah.
You had to turn the dial. There was no remote yet. Or if there was a remote, it was on a cord attached to the TV.
Kid, get up. Change the channel for me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Or you have to be the rabbit ears for the night and make sure the feature's coming in.
With the aluminum foil and everything, yeah.
Hey, Maria, thanks for stopping back. We appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it a lot. Daniel LaRusso. Ooh. Oh, man.
That's a good series. The remake that they've been making on YouTube of the Karate Kid.
Yeah, Cobra Kai.
Yeah.
It's interesting. My favorite mixed martial artist to this day has always been Michael Jai White. He's the actor that plays Spawn. He's also he also does a movie called Bloodbone. Kimbo Slice is also in it, and a few other UFC fighters are also in it. And he is like an underground fighter working his way up through the ranks.
Nice.
What made me 100% convinced that he was the best mixed martial arts fighter was first I started seeing these videos of all of these mixed martial arts fighters talking about how hard Joe Rogan can kick and how significant his kicks are. You can go on YouTube right now and look up Joe Rogan kicks.
Joe Rogan, the podcaster? Joe
Rogan, the podcaster, and everything else. And he has some of the most significant kick strikes, with him being in Taekwondo when he was younger. He is one of the few people that has a one kick knockout in Taekwondo where he walks out, throws one kick. It's a head kick, and it's a spinning back kick. It's one of the only finishes like that in mixed martial arts history.
Wow.
And he was at the gym one day, and Michael Jai White was there kicking a bag. And he asked Michael Jai White, he was there with Eddie Bravo, who is 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu. He came up with the way to beat the Gracies. He's one of the few Brazilian jiu-jitsu artists that were able to beat a Gracie.
Wow. And that's saying a lot, too.
Yes.
With all respect.
You know anything about jiu-jitsu, you know the Gracies are jiu-jitsu. Yeah. If you think of Brazilians, you think
there's a lot of crossover. There's a lot of crossover style of Brazilian jiu-jitsu over to professional wrestling. CM Punk being a prime example there, as well as Muay Thai.
Yes. And so when Joe Rogan was watching this guy, Michael Jai White, kick at the gym that they were at, he threw a cross kick, and which is like a straightforward. It's like the right cross for a punch when you're talking boxing. It's that power strike, and it crosses the bag, and it goes right across the center. He knocked the bag off of the chain and everything else in the whole building, and knocked the bag to the ground. And Joe Rogan said that was the biggest, most significant strike he has ever seen from a kick out of anybody he has ever seen. So everybody looks up to Joe Rogan for his kicking. You talk about people like George St. Pierre, who are considered the GOAT in UFC.
Yeah.
And George St. Pierre learned his kicks from Joe Rogan. And Joe Rogan will still reference these people as being better than himself. And that to me is very significant. reason that Michael Jai White stands out to me is he doesn't wear gloves, in the sense that he doesn't wear boxing gloves or mixed martial arts gloves or anything like that, because he thinks, just like fighting barefoot or anything like that, you strengthen your muscles by doing that. And by wearing those gloves, if you were to go barehanded or bare knuckle fighting after that, your hands are at a disadvantage to somebody that has never had gloves on.
Right.
Because you don't develop those stability muscles.
Yep.
And that's what Michael Jai White is very natural when it comes to self-defense. It's things that you have with yourself, rather than having to tap into something else. But yeah, sorry about my little rant about.
Just going off of that a little bit. I know that a little bit about where you live geographically speaking. So you're familiar with the term farm hands.
Yes.
This guy has farm hands because he works on the farm. So he's working a lot out in the field where, he's getting cuts and scrapes and everything. So, that would be someone that I wouldn't want to mess with. So,
Oh, Amish Paradise. Yes. I wish he didn't get so much outrage from Coolio after. I think Coolio signed a contract agreeing to it. Then Amish Paradise came out being a better song than he expected.
Yeah, and more popular. Because it's Weird Al Yankovic. You're not going to compete against Weird Al Yankovic.
But you don't expect at the time Weird Al was still growing. And you don't expect somebody like you don't expect the parody to outshine the actual song. And I really do think Amish Paradise put a competition to Gangster Paradise.
Listen, after Madonna's Like a Virgin, Weird Al Yankovic came out with Like a Surgeon. And MTV had that music video in constant rotation more than the Madonna video.
Exactly.
So doesn't get any bigger than Weird Al Yankovic. All right. Show's over, folks. Okay.
No, Weird Al, his favorite songs for me were Amish Paradise. The other one was White and Nerdy. That one always gets me. It was the parody to Riding Dirty by Millionaire. You see me mowing my front lawn. That song gets me every time. There's so many songs by Weird Al that he's even got newer ones. Like he's still doing it really well. Foil. It was a parody off of Royals by I don't remember what song did it. I will never be royal. And he goes, I lap my food in aluminum foil. Yeah. And then Pharrell's Happy. He's got a tacky song to it that he brought in the comedian from Modern Family that plays not Sal. Gosh, what is it's the other. It's not the redhead, but it's the big football player type guy. I can't remember his name, but I'm a big Modern Family fan, and it was nice to see him on a song with Weird Al as well.
Weird Al Yankovic, he has an incredible work ethic. If you've ever seen him in concert, I saw him at Champaign Assembly Hall, and he was there for 2 hours and 45 minutes show. So it was a mixture of, obviously you have live acting, performing music and playing, but in the between time he's changing costumes for every song and every performance. Oh, yeah. So it's an incredible show, really.
Oh yeah, he's got a song called White Boy, either White Guy or White Boy Polka, and he plays it on the accordion, and it's like an Eminem song. It's like it's a bunch of songs combined into one that he plays really fast on the accordion. And I was
and he's doing like full on rapping and everything while doing the full action of the accordion. That's live. That is live performance. Exactly. It's not Milli Vanilli here.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely not Milli Vanilli. No, there's a next level to something. There's something about speed artists to me because I'm a big fan of speed rap, and I was talking to Tiffany, the Divine Tiffany, about this. I got into speed rap from the song "Devil Went Down to Georgia," which is a country song, but it's very fast paced and it's very upbeat, and that's what I learned when I was younger, and it slowly got me into. Oh, I got to find the next best thing. And then it was like Bare Naked Ladies, 1 week. It wasn't a rap song, but at the same time, it was like, it's been 1 week since you looked at me. And you would get these very upbeat songs that it was hard for a lot of people to fit that many syllables into a verse. And to me, that was an art form in its own. But, you know, I need to look up Taekwondo.
I just had a thought for you here, Jacob. The Auctioneer song by Leroy Van Dyke. Are you familiar with that one?
No, I don't know if I know it offhand.
Okay, it's I'll say it again. It's the Auctioneer song by Leroy Van Dyke.
Okay,
and
give me a little idea of it.
It's an older country song. It's older than the Charlie Daniels Band, and it's about an auctioneer, or it's actually about a kid that goes down to the local auctioneer, the local auction barn, and he hears an auctioneer, and there's the auction call that goes along with it, and it's turned into a song, and it has the auctioneer's call in it. And
that makes sense, Johnny Dragon. That Enter the Dragon would be your favorite martial arts movie. I see the connections.
Yep.
But how did what was the auctioneer called? So there's a lot of auctioneers in my area. I have my own auctioneer riff that I can do at any time. I'm a big fan of auctioneers because of that style, just like I was talking about with music.
Yeah.
There's something to that.
Grundy County Auction by John Michael Montgomery. There's another one that has a lot of real fast talking and is also a country song.
Oh yeah. It's called a roundhouse kick. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I thought he did a spinning heel kick. I thought he spent behind his back, but yes, a roundhouse kick is one usually when you're standing straight and bringing your foot back across. But the spinning heel that I was talking about is when you actually about face and then bring your heel back around. I also am a big advocate of martial arts, so if I'm getting this wrong, correct me. But I believe that's the actual terminology. I'd never enter the ring with them. Yeah, no, Joe Rogan is quite the intimidating man. I'm not gonna lie. Or any of the other martial artists that we've talked about, whether it's Michael Jai White, Bruce Lee, or Brandon Lee. I wouldn't enter the ring with any of these guys. They are trained professionals at what they do. Kung Lee. Is that from Street Fighter? Or am I thinking of a different person?
Mortal Kombat?
No, I'm thinking of somebody in
Raiden.
No. I know my Mortal Kombat characters as well. I'm not thinking of a Mortal Kombat character. I'm thinking of a Street Fighter character who has a headband. I believe she was Chun-Li. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if that's who Major Facepalm was referring to there when he said best MMA kicker. I thought that would be funny if that's who is he referring to. Let's see. LOL, Lordy, you made me think of my daughter. My oldest daughter used to think it went, you call me Green Bean instead of you call me Queen Bee. Oh, yeah. That's funny. The Cup song. You're gonna miss me, my talk. Oh, my daughter was always convinced it was you're gonna miss me on my taco. It was the song that always made me laugh. Oh God.
Last chip. Here we go. for everyone.
The
Been a
game
pleasure.
changer. Perfect crunch.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's
Oh yeah, Chop Suey is also a very good song by System of a Down. Very fast-paced one too. Hollywood Vampires. Oh yes, Alice Cooper's good. Yep. Oh no, I know Weird Al in the '80s. I'm not that old. I just like older Weird Al music. So I do follow all his work, and whether I honestly have to say his Michael Jackson work, it's the most prize, and yeah, no, I've always been a Weird Al fan. My daughter is actually a big Weird Al fan. That's what got her into most classical music with Weird Al. And she writes her own parodies. She has a very interesting parody she wrote about Welcome to the Jungle. I don't remember what she called it, but it was Welcome to the something, and it was about eating beans. It was the funniest song I ever heard at the time because she was like 6, 7, and she was like, I don't remember what the line was, but it was like, I'm going to make you eat beans, beans, beans. And it just reminded me of the Welcome to the Jungle song, but she had it so nailed at the time. I can't remember all the lyrics to it, but she absolutely killed it. But yeah, she and myself also grew up on Weird Al. And yeah, I try to love. Yes, Mud Reddit is our overseer, and she seems to have the iconic stories that I can't live up to. I have to give her that. Let's see, an 80s baby. Yeah, I'm also an 80s baby. I think Terry's got me beat though. Might. Let's see. No rabbit. The rabbit is. Wait. Are we talking about something else? Rabbit. I don't know what rabbit we're talking about, but my rabbit is put away at the moment. Rabbit and cougars. Wow, just kidding. Okay, sorry. Back kick. Yes. Okay. Jacob. Best Speed Talkers. Micro Machine TV commercial guy. I forgot his name. Oh yeah, anybody that reads the small print at the end, they're groundbreaking.
I just realized my microphone was on mute.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I could tell.
I know this. I know this. It's Mr. Mahuda. I believe I might be mispronouncing it, but yeah, the Micro Machines guy, Mr. Mahuda. Yeah, from the commercial.
I believe the fastest guy I ever saw. He's on the Guinness Book of World Records, and they had to record his voice, play it back in slow-mo in order to get all of the words that he actually put into it. It was a African American gentleman. He was kind of taller, and they had a court reporter in there at the time. She caught maybe 12 words of the whole song that he did. And they had to play back the voice recording because they could not hear what he was saying. But he has the Guinness Book of World Records for fastest. I don't go by fastest. I go by enunciation as well, because I do think there's faster rappers than the people that I like and the artists that I like. But enunciation is very important to me. I'm from the Chicagoland area. The big speed rapper that we have in our area is Twista. Twista is one of the biggest speed rappers that most people can think of on their top 5 list. If you're going to think of speed rappers, I usually have Tech 9 when you're talking about rappers.
Yeah.
Eminem is up there. Eminem and Tech Nine actually started together, and they both ended up doing somewhat of the same
Adrenaline Rush, Wetter, Overnight Celebrity, Slow Jams.
Oh yeah, Overnight Celebrity, Slow Jams.
Okay,
which got the most. They got the most hype because they were actually produced by Kanye West. So that was the big push back in the time, and that's why people say they like old Kanye compared to new Kanye, is because he was producing songs with great artists back in the past, and then he became more of an artist himself.
Right.
He's a local celebrity in our area,
and of course record labels get involved and they want to push who they want to push, and politics and music industry, right.
Oh, I can't
think his name. John something. John Mahuda.
Oh, in Strike Force. Okay, I'll have to look that up. Beat Frank Shamrock. Huh. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna, because I know Frank Shamrock right away as soon as you said it. But I don't think of Frank as being as big as Ken. And Ken is one of those guys in the UFC that didn't get the push that he deserved, and it was because of his attitude.
Ken Shamrock, from what I know in all of the stories in professional wrestling, was one of those guys that, because he came from the UFC, is you don't want to mess with him. He's the legit. Yeah.
Who is the other guy that the Lethal Weapon?
Dan Severn or Lethal Weapon, Steve Blackman.
He was the other guy that people, the kendos, him and his kendo stick. You knew he was a real martial artist. And I don't know what he did prior. He did a few mixed martial arts events where I don't think he was comparable to Ken Shamrock by any means, but he had his own karate background and taekwondo background as well. There's a few people that made it through. And it's interesting, the UFC fighters that made it through, besides CM Punk, all of them had this chip on their shoulder when they came into the WWE or the WWF. Right. I noticed it when I heard the backstory about the takedown competition between Kurt Angle and Brock Lesnar. And then also the infamous plane ride from hell. There was also a takedown competition on the plane ride from hell with Kurt Angle and Brock Lesnar that wasn't the one in the ring prior to a show.
Right.
But they don't talk about either one of those if they don't have to.
Right.
They're kind of swept under the table.
Right. Where just a little tussle in between playing around turns into, okay, it's all fun and games until, someone gets disappointed or gets shown up, or how egos are.
Exactly.
Yeah. And obviously it's all water underneath the bridge because they're all millionaires here is who we're talking about.
Oh, you guys have the same birthday?
Is June 9th, like real.
Same birthday. Infinite moi. I'm a 70s baby. I got most here beat. Yes, you the Pena Perspective goes back in lineage. Let's see here. AKA Motormouth, yes. Terry, I'm a 60s baby. Johnny Dragon says. That Studio 54 stuff. I just was late 70s, 5th grade, and hung out with high schoolers. Yes. So old for your age. You got to hang out with the upperclassmen, even though you were the contrary. 50s baby, says Mud Rabbit. Wow. It's an honor that you're here, Mud Rabbit.
Yeah.
You give us a perspective that none of us would have. And Mud Rabbit has some of the best conversation. I've been wanting to have Mud Rabbit on as a guest for a very long period of time since I met Mud Rabbit on Aaron's show.
Yeah,
I've loved the conversation that Mud Rabbit has. So hopefully, me and Mud Rabbit have been talking a little bit on the side, and we may be setting something up in the future here.
Nice. Do it.
Yeah, no, Mud Rabbit's got a little bit of obstacles she has to get around first before she's able to,
Of course.
which I understand.
Yeah.
Same year. Nice. What has Rabbit learned in life in YouTube? That's an interesting question. Mud Rabbit has been moderating for a lot of other channels, including myself, and I'm probably one of the newest ones on her list. When it comes to Erin, whether it comes to some of her morning shows that she does, I think she also helps out with Red Pill. Mud Rabbit has quite the vast channels that she covers. So yes, hopefully she can answer that for you.
Thank you, Major Facepalm.
Yes. It's all water under the bridge.
Be
Sorry.
water. And it's all water under the bridge. Yeah.
Major Brain Palm says, all in the cat, great show. Thank you all. Gotta go. Thank you so much. Jacob Frank Shamrock is not the only one that I was talking about with good kicks. Just use him for reference. Yeah, for being somebody that fought that person. Yeah, no, because I didn't know that person. So yeah, that was a good reference.
I didn't either.
Frank was a perfect reference to bring me back in my MMA mind of who that person has fought. So yes, I'm gonna have to check that out. I've seen a lot of Frank Shamrock's fights, but for some reason that one's not sticking to mind with me. My favorite MMA fighter has always been, I would say Mayhem Miller, Jason Mayhem Miller. He was a showsman as well as a great mixed martial artist. Dealt with a lot of power from and a lot of problems with his personal life, and had a feud with like the Diaz brothers in the UFC and stuff like that. He eventually got pulled out of the whole promotion. If you ever heard of Bully Beatdown, that was on MTV, he was the host of that. So all of these bullies that would show up and try to pick on these people, they eventually had to fight Mayhem Miller at the end of the episode, and they could either earn money or get their butt kicked. And yes, it was an honor watching him beat up bullies for a couple of years on MTV.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch that one later. I looked that up.
Power Up, depending on what you want to talk about, you're more than welcome to join. We appreciate you stopping by. Thank you. Just depends on what we're talking about. I'm always out open. We've met some of our best guests having this open platform and letting people jump on. So I can't complain. If you are a bad guest and we have to end it after you join, then I appreciate it, everybody. We've had a great show so far. We're already 3:45 in, so if I have to cut it from this point later, this is where it will be from. So I appreciate it. But yes, Power Up. As long as you're willing, I'm happy to. Yes. Oh, we were talking about this the other day. We were thinking of possible names for my show, and we didn't know what to call it. Is this Power Up? Are you me? Talk to me in the private chat a little bit, and then I'll get ready to add you on because I can't tell. I know you can hear me, but no one can see you yet. But you are on the chat. Let's see here.
I like it.
Yeah, no, I do like that, and it really hit home with me. I like it.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Sorry, I'm gonna try to catch up. Melianico. I don't know who that is. Good life from
Team the link. Only two things: we avoid our politics and the current medical situation.
Yeah. We try to avoid those things for topics.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Yes, sir. So that is the gentleman we're talking to. So I'm gonna let I'm gonna let Power Up in. I have I'm gonna have you kind of on a watch list for the moment, but we'll let you in. I would appreciate it if you could turn on your camera and join us that way as well, because I like to add a face to it if you're gonna join the live stream. It gives you a little more accountability. So unless you don't have a camera, then I understand. Just to keep you off YouTube's back. Yes.
That's all.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you.
We're trying our best. I bet that's all we can do. Let's see here.
Is this your first time here, Infinite Moi, or have you been tuned into a Jacob show before?
I don't think Infinite Moi has turned into our show before, but I've caught her on Tiffany, and I keep saying her. I don't mean to do that. It's the name itself with being Infinite Moi. I connect it with a kiss, and I connect that with more of a feminine energy. It's nothing personal, but just to give you the mind process that I'm going through when I say that. It's not assuming anything, but yes. I have seen you on Tiffany's chat, and I believe Maria's as well. Let's see here. Oh, Fedor. Yeah. Everybody knows Fedor. You threw me off with the first name. You can't you can't come with the first name when you're talking about Fedor. Yes, everybody knows Fedor, Mud Rabbit. Good call. I'm surprised I didn't think of that.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's an honest private chat. I'll give you that much. I've been burned plenty of times. It doesn't mean much, but I do consider it a little bit more sincere. But I'm gonna let you on here, and we'll see what you have to offer here. Power Up.
Hey guys.
Yeah.
Yo, thank you. I understand your suspicion and stuff.
Oh yeah, we gotta be careful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I do apologize. I've got a lot of enemies, you see. So otherwise, I'd come in with my real name and my real, face.
Hey, Power Up. Do you ever listen to the Jimmy Rizzo show?
Yeah.
I've been on the Jimmy Rizzo show a few times too.
Cool.
Show, and we kind of try to share the love, and that's the little bit of the UK show I've popped over.
Yeah, cool, man. Well, I'm no way. Well, I mean, in American terms, scale. I mean, Jimmy Rizzo is I think he's about 200 miles away from me.
Oh, okay.
But, yeah. Like
he's a Geordie. He's
a Geordie. Yeah. He's a Geordie, and he's an insane guy. Yeah. I'm aware of him. But
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. He's not my.
What part of the UK are you from, if you don't mind me
asking?
Yeah,
that's what I was getting at. He's not, but he's just let me get over Jimmy Rizzo first. He's not my cup of tea,
I don't want to go into. I don't want.
Oh no! Don't get me wrong.
I've heard the good, the bad, and the ugly about Jimmy Rizzo.
Yeah.
My encounters have been nothing but good with him.
Yeah, no, respect, brother, respect. But yeah, what part of the UK I'm from is Liverpool. I don't know if you've heard of it.
Yeah. Who hasn't heard of Liverpool? Yeah. Come on.
But yeah, I was going to say.
It's like
I was going to say we invented music and everyone else copied it, but
No, we were talking about UFC earlier, and I'm a big Darren.
Yeah.
And Darren Till's my guy from the UK at the moment. Him and Count Bisbing, of course.
Yeah, man. And hey, you've got to put Paddy Pimblett in. He's ready to fight any minute.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're not
Hey, he's
wrong.
my boy. I've met him once. He probably won't remember me, but I've met him once in a boozer in like a pub.
Congratulations, that's awesome.
Hey, listen, I used to have the same haircut as him a couple of years ago.
Okay,
But
that's
it became
definitely a risky haircut to take out into the public.
well, yeah, that's what I was about to say. It became an intrusion in you know, you know. Anyway, let's move on. But you know, things happen. It became an intrusion. I'm like bald on one half of my head now, so you can understand the rest, yeah.
Yeah. It might have been a dye issue.
Yeah.
I could understand.
Yeah.
So I grew up in the U.S. and when we were in wrestling when we were younger, the tradition when you made state finals was to dye your hair blonde and bleach it and take out all the color pigment. And for the longest time, I beat my hair up and dried it out and all this other stuff, trying to keep up with the fads of wrestling at the time. And it was not a good idea. It took me a long time to let my hair come back to normal.
Yeah. No, I can see that, man. You're going bald. I can see that.
Oh no, I'm not going bald at all. I actually I got a receding hairline. I probably do right here on the sides. But when it comes to bald, I'm actually doing pretty good. But I don't know if
he isn't going bald. I know that for a fact. I've met this guy. He's not bald.
Yeah,
not going bald. No.
Well, you're definitely not going bald, brother, Mister. Listen, I'm sorry. I'm on my phone, you see, so it's hard for me to.
Okay.
Mr. Teddy Hopper.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, I was just saying you're definitely not going bald. You know, you're rocking the side part or the center part, I should say. Yeah, man.
I do have some decently long hair. I try. I didn't know if I cut it, I don't know if it'll grow back though. At the same time, I'm at that borderline age where it might not grow back the way I have it now.
Well, man, I think
I used to have long hair too, like all the way down. Yeah,
that's a failed worry in life. The last thing you should spend your time worrying about is your hair, because eventually it's gonna separate.
Well, one of the biggest pleasures in life is a woman stroking your hair, and the longer your hair is, the bigger the pleasure. That's what I think. Come on. Come on, guys, you gotta be honest. That's the truth. Am I telling the truth or what? That is the truth.
I feel like if a girl's that into hair, I feel like she'll end up with a girl rather than a guy if she's actually looking for hair to play with.
Oh no! You're getting it completely wrong, brother. Listen, it's Samson and Delilah. As long as you got hair, you got power. You know. As long as you got hair, you got power. If you're lying there, you just had a shower. Your hair's all, flowing and that. And your woman is sitting next to you. It's almost sexual. Well, it's completely sexual actually. But you know what I'm saying? Come on.
Yeah, I can see it being a pitch. I mean, everybody's looking for that.
There's no discussion here, brother.
That Fabio on the Novell. That Fabio picture on the front of the Novell.
Yeah, man. I'm with you. Hey, anyway, guys, so what? Listen, I literally found this channel, I typed in StreamYards. Like, I typed in, StreamYards and live. And I came across this channel. I had like a 10-minute listen. And I thought, you know what? I need to.
You're more than welcome to pop on anytime. We do
probably
about three live streams a week, and we're always taking questions. We have a big spectrum of guests on here, whether it's alien encounters, time travelers. Right now, you're on with a referee.
Oh yeah, hey, Hey, like you say that like time travelers and alien encounters are different type of people. They're exactly the same people.
They are.
But,
They are when it
I know.
when it comes to
Isn't that strange the way it works? But,
well, when it comes to this
Yeah.
channel, I mean, we're literally just an open perspective for people to get their stories. That's the whole point.
Okay, cool, man.
You know, it's interesting too. If I can just comment on that, you know, I've had a lifelong fascination with aliens and time travel, and things like that. So, you know, it's kind of
okay. Can I?
Yeah.
Hey, on that topic, can I tell you a story, man?
Yeah. You're the guest here. Go for it.
Yeah. Well, listen. You will not believe this shit. And I don't believe this shit, even though I experienced it. Yeah. You ready? Okay.
Yeah.
So
we're listening.
Okay. So I'm trying to like formulate it correctly in my mind before I make a fool of myself, if that makes sense. So
yeah.
So okay. So about 5 or 6 years ago, I'm in Liverpool. Like, you know, it's Liverpool city centre. It's it's been changed, like as in like, you know, the architecture and the buildings and whatever. But that's not important. So I'm going down an old street, like an old street that hasn't been changed. And I'm completely sober, by the way, on this day. It was like a Sunday. And I'm completely sober. I'm walking down the streets, and there's this guy in like a proper old, like, man, let me get this straight. I do not believe in ghosts, don't believe in aliens, don't believe in any shit. Okay, I don't believe in any of it.
You met someone or something.
Yeah, there was a guy. Okay, so there's a guy. He's standing on a corner, and he stood out to me, and he had like an old school watch on him, and I just thought, fucking hell, that's an impressive watch. So bounced, and he was dressed in old school, like he was dressed like he was in the 1930s. So I bounced over to him, and I said to him, all right, mate, where'd you get your watch from? And he said, I just bought it from Blackley's, I think he said, which is an old Liverpool shop.
It was a what? A black what did you say?
It was the name of the shop is Blackley's, but the actual watch itself was like a 1930s model of some, I don't remember what brand or whatever. You know. So anyway, I just talked to him because I was interested in his watch. I said, where'd you get that, man? That looks like brand new. And he's like, yeah. And he's speaking to me, and I'm saying, yeah, okay. So fucking, you know, where you, like, what's, like, why you're here? And he, honest to God, he pulled his wallet out, started showing me all sorts of mad fucking, like, articles and shit. Honestly, like, believe it or not, honestly, you won't believe this. You won't believe it. He just had like a little, I don't know what the word is, and
did he have anything to back up? Did he have anything to back up that he said he was kind of?
No, he did. No. The thing. No. You're missing the point. No, he did not. He did not state that he was from the 1930s. I accused him of being from the 1930s, and he denied it at every point, even though every single part of him was from the 1930s.
Oh wow!
You know, yeah. And he was like, "No, I'm not. I'm nothing to do with that." And I was like, "Well, why is you know what is that in your wallet?" Like, he had like fucking black and white photos in his wallet, and I was like, I thought I was in a slip in time. It was crazy. I was like, what are you doing? Like, what's going on here? What's really happening? Do you know what?
How would you describe his attire?
Okay. So he had like a tweed, like a grey tweed, fucking setup. He was he was just wearing grey tweed basically. Man, I sound like such a liar, but you'd have to be there. Honest to God.
No, you don't sound like
you experience what you experience.
Yeah, no, and that's what you'll find cool about my channel is we're not here to judge you or call you a liar or anything.
No, man, no, but listen, I hate these motherfuckers who lie about this shit. But I literally, do you know what it was? Oh, what was it? He said something to me. And I literally said to him, are you like a slip? Are we having a slip in time? Because it was so fucking weird.
Surreal?
You know? Yeah, it was so surreal. It was so weird.
Yep. Okay.
Man, honestly, I wish I was lying. I mean, do you know what? I had, man, listen, I gave him something. I think I gave him a coin, or he gave me a coin. And I know me saying that is so, like, you know, iffy. Like, you know, why wouldn't you remember you gave each other a coin? But it was that fucking insane. It was that weird. It was that off the wall. Like, it just happened like that. And I really don't remember.
So, if you don't mind me asking, what were you doing that day before you met him? Like, why were you there? Were you just walking down the street? Going somewhere, or where were you coming from?
No, that I've been because like in Liverpool, it's like a party city. So I've been out. I think so I've been there. I think I've been out.
It's not for the football though over there.
Yeah, but
against Manchester United, the old rivalry over there.
No, not like that one. But no, I'm not a football fan myself. Yeah. So anyway, no, what it was, I've been just going, you know, because basically, if you ever been to Liverpool and Liverpool, UK, it's all about partying.
Yeah.
You know, the whole
having a good time. Yeah.
Whole city's it's based on, the whole economy is based on partying. So yeah. And you know what? I understand how unsatisfying this will be and how dodgy it must sound. But I'm telling you what I remember. And man, do you know what? Right, okay, something else just came back to me. This motherfucker is standing on a corner. That's what caught me attention. He's standing on a corner like an old school fucking spiv. I don't know if you know what a spiv is. But
can you spell that?
Spiv, SPIV. Yeah, he's like an old school spiv, and he's standing there all suave. And that's why he caught me attention, and I got into a conversation with this guy, and it was like, wow, this motherfucker just completely, put me on another plane of wow.
Okay.
Wow. I felt like I was in a time slip. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah. Oh, well, I just want to
say this. I don't believe in time slips.
Yeah.
However, I definitely don't deny them. Yeah. Now because of that.
I looked up what a spiv is, and a definition for it is: in the United Kingdom, the word spiv, S-P-I-V, is slang for a type of petty criminal who deals in illicit, typically black market goods. The word was particularly used the Second World War and in the post-war period when many goods were rationed due to the shortages.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's not just limited to that, but I'd say from the 20s to
The modern equivalent I've always heard was pickpocket or something like that.
Oh, no. Pickpockets is a specific thing. A spiv can, you can rob your socks when you're still wearing your shoes. You know, you
Oh,
start
total scumbag then.
No, not a scumbag. No.
Like a con artist? Like a con
No. What I'm trying to convey to you is
Yeah.
he's the type of guy who can talk the socks from your shoes while you're still wearing your shoes. You know, he's that type of I don't know what the American version would be, but it's something along the lines of.
Well, that's what we would call a con artist. The guy that would sell a ketchup popsicle to the lady in white gloves.
Yeah, but the difference is this spiv would not have to sell you nothing. He wouldn't ask you for money.
Oh no,
And the victim probably wouldn't know about it until long after.
He then walking away with your socks while you're still wearing your shoes. That you know, is that?
Yeah.
I mean, it can't be more explicit than that.
You know, we've commented on the show before, mostly in chat, that the greatest thing about the times that we're living in now is the fact that we can communicate live in video and in voice with people that clear across the pond here, and we're learning about the different languages and the cultures of each other. And I just learned what a spiv is. I'm totally going to use that.
Sure,
Power, before you were on, we literally just had a guest on who's one of our regular guests who's living in South America, and now we got a gentleman on from the UK, and it's an honor to be able to talk to you and have you jump on. We appreciate it.
Yeah. It's really, you know what? It's really nice to connect with people over the pond and that. So
and also at the same time with the limit of connection that we've had with our local societies and everything in the last year or so, it's nice to be able to make those connections that you wouldn't necessarily have.
Well, yeah, thank you for taking the chance, because I could have been a troll just ready to mess your stuff up. But yeah, thank you very much, guys.
Thank you for being cool. Thank you for the great story. Getting down to it, what do you think it was, or who do you think it was that you met? Was it a time traveler or alien?
Like I say, I still, even though I've experienced it, I do not believe in the supernatural. I think it's more. No, I still don't think it's supernatural. I think it's more to do with a time slip. Like if a time slip makes, if you heard of a time slip, I think it's a time slip. I don't think it's supernatural. I'm not particularly religious, even though I was brought up Catholic. It's not like I'm anti-religion or nothing. I'm what's the word? I'm an let me think. What's the word? I'm undecided. I'm undecided about religion.
Agnostic.
Agnostic. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. So I'm an agnostic. I mean,
So let's dive into this if you don't mind.
Sure.
What makes you consider yourself agnostic? Do you not believe in earthly religion, or do you think the earthly religions could be confused, or you just not believe in religion altogether?
Oh no, I mean, I
realize you're more atheist. I just wasn't sure where you.
Oh no, I'm definitely not atheist. Definitely not. I can say that straight off the bat. But personally, I've had a lot of bad things happen in my life where I don't know. Maybe it just biased me against there being a higher power, because why would they do that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, but don't.
There
I am
seems
not
to-
right.
I mean, there seems to have to be a purpose to this this existence that we all live in. The question is, what purpose is the right one, or which religion is the right one, and you know, navigating through that.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, in England, the culture is that it's not really. We don't really focus on. And I understand that America is big on religion, and you've got like black and whites. Like, you know, you are religious or you're not. You know, whereas in England,
I don't think that's actually how it's split in the U.S. I would feel like with having a younger perspective, I feel like I have a bit of a younger perspective. I'm in my about mid-30s. I would say most people younger than myself.
Same. I'm 36 also. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I would say a lot of people my age and younger seem to believe in a higher power, but they can't necessarily put a finger on it. And they're not going to say it's Jesus or it's, you know, Allah or insert God here.
Well, from my perspective, I respect religious people because that means they have a moral standing in life, you know, and they have.
No, I would never talk somebody down for having a religion.
Yeah.
That's a commitment all on its own.
Yeah. But me personally, like I say, I was brought up Catholic or amongst Catholic family, and I don't know. It just, you know, I'm not about to say I renounce God because you know what? Listen. This might sound weird as well. I've had some spiritual experiences in my life, you know, and is someone smoking weed?
I am. We live in Illinois. We live in Illinois. We have the benefit of having legalization of marijuana here.
Well, okay, that's cool. Yeah, no, I just didn't notice that you were smoking weed. You see, so.
Oh yeah, no, I did it. I did it on one of Jimmy's shows, and he looked at me like I had two dicks. Yeah, no, he definitely was thrown off. I was like, it's legal here. It's okay. We have.
Hey, listen, hey man, I smoke weed from the age of like 16 to 23.
I wouldn't recommend it at 16 when the brain's not fully developed yet.
No, I agree.
To each their own, you know.
No, I agree completely. I agree completely. I'm just giving you some background on myself.
Oh yeah. No, I appreciate. No, I just have to I have to use that disclaimer on YouTube.
So definitely. No,
not
definitely.
Advocating for any bad practices because
no.
For that.
Yeah. Definitely. I definitely wouldn't agree taking anything that alters your mind at that sort of age. You know, I'd leave it to about 22, 23.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, well, when your brain's fully developed, that's
exactly.
a lot of people say to you to go off of. That's when you can make adult decisions, and that decision is an adult decision. Even in the state of Illinois, you have to be what is considered a legal adult to participate in that recreational activity, just like alcohol or anything else. We have a higher drinking age in the U.S. than in probably the United Kingdom as well.
And in fairness, too, over here in the States where Jacob and I are, it's after midnight right now. So, you know, it's like the movie Gremlins. So do whatever you want. Sure. Just do it responsibly and don't hurt anybody else. Goes back to the free will conversation that he had with Pena earlier.
No, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to be in
a... Yeah.
I'm just saying... I didn't notice. That's all.
Mud Rabbit said legal. It's legal in Florida as well for medical.
Okay. Well, you know what?
I didn't know Florida. That's good. The reason I think that's good in Florida is because with the opioid epidemic, it'd be nice to have an alternative.
Well, with the humidity of Florida, I'd like to be stoned 24/7 because you know.
I could see how that would be a benefit to some, but at the same time, it could also, if say you were high on the spectrum for like schizophrenia or something like that, it could also make your sweating more profuse, and it could actually exacerbate those same conditions that you were facing prior to smoking marijuana. So depending on the person, it could make it better or worse.
Yeah. Hey guys, do you mind if I just dip out? I'm going to go for the.
Oh no, not a problem. We appreciate you stopping by. We'll be on here for a little bit longer.
No, I'll be back in about 10 minutes. But if you want to mute me and
message
me in the meantime.
Message me in the private chat when you're back around. Okay.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I might have missed the end of that. But that
was great. Yeah.
No, I like it when we actually get a guest that is willing to participate and isn't coming just to be a troll. So
I felt like Art Bell there for a minute there. Just these were the kind of phone calls that Art Bell, Coast to Coast AM. That's one of my favorite radio shows from back in like the late 90s, early 2000s, where he would talk about aliens and UFOs and time travelers and ghosts. He had a special radio show called Ghost to Ghost that he would host around Halloween time and tell ghost stories, or like stories that we just heard. You don't know. And it's so fascinating. We're just connecting with these people from all over the world. Is just fascinating.
It's like Pena Perspective. He said what did he say? The waters. Let me go back to it.
The waters under the bridge.
The global perspective. Global waters under the bridge.
Waters under the bridge.
Yes. Oh yeah, no, we definitely are. We are kind of getting to reach a little bit everywhere. We got fans in New Zealand now, and the UK, South America. We have a regular guest. We're trying to get it spread out as possible.
Yeah.
Tiffany, with what you said, yes, anything with a little bit of can of butter on it, I feel like goes down quite nicely.
Bread. Oh yeah,
I'm a big banana bread fan. We got making banana bread in my area, and my mom had this bread maker when we were younger, and we used to always save our bad bananas.
Yeah.
Bad bananas. That's when you could actually use them for banana bread.
Yeah.
And, same with like fried green tomatoes. Like it's something that I learned because.
Bro, you know what fried green tomatoes are? Oh my god.
Oh man, come on! That's a Midwestern classic, right there.
Oh, fried zucchini, morel mushrooms.
Yes. Zucchini squash. I'm a big fan of all of these things. Yes.
Yeah.
My girlfriend makes a beautiful fried zucchini that I can't compare to because I don't have the patience that she does, and she's a lot more into olive oil than myself. She has more of an Italian kick in her family.
Yeah. It seems like there's a family recipe that goes along with it because it's like some special kind of cornstarch, and then what kind of oil do you cook it in, and what's the pan that you use to fry it in. It's just so many variables. But yeah, to get grandma's old recipe on that, wow.
We try. We try to be open to everybody and take in all these conversations. I really appreciate your time as well, Terry, because
absolutely.
It's good to see that we can have these conversations about everything as well. I love having you on here.
Dr. Demento, that's the show that I was trying to think of Weird Al Yankovic with John Bermuda Schwartz performing on with the song another one, Rise the Bus. Yeah. And another come on, and another comes on, and don't want to give you a copyright strike.
Well, and they talked about another brick in the wall. Doesn't he have another one for that as well? They were talking about another brick in the wall in the chat. I believe he has another one. reflects on that as well.
I don't recall him doing a Pink Floyd version, a Pink Floyd song, but I know there's a lot of songs out there that is attributed to Weird Al, but someone
the other one that I get all the time that people ask me if it's, well, people don't ask me. People wonder all the time if it's a Weird Al song is Rice Rice Baby. It's a it's an Ice Baby parody.
Yeah.
It attributed to Adam Sandler. I've seen it attributed to Weird Al. I've seen it attributed to a lot of people. Yeah, and it was the same thing that happened to prank calls in the early '90s.
It's an internet meme. Did it. Yeah. Who no one knows.
Yeah, it's infinite at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be awesome. I also thought the same thing about Howard Stern when he was younger in coming up in the radio. When it comes to like being able to see him or hear him on one of his early radio shows would have been groundbreaking, especially in your area. And even if you were offended by it, and being able to look back in the day and be like, oh my gosh, that guy is the creator of what is now Sirius XM, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, when it comes to bringing it to platform. No, it's not the creator, but he brought it to platform in the eyes of the rest of the public, and it actually being a station.
Yeah, I remember reading his book, Private Parts, that they later made into the movie. And I highly recommend the book if you're obviously to you, Jacob, because you're interested in broadcasting and Howard Stern. What a great read and a great book report that I was able to give. There's slight nudity in that book too, so
and a little bit of a small penis complex, but I still recommend that movie for everybody. It's a good movie. It's a real movie. Like you actually get to see his real reactions and his real emotions that are going through a real person. Like it's not that blown out of proportion.
On-air DJ in the biggest market in America. Can you do it every day? No.
Oh no. And he was one of the few people that was, and he was groundbreaking by doing it. Like when people talk about original podcasters, I put him in that category just for the simple fact that he was what is now considered a podcast. He was the person talking with these people every day that nobody else was doing.
Real experiences.
Developing new platforms.
Human being experiences, I might add.
I mean, him, Adam Carolla, your Joe Rogans, these are the people that actually like help develop platforms. Like in the future, I have a feeling we're going to look back at YouTube and go, oh, Joe Rogan helped develop that platform.
Yeah.
I can see that in 20 years.
Yeah. Howard Stern broadcasted live on 9/11, stayed on the air. Yeah.
I remember exactly where I was in 9/11 because that to me that was my Kennedy assassination. To me that was a moment in my life where everybody stopped and realized where they were at and what was going on. I mean, they might not have knew what was going on, but they did their best to understand what was going on at the time with the information presented to them. And that's
I'll tell you what. I'll give you an exclusive here, Jacob. My experience that I had the night before, I was out working in my workshop, and I was outside working late at night, and I just had this feeling of tomorrow there's going to be an earthquake, but not an earthquake. I'm like, okay, that's a interesting little thought there, but it was like, that little voice of, I don't call it God, spirit, psychic wisdom that I've come to know. And then the next day, because I was up so late, I slept all day long. I wasn't up until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I didn't even know what was going on. World was falling down. Had no idea until I got up and, just like everyone, what do? Get up in the morning, turn the TV on. I'm hoping for The Simpsons in syndication. Well, no, it's what's going on. So,
well, and I always thought it was so interesting, like thinking of something that, like The Simpsons, that was considered like it was the Family Guy of its time. It was that cartoon that was kind of groundbreaking, and without talking about the conspiracy theories that everybody has tied to The Simpsons, and all the things that they predicted. Just the groundbreakingness of them being a little edgy compared to everything else. And now you look at them and they're owned by the Disney Channel, and all of their movies that they had produced before are getting re-edited and being presented in a different format because they're now owned by the Disney Channel. And it's like, oh,
rewriting history.
Yeah, you're watching the Mandela effect take place in front of you because
so
you're no longer going to have this past information.
Who won the war? Who is
winners?
Who's
Winners won the war? And
who's rewriting history now? What's going on?
Yeah,
that's all I want to know. Between the
Simpsons, I think South Park is one of those groundbreaking ones too. Yeah, South Park definitely needs to be up there. And I feel like they were more of the envelope pushers rather than like revealing anything that was coming in the future. I do think Simpsons borderlined more on that with predictions, but I don't know if that had to do with actual the amount of content created. If you create that much content, is there a chance that there will be overlap into reality of things that might occur? And you start playing with the odds when you have that many episodes. South Park's up there for episodes, but they don't have the same kind of coincidences that The Simpsons do.
Right. It's like, there's also that theory out there that you can take the novel Moby Dick and convert it into predictive programming, and you'll find some things that in there that you can bring up in reality and compare to what went on in that story. So predictive programming, is it real? I lean towards the side of, there has to be something to it, because at what point do coincidences weigh on the scale over to full-on synchronicity, to full-on conspiracy, to what really is going on here?
Yeah. And that was what was interesting about the Simpsons episode, the one that gets marked as the 9/11 episode. They had a magazine that was sitting on the stands, and it had a 9 on it, and then it also had the Twin Towers on it, which represented the 11. And then everybody convinced that was the 9/11 that everybody was talking about. And then you saw like the killer bees thing during the pandemic. We had a killer bee outbreak at the time. And people tried to correlate that. The Trump going down the stairs. There was a correlation in that. There was
the escalator.
Yes, the escalator. There was a few in The Simpsons that were considered significant. That I would also note that they were definitely spot on, but I don't know if it was purposeful.
Yeah, going back to a professional wrestling, the Ultimate Warrior gave a famous promo in his battle just before WrestleMania 6 against Hulk Hogan, where he made a reference to shoving the controls of the airplane into a nosedive, and that's when you'll get close to parts unknown. And it's been compared to the as predictive programming to 9/11, and it's and plus you also
that was something significant about the infinite. I mean the why am I not the warrior that we were just talking about?
Ultimate Warrior.
The Ultimate Warrior.
Yeah.
The reason that it was so significant with him is also his appearance on the WWF with that last speech that he gave before he passed away, like he knew it was coming.
Yeah.
Like that was so significant that people overlooked it at the time. And I was like, wow, what did it happen? Maybe 2 days after he passed away, or like a week after he passed away?
Here's what happened. And I know this because I was there at WrestleMania 30 weekend, which is in New Orleans.
That was in 2015, right?
That I believe, you could
the 2015 background when you were at the Hall of Fame. That's why I used that reference.
Okay. Um, the Hall of Fame that I was at WrestleMania 31, which is in San Jose. So the Ultimate Warrior was put into the Hall of Fame at WrestleMania 30, which was in New Orleans, Louisiana. And I right now I say prayers, thoughts, everyone going through Hurricane Ida down in New Orleans, Louisiana area. Prayers with you. But yeah, WrestleMania 30 Ultimate Warrior inducted into the Hall of Fame, and then he was on Monday Night Raw where he gave that speech, and that night is when he passed away. And I found out about this because I actually took an Amtrak train from where I live here in Illinois, took the Spirit of the city of New Orleans Amtrak all the way down to New Orleans and brought it back. What a train ride that was, and to find out that the Ultimate Warrior, I was kind of nodding off in and out of sleep, after a long, very event-filled weekend. I'm sure you can imagine everything that I was involved with there. WrestleMania 30 weekend.
That's so intense.
Yeah,
it's like if you had the biggest UFC event and then stretched out 3 days.
Yeah.
Because there's so much going on in that time frame of what is WrestleMania and just the spectacle behind it. You're going to get stars from the past. You're going to get your future stars that are getting the push, and the scale that it's on is just another level.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is 80,000 people. But I saw it on my phone, and I looked up to another friend of mine, and it kind of had the same thought of, is this all real here? Like, what the hell is going on? Yeah, he passed away the day after he gave that speech. I mean, what a way to go.
But just how you even made it more real and saying it was the next day.
Mm-hmm.
To imagine,
very next day.
To imagine planning something
that
like
night
that
is when it happened. That night.
To imagine planning something like that, and it was interesting because at the time his relationship with the WWF wasn't actually that great. He was actually trying to bring himself back into a relevant position because they were convinced in the past because of his rambles or everything else that he was just a crazy and everything else, and that wasn't the case. He was very committed to his craft. He was a next level athlete. Another one of those ones that, because of other things outside of the ring and in the ring, he didn't necessarily get his athletic push that he deserved, because he was a spectacle. He was one of the. I would compare him more to a Lex Luger.
Yeah,
he came to that Adonis ability and being that good to harness what people actually wanted.
In entertainment, there's something called method acting, where that's a lot of where the Ultimate Warrior character came from, because he brought a lot of these outlandish, out of the world ideas to the table that he wanted to present and try to tell his story of whatever's going on in out there and tell the story to entertain the crowd. So Ultimate Warrior. So where are we at in chat? Are we getting caught up over here?
Oh yeah,
it seems like there's a party over there.
We got a bunch of people just popping in, saying hi, letting us know that they're still here, tuning in, throwing in a bunch of emojis and catching us up.
That's phenomenal. You guys are fantastic.
Yeah, we love the Discord in our chat. Whether it's Mud Rabbit, whether it's Maria, Tiffany, everybody adds so much to the conversation. And got some new guests tonight with Power. What was it? Power Up. Power Up,
I believe. Yeah.
And I appreciate you stopping by. It was great. If you're still in, I know he had a little partaking session, and he's hanging out in the chat. He's more than welcome to join back up with us if they want. But yes, everybody's still hanging out in the chat, having a good time.
Yeah.
I'm glad everybody's enjoying it. We got 7 people viewing right now. I appreciate everybody hanging out. We're taking anybody's questions. I kind of have an open platform tonight. We're gonna cruise through 5 hours without even thinking about it. We're already at 4:40, and I know me and Terry didn't get the hangout time that we wanted the other night because of the travel that I had to actually make back. So I do apologize. I did not want
Oh my goodness. No, no.
I wanted to take you over to Jordy's and show you what it was.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
But
you apologize, but I'm just still blown away by the fact that you drove it as far as you did, and you brought your significant other with you. What a wonderful first time meeting, really.
Oh yeah, we spent 6 hours driving that day just for that event, and we were happy that we did it. It was great. We appreciate the invite, and I hope this is one of the first times we get to hang out with one of our subscribers and somebody that we're really interested in talking to, because you know my passion about professional wrestling, and we've talked about it a little offline, a little online.
That's how we got connected. We met in Aaron Moriarty chat and that he had going on here on YouTube. And you mentioned in the chat somewhere that you were a wrestler, and I just chimed in, amateur or pro, and you were like both, and I'm like, okay, I'll just store that and we'll go from there.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to wrestling, like it's one of those things that I don't put them in the same category, but at the same time, they're their own arts of their own.
Yeah,
and that's why little things stand out to me. The shoes you were wearing that night stood out to me because I wore shoes like that for 20 plus years of my life. And I didn't even know. And my first question was, so when I got introduced to wrestling when I was younger, and I started to understand why I was doing the things I was doing, why I was wearing a headgear, why I was wearing the shoes I was wearing, it was because my cousin, who was a wrestling coach at the time, he grabbed his hand and he had an A6 wrestling shoe in his hand. And he stuck it against the wall, and he said, pull my hand down. And I couldn't move his hand because it was kind of stuck to the wall. It was like gripping it. The shoe had a different amount of grip to it than the regular sneaker that I'm used to seeing. And it wasn't like a high top boxing shoe. It wasn't like anything like that. It just had its own grip. And that's why I asked you, I said, does that shoe grip well on the canvas?
Yes.
And are you guys on canvas right now?
Yes.
Because I was wondering the exact material and how it gripped to it because of my influence in being on a wrestling mat. I was confused about the grip and how it worked. And
it's the same. Yeah. Okay. So you're from the farming community. So you have the semi trucks there in town that haul the grain and everything. Yeah. And on that grain, they have the tarp, the canvas, the canvas, same kind of canvas.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That canvas is a lot easier to explain because people don't think it's that same awning canvas that you would get in front of a business or anything like that. Okay.
Right. Yeah. And the shoes that I wear, or at least the ones that you saw, are A6 brand for those interested. And they're the amateur style, like high school or collegiate style. And they're black with white stripes, which is a perfect complement for a black and white stripe referee jersey. And that is considered an official uniform, at least on the level that I'm at.
Let me ask you this on a referee's level. I think this is an interesting question that I saw develop in basketball specifically.
Yeah.
Do you think it would be more beneficial to your sport to take the striped uniform out and go with a more plain uniform, like an all gray or something like that didn't draw as much attention to yourself as a Foot Locker uniform? That's what it's almost established with at this point. So and also, gosh, it's the same way I feel about in the UFC is what they call the referee only has so much control, and it's actually about the safety of the people involved. It's not about establishing the winner of the event. The referee's job is not that in the events that I prefer to watch, honestly, is when the UFC is not actually the judge of the outcome. He is involved in the safety of the participants. And you 100% do that. Because I was explaining that to my significant other when we were at the event, and she was wondering why did the refs go up and hold hands with the person that just took a bump or just took this? And I was like, this is a check. This is a livelihood check. This is an everything check. You're just feeling out the status of how everything's going.
I want to know, as a fellow human being, is that man still alive?
Yeah.
That's it. It really is that simple.
That's your job.
Yeah, and you know, I have seen some real injuries and some real accidents where guys have gone to the hospital with injuries that I just don't want to repeat, and because it doesn't bear repeating. So what it comes down to is I want to know for a fact if that guy is cognizant, or if we need to just call everything off here, or if he's hurt, how hurt is he? Maybe he's just okay. He can walk it off, work it off, whatever, and then you can still fill up your TV time that you're given to go out there and showcase yourself and showcase your opponent that you're working with, who worked very hard themselves to get to where they are, to be on that TV time.
Well, and people that are big fans like myself, they study the things that these referees are actually supposed to be doing in these events, whether they're subtle signals or whether they're obvious signals. And you gave a signal the other night that threw me off because it was and it was done very well. It was just like a wrestler coordinating an acting event. It was for those people that were real fans.
Yeah.
For those people that were real fans, you had them trapped in because that signal that you gave was usually considered a universal signal for somebody is seriously injured here.
Right.
And you sold it perfectly. And if you did not look up at me at that moment, like when you looked up at me, I looked at my significant other. I was like, oh, okay. Like it took me a second, but I don't know how much more to say that I appreciated that look, because it actually did help me a lot, because besides the little bit, like I would have figured it out over time through the night.
Yeah.
With everything else that when you looked up at me, the person had not gotten off the ground yet. When the person got off the ground, with my background in wrestling and in sports, I knew that alone, the way that the person got off the ground was enough to tell me that it was a sell. That was enough, but a lot of people didn't get that. A lot of people did not understand if somebody has a neck or a head injury, you do not pick them up by their head and escort them out of the arena.
Absolutely no argument about that.
If they were actually worried about the condition, you're way more advanced than that. But you sold it like, oh, this is part of the event, and you did it so well. Like I told you, there was people in the audience before me and you met up after the event that were convinced this wrestler might not be continuing in his career.
Done. Yeah.
Hook, line, and sinker is how I like to phrase that.
I know. Yeah. I'd be interested in next Chicago appearance. Aaron said he'd come back. Okay.
Sorry, hold on. I gotta catch up the chat a little bit.
Yeah.
I saw the Bashiago comment, and I might have clicked on an accident.
I tell you what, you get caught up on chat, I'm going to take a quick break, all right?
Oh, yeah, you're fine.
I'll be right back.
All right, we'll be here. All right. And so, let's see here. Maria, I appreciate you coming back and hanging out with us. let's see. I think Power Up might be interested in the next Andrew Basiago appearance. Aaron said he'd come back. Yeah. When it comes to Andrew, I really hope he comes back. There was something significant in the chat the other day on Aaron's channel that I noticed that Aaron didn't address, and it seems like some of the videos about Andrew Basiago got taken off of Aaron's channel, and I don't know if I would love to know the dynamic that's actually going on and what Andrew's saying to Aaron, because Aaron is one of the nicest people I've ever met in my life. And he's one of the most interested people when it comes to you telling your story, and he's honest about hearing you out. I mean, he'll make his own judgments like anybody should, but at the same time, Aaron will hear you out fully. And yeah, I've had nothing but respect for Aaron. All right, I believe the link's still pinned to the top of the chat. Unless it got taken off, let me know. I can share it in the chat again. Otherwise, it's in the title. Feel free to jump in. Anybody that would like to join in with us, you're more than welcome to. Maria, Tiffany, anybody that's got the breath for it, you guys are all more than welcome to. Yeah, it's a party over here. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up the chat a little bit. I'm still reading it. Party at Mud Rabbit's house, party at Tiffany's house, party at Jacob's house, yes. Oh, gosh. Ooh, man, that actually really sounds good. Something to soothe the throat a little bit, help the vocal cords. Yes, that'd be nice. A little soothing warranty to relax things. Sean, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. I don't know about that. Party, party, party. Let's get all. Yeah. Unless you're talking about getting my pants at my waist, I'm not sure what you mean by that, Maria. I don't promote things like that. Come on. Come on. Come on. But it looks like Terry might be back here. Let me see if I can bring him back into the chat. No hurry. Just give me the wave when you're ready. Okay, let's see here. Add Terry back into here for us.
Howdy, howdy.
Power Up. The link should be attached to the YouTube. Otherwise, it's in the title. It's also in the description. I haven't changed the StreamYard link. I'll share it again if nobody can find it, but I tried to post it everywhere so that everybody could see it. That's when we seem to get the best conversation, is when we invite other people in from outside. So again, I say party, party, party. Let's get wasted. Yeah, no, that's not where I'm at. Unless you're talking about getting milk wasted, getting all hopped up on calcium. Yeah, but no. Drink responsibly. Be of age. Only participate in things that you're of age of. We're not all living in the UK and can drink when we can see over the bar. That's one thing I wish I. That's one thing I wish I saw more in the US. Is that
what the spivs do out over there?
I've heard a bunch of different things of what considered legal drinking age in the UK, and the one thing I've learned is that the way that they don't treat it like it's a big problem initially can teach people to actually drink responsibly through their life. Otherwise, you have these people waiting until they're 21 in the US and they get themselves in conditions that aren't actually suitable for most drinkers. I feel like they find themselves drinking too much on their 21st birthday or whatever party it might be.
Yeah.
But, it looks like Power Up has joined us again. I'm going to let you back in here, Power Up.
Hey, thank you, brother. Thank you.
Yeah.
Cheers. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm cool, man. I just had a misplaced, let's move on from that. But
Is the link still on the top of the chat? Can everybody still see it on YouTube?
yeah, I'm not sure, bro. I'm not sure because I'm using my phone, you see, so I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
A little harder.
Yeah. But anyway, thank you for letting me back in, man.
Yeah.
No problem. We appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, cool, man. Cool.
Everybody in the chat, Maria and everybody saying, hey, power up.
Hey, hello, guys. Yeah. My actual name's David, so in case you know.
No, I appreciate
Hey,
that. I know it's private information. I don't usually push
Yeah,
on
yeah.
it. Yeah, I appreciate giving us a name to call you. It's a little easier.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, David, man, David. But the reason I stay incognito is not because I don't trust you guys. It's because there's so many weird people on YouTube, and they just want to mess your life up, man.
I've dealt with it. Yes, it is.
It's not cool at all. It's not
no
cool.
fun.
Yeah.
You know. So maybe my name isn't actually David for the stalkers.
No. It just gives us a name to reference when it comes to
Yeah. Cool, man.
And it actually attaches something to you where we can go, oh yeah, the conversation we had with David was a good conversation. You look back at it and say power up, they go, oh, people have that name, you know.
Well, the only reason I used the name Power Up is because I like to play, computer games. So
Super Mario Brothers.
Yeah, exactly.
What's your computer game of choice?
My favorite computer game ever is it's either Metal Gear Solid or it's either that or it's Resident Evil.
Okay.
One or the other. Yeah.
That's how I used to play for the Cyber Athletic League, Cal, in the U.S. And I was ranked second in Illinois for Counter-Strike 1.6. Counter-Strike was one of my big games when I was younger, and I got super involved in it. Like to this day, if you put this on the computer, I wouldn't live stream anymore. Like I have a very bad addiction to this game, and glad I was able to part myself with it and get a lower graphics card so I didn't have to worry about it so much.
Yeah, man. No, I listen. I can respect that completely. It's a lifelong effort. I think. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Man.
What Mud Rabbit said. Aaron was the moderator, but at the same time, yes, it was Andy's show, and the idea that it was his name that was on the show. But at the same time, I felt like Aaron was doing all the work. Aaron was actually bringing in the people that were participating in the show, and I have such a love-hate for what's going on with everything that's going on with that channel and what's going on with that show. I love Aaron. I love Andy. I don't like the outcome of what happened. I appreciate it so much. So for years, I've been asking that people knew when Andy was going to be on and when you could catch him and actually hear more about his story and actually talk to him. Because the first time I met Andy was through Facebook, and he talked to me personally. And that's when I was like, oh.
I have no idea who Andy is or anything, but I'm guessing.
Have you heard Andy Bashiak?
No. Well, let me guess. Even though, the point I'm making is, even though I don't know who Andy is, I have came across that type of situation before. So basically, may I guess, is somebody dogging your friend, and you're sticking up with your friend for your friend?
No, not at all.
Okay.
So Andy is a person that I would put on my list of when you're talking of the word that I don't like to use, which is conspiracy theories. when you're talking
okay.
about these subjects that are considered under those things. He is my
he's your good friend. He's your good friend.
No, I wish. I really.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go on.
But when I'm talking about people like Bob Lazar, Robert Lazar, and these people that I consider very credible in that field, I put.
Well, hang on. You talking flat earth?
No.
Bob Lazar.
I don't find flat Earth to be credible.
Of course it's not, because it's pony. Complete pony. But anyway, listen, I listen, believe it or not, I had no idea about any of these people. But when you said the word or the name Bob Lazar, the guy is a definite fraud. He's an Alex Jones.
Why do you think so?
Because he's a complete. Of course he is.
I know. Give me some examples.
Okay, so you want something? Hey, you want something specific?
David, I'm fine with your claim. Just back it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, man. Well, you want something specific? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just conversation.
No. That's fair. That's fair.
Not judging at all. Just hearing your opinion.
Hey, man, that's fair. That's completely fair. Right.
Yeah.
Believe it or not. Okay, believe it or not, I am actually nothing to do. Like, because it might look like I'm some sort of fucking shill now, because I know who Bob Lazar is. He fucking, at the end of the day, the guy can't communicate with aliens. Number one.
I never thought. No. Okay, so Bob Lazar doesn't make any claims to communicate with aliens.
Okay, but he can't back any of his claims up.
I would say Bob Lazar can back up his claims about where.
Okay, so Bob Lazar, am I incorrect in saying that Bob Lazar, as he said he knows how perpetual motion and perpetual fucking energy.
I think you might be confusing Bob Lazar for Stephen Greer.
No, I don't think I am. I think Bob Lazar.
I do think Bob Lazar has the claim to talk about perpetual motion with being a physicist like he is.
Okay, so why isn't the whole of like energy, like every section of energy just completely fucking collapsed? Because do you know how much that would be worth? That would be worth.
Whoever just joined in the chat, whoever just joined in the live stream, message us in the private chat, because you decided not to put a name up. So
if perpetual motion was possible, unlimited power, then that would, like, the guy would either be dead. So
when Bob Lazar talks about perpetual motion, he uses it on the sense of the magnetic field that's actually used around.
So what? It doesn't matter what he says. I can tell you that my fucking farts make fucking perpetual motion. It doesn't mean fucking nothing. Come on, man. The fact is.
Well, I mean, even your farts.
If it was such a thing, come on, man.
Even your farts and the energy put into your body explain an object in motion stays in motion until.
Yeah, but the fact is, okay, that's all well and good. But the fact is, if it was possible, then the whole of the energy fucking system would be fucking done forever, wouldn't it? Come on, man.
It depends. It depends. If you wanted to keep,
No.
Let me explain, David. Let me explain a little bit. Let me unpack a little bit. So if somebody wanted to keep people into a system where they were paying for energy rather than having free energy at will, and the government could make more money off of people paying for energy, wouldn't they want to do it to keep that money?
Yes, of course the conglomerates would want to do that. However, once it got out once, it'd be exponential.
Well, let me give you a good example. David, have you ever seen or heard of the YouTube video of the guy that made an engine that was running on water?
Yes, I've seen it.
Where is it now?
It got sucked down because it's bullshit.
It got took down because it's bullshit, or got took down because when shit's bullshit on the internet, what I notice is you'll see copies. Hold on, let me finish. What you'll see is copies of it where people are discrediting it and actually debunking it. You don't see that on the internet when it comes to that case. I wonder
why didn't you become the richest person on the planet then? Because you could have just copied that video.
It could have been a bad deal.
It could have been bullshit also.
Another great example is if you look at patents in the U.S., they had the self-repairing tire a long time ago.
Listen, man, all it takes is one person to perform perpetual motion one person once, on any platform, and that will be the end of it. The fucking, that will literally be the end of any sort of oil.
Sorry,
that'll be the end of any oil conglomerates or anything like that. Come on, man, come on. You must understand. Listen, Newton's first law is that there's no such thing as extra energy. There's no such thing. And if you can prove opposite, if you can prove that there's a way to create extra energy from a certain, say we got one mole of energy.
Energy
If you can make one,
can only be transferred.
If you can make 1.01 moles of energy from 1 mole of energy, you're literally the richest guy on the planet forever. So why hasn't no one done it?
So let me give you a good example, David. Is when they first came out with the idea of the tire that repaired itself, it had a fluid in it that would seal the leak if you were to run over a nail or something like that. It was actually bought up by
man, I'm telling you now,
the marshmallow guy, Goodyear. Goodyear actually bought up the patent, and it wasn't released again until a new one was released by Tesla, because he had a new design. But what they wanted people to do, listen. What they wanted people to do in the system was to keep buying tires. They wanted them to keep in that system as buying tires.
Hang on, hang on. If Goodyear have just discovered the answer to the universe, why wouldn't they fucking just take money forever? Come on.
Because why wouldn't they want to keep making money off the public, even if they had an answer?
Okay, you're telling me.
Let's use a vague example, David. If they had a cure for cancer, how long would it take to release it?
No. We're talking about something completely different.
This is completely on topic. If you had a solution to a problem and somebody had it, why wouldn't they release it? Is there a public benefit to not releasing it?
Right, listen, right. The fact is, if this amazing technology is in existence, which can produce energy from nothing, so you're saying energy can be produced from nothing?
No, I'm not saying energy.
That's what they're saying. They're saying it's a perpetual motion machine.
Who's they?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, but you're the one who...
Robert Lazar isn't saying that, and that was the original example that we used.
Okay, so Bob Lazar has got this perpetual motion machine, and
He
he's
doesn't have a. He
shared
doesn't
it.
have a. Are you convincing? Are you conflating him with Tesla?
No, I'm
Because
not
Bob Lazar
conflating
didn't have a
nothing with
perpetual
nothing.
motion machine either, or claim
Right.
to have.
Well, that's the definition of a perpetual motion machine, because if you put less energy into something and it produces more than you put in, that is perpetual motion by definition. Is it not? Is it not?
I think perpetual motion is an object in motion that's not being contacted by an outside force. That is perpetual.
Okay, well that's fine. You can. Okay, tell me the physics behind it then.
It basically has to do with what's it called? Friction. The amount of friction acting upon an object is
No. It's not. No,
to continue.
but it's not just friction, is it? It's power, and friction. Obviously, friction is involved.
So if space is empty and you have a certain amount of power to project an object through space, can it travel uninfringed without coming across friction?
No, of course it can't, because friction is involved. Of course it can't.
That's what I'm saying. Power is not necessarily the only variable.
Okay, so we're talking about vacuums, yeah. We're talking about the vacuum of space, yeah.
But if I'm talking about the planet Earth, that's why I represented magnetic fields, because I think
so why
trying to propel themselves around an Earth would use a magnetic field.
But the thing is with the Earth that it has atmospheric factions, or it has atmosphere, like the right. Okay, so what I'm talking about is in the vacuum of space, and it's not a vacuum, but it's close to a vacuum. So let's say there's this thing or this object, and it's spinning around the Earth, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and in orbit, and somehow there's a I don't know what the right word is.
Talk it out.
There's a thing which can, what's the word? Harness is the word I'm after. So there's this
Dyson sphere.
There's this mechanism in the orbits of Earth.
Yeah.
And there's this other thing which is, clearly spinning around or orbiting, the Earth at a certain, rate. So obviously every time this object that's orbiting the Earth and this other
satellite.
thing. Well, yeah, satellite, yeah.
Somebody in the chat, David. Somebody in the chat wanted to let you know you should, if you get a chance, watch the interview with Joe Rogan and Bob Lazar.
Are you for fucking real?
Yeah, I'm for fucking real.
That's my response. Yeah. What? Joe Rogan? You on fucking drugs? Come on.
So when, if ever, do you think Joe Rogan became a shill?
Joe Rogan is a complete fucking moron. That's my opinion of Joe Rogan.
I think he. So, and this is the reference I always use. It depends on what he's talking about, but when it comes to astrophysics or anything like that, unless he has an expert on, I consider it bro science. I do not consider him an expert in those fields, but at the same time, if he has an expert on his show and we're hearing their input, then that's a different spectrum for me. Just like with the Bob Lazar episode, he was talking.
Hey, listen. I agree with what you're saying. I listen to scientists before conspiracists or
speaking of perpetual motion, if you get a chance, look.
There's no such thing. Show me perpetual motion.
So check out my channel when you get a chance. David.
No. I'm asking you to tell me about perpetual
No.
motion.
I wouldn't.
Oh,
consider myself-
you don't want to prove your stance. Your stance.
No, it's not that. I might have views on perpetual motion, but I can't
Well, you can't
elaborate.
I
can't elaborate on them. It's somebody that's.
But the thing is, it boils down to, science doesn't boil down to like
Oh
opinions.
no! I agree. It's when it comes to some of these things, it's theory at this point, and it is speculation.
Yeah, but okay, so show your theory. Show your theory.
They aren't my theories, and that's why I wouldn't.
Well,
show
what's your theory? I don't know what your theory is.
I don't have a theory. I haven't developed a theory.
Well, you just said it's theory.
No. I will push other people's information that I've heard before that I can that I can agree with and find commonality.
Okay, well, how can you agree with it if you can't specify it?
I would say
it's like me say
I would reference their information because they're better at articulating it than myself.
Well, I didn't.
I would reference like if you wanted to.
I could
David,
have a friend.
Let me give you a good example. David,
I could have a friend who says,
David, I'm gonna mute you for a second. Let me give you a good example.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of astrophysicists out there that I can't talk about astrophysics, but I will reference those astrophysicists that study these things and are experts on these things. I'm not an expert on these things. I don't pretend to be, and that's something I also realized with Joe Rogan and any of these other people that are interviewing the people involved. Is they don't claim to be professionals on these things. They're just talking about these things to get the conversation started. I'm glad you're interested in these conversations and have the disagreements that you do, because what that does is it gets the conversation started and has people questioning if these things are real, if these theories actually work out, and that's how you test them in real life. It's the same idea of a philosopher in the past. A philosopher talked about ideas that weren't talked about. That's the whole idea of a philosopher, is to help you sort out ideas.
First off, may I apologize for speaking over you? No,
it's good. I just had to make sure you're still in here with us.
yeah. I do apologize for it. I understand why you muted me. I do apologize for being obtrusive.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, if you allow me to speak, right? So, perpetual motion, right? And that's what was, that is the subject. Am I wrong? Or?
I mean, I thought the subject was Bob Lazar, his story is not about perpetual motion, but but you brought it to that.
Okay, well, I did, I suppose. So let's stick with perpetual motion, okay? Perpetual motion is impossible. It's impossible, and if you can prove me otherwise, you will win the Nobel Peace Prize. That is literally on the cards. That is literally on the table. So please prove me otherwise. Please.
No, I wasn't,
not just
laughing
me.
at you. I believe I know who just popped into the screen for a minute, and he's more than welcome to join because I saw his icon. He's more than welcome to join if he's with us in the chat. Terry popped out. He might be back, but
well, whoever it is has definitely got no answer for perpetual motion.
Oh no, but that's why I was going to tell you, David. If you get a chance, check out some of the interviews I've done before. I had an astrophysicist on here before by the name of Mark Ferrantino.
Okay, so how
he explains it better than myself. I don't try to
that's fine
because I'm not an expert in them.
Okay, that's fine. But as Mark proved perpetual motion,
has he proved it? No, he hasn't.
Has he even gave?
I think most people have a theory on these things.
No, proved is a bad word. So let me rephrase. So has Mark presented hypothesis. No,
he's
no,
presented-
let
me give you an example with what you're saying.
Let me
He's
think.
presented,
Let me
he's
finish.
presented an equation that is
Let me
provable in
finish.
math.
Has Mark presented fair or what's the word? Has Mark presented a hypothesis to peers who are experts in his field, and have they backed up his hypothesis?
I don't think
That's my question.
I don't think he's had people in the scientific community fully support his theories yet, but he has developed theories that are provable mathematically, which is the ground basis that we have on science so far.
So do you understand that you are like a normal guy saying that his hypothesis on
Oh
this?
yeah, no, I understand. Like a great example, David, is gravity is still a theory.
Never mind. Yeah, but listen, never mind that. That's not the point. The point is,
but things that aren't provable.
Hang on a minute. So his peers in the scientific community, none of them have backed up any of his theories. Is that correct?
No, I do think other people in science do support his theories, but they haven't been universally accepted. I do think
can you give me a name?
Universally accepted yet?
Okay, that's fine. Can you give me a name? One name
of the people that support his theories?
No. His peers in the scientific community. His peers.
I would say other peers that are involved in astrophysics have also.
But that's not a name. That's not a name.
No, it's just the people in that field. I don't know enough about them. Like I said, this is why I don't speak on the matters that I don't know enough about.
To be clear, not a single person.
No, that's not.
In his scientific.
That's not clear, David. You're putting words into it. What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, I can't articulate these people. I'm not saying that there's no people that agree with his theories. What I'm saying is, I can articulate. You're
saying. I'm asking you specifically. Are there scientists in his specific field that will back up his scientific hypothesis?
Yes, but I don't know their names.
Any of them? Okay. So which one? Which name one?
But like I just said, I'm not an expert in his field, and I don't know these people. So
but I didn't ask you if you're an expert in this field. I asked you.
No, but I can't articulate on these people.
Yeah, but it seems like
I can't articulate David on these people if I don't know of them and know.
Okay, but it seems that's fine.
It's like I wouldn't speak on somebody's merit if I didn't know how credible their merit was.
Right. Listen. Okay. I'm asking you a specific question, and the question is, are there specific scientists and peers in his field that will back up his hypothesis? Are there any? The question is, are there any? It's not about
yes, there are.
It's about are there?
Yes, there are, but I don't know.
Okay, so my next question. So
David, you're not letting me finish, David. Yes, there are people that support his theories. The person that knows about who supports those theories are the person that has that theory, which is Mark, who I'm referencing.
Yeah, but
I can't make claims.
So my next
people. Listen. Let me finish. I can't make claims about the people that support his theories if I don't know the people that support his theories. Yes, there are.
It's not a theory.
He's not a discredited person.
No, it's not a theory. It's a hypothesis. At this moment, it's a hypothesis. So you've said that there are people who will support his hypothesis.
Should we look at the definition of a theory to correct that?
Well, we shan't. at this moment, what I'm asking you is,
Because
who are these people?
what I'm saying
Who are
is,
these?
what I'm saying is,
I'm asking
the
you,
phrase,
who are these
the phrase
people?
that you just made, David, was actually incorrect.
Okay.
Because it's not,
Who are these
it's not a
people? Who are these
hypothesis
people?
rather than a theory. You can have a theory that hasn't been proven yet, especially when it
Right.
comes to science.
No, you're getting the wrong way around, mate. But listen, the point I'm making is, so there's hypothesis, and who are these people who back his hypothesis?
And like I
Who are
said,
they?
once
Who are
again,
they? Can you name them, please? Because
no,
I'm sure.
like I've said from the beginning,
So you can't name them. You can't
no,
name any of them.
because these also aren't my theories, and I wouldn't know who he's talked about with these theories and made these agreements with.
No. That's not how it works. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. This conversation no longer going anywhere. Power, I'd love to talk to you. What I'm trying to say is, I'm not trying to make any claims on these guys' theories. He's talked to people, and he's talked to people that support his theories and haven't supported his theories. What I'm saying is, he would be the person to talk to about who supports his theories and who does not, because I'm not the person to make those claims. I've talked to this gentleman once or twice, once online, and probably once offline. And off of talking to him, I've realized that he has solid theories. Some people support them, some people don't. He would be the person to go to talk about who supports his theories and who doesn't, because I don't know enough about the people that have supported him in his research. So I can't make claims on those things. I know you have that question for me, but I can't articulate that question because I'm not an expert in this field to know who he's talked to know what people that he's talked to that support his claims. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not making any claims on his ideas of perpetual motion. I just know he has a theory towards these things. But I'm gonna try to catch up the chat a little bit. It's definitely falling behind. All right. Herman, by the way, I saw you pop in. You're more than welcome to join in on the conversation. I'm letting everybody in. Thank you, DP, for still being here. Let's see here. Soprano Sand said, Pentagon says they have off-world vehicles not of this earth. The government is saying they can't explain the physics of these vehicles. Yes, and that's the tic tac. That's what the second that I read that you stated, it reminded me of the tic tac, and that's the type of crafts that we're publicly acknowledging that people can explain. You can extract energy from the fabric of space and time. I don't know enough about that, Mr. Pena, but that would be an interesting question. I'm going crazy. Oh no, Maria, don't tell Johnny. Let's see here. Well, isn't everybody? Come on, Maria. A little provocative tonight. I don't think he misunderstood it. I just think he's very planted his feet in the ground about hearing other perspectives about it. I'm not even trying to present them. I'm just saying, hey, look up these other people that have different perspectives than your own. But like I said, I'm happy to talk to you, Power Up, or David. I just want to make sure you let me explain what I'm trying to say. I'm not making claims about this person or anything like that. Let's see. I didn't say anything about Johnny Depp. Oh, I didn't get a chance to ask him that, but hopefully he catches it in the chat and he can answer that for you. Yeah, welcome to our party, James. Maria says. Apparently, we're having quite the get together. Sergeant Clifford Stone has talked about 57 different species of aliens. So I've heard of, I don't know if it was the Russian depiction of the alien species book, but that's the one I've seen on YouTube, and I really like that one. I enjoyed it a lot. Out of my mind. We don't need to convince anyone. Soon, Tesla. Yes. The charging stations are everywhere now. Yes, I started to notice that. I got to a point where I was like, you know what? We're not working together anymore. I want to hear your ideas, but I think we're stuck on the same. Our wheels are just spinning here. We're not really getting anywhere. I have a good friend from Liverpool. Sounds like one of our conversations. Oh. Which is fine. I'm fine with people playing the devil's advocate. You just gotta be open to hearing other sides. The devil's advocate is ready to contradict other ideas, and I didn't feel like that was what was being presented. I wanted to present more ideas, and I didn't think we'd actually get to that point. But Terry, it's the same link. You're more than welcome to jump back in. I know you got disconnected. Let's see here. Did you mean stubborn? Let's see. Yes, everybody, please leave a like, and I appreciate everybody tuning in. I believe in Santa Claus. I mean, why wouldn't you? Santa Claus is real. I don't care what anybody says. That's my daughter. She'll tell you. It's 2:45 for me. I'm turning in. Good night, Jacob. Good night, Terry. Good night, Michael. Thank you so much, Mad Rabbit. We appreciate the help. Yeah, keep this roof under control. Good going away words. The Peace Prize is not a significant achievement. Good night, Ron Rabbit. Everybody's gonna try. Let's see here. Who's all here? Please say cha cha cha. Tiffany, Sporty cha cha cha. Now y'all. Fairy Teeth. Maria, I'm watching real Johnny Depp movie, Platoon. It's a good movie. Do you know the Jam Gang? I don't know what that means. This chat got too funny, out of control since I started saying party, party, party. Let's all get wasted. Yes, you started this, Maria. It's all your fault. Should have just stayed playing with the like button. My internet went out. I'm online now, though. Hope everyone is enjoying the fight between David and Jacob. It's not a fight. I wasn't trying to let it be a fight, but like I said, Terry, you're more than welcome to join back in if you'd like. But yeah, we're just hanging out. Anybody else that would like to join in, I believe I have the StreamYard link in the description, and we'll let anybody in. We're just trying to hold conversation and be open-minded. I believe the Hex Basin particle. Oh, okay. Boson particle. Sorry. Nope, going around. Follow the link and jump in. Yeah, DP, you're more than welcome to jump in. I was actually curious to some of your views on these things before. Thank you for sharing the link, Mr. Pena. I would, but physics tells me it's not a logical choice to jump up on a panel. Good call. As long as prosper. Let's see. That was supposed to be a joke, LOL. It's going to be 2030 by the time he catches up with this chat. No, I'm catching up real quick. In a minute, but I'm there. Is the moon made of cheese? Probably not. Let's see. It's been fun. Yes, Michael. Here, catching up the chat. The year's 2080. No, I'm past it. I'm already all the way caught up with the chat. It's not 2080. We're still in a pandemic, and you can still get to deal with these results. I appreciate it, DP. I don't know if you're talking about me or if you're talking about others, but I appreciate it if you're talking about me. But yes, I appreciate the 10 viewers that are on right now watching. I know we've gone a little bit later than usual, but it tends to be the pattern that we have. There's no limit to how long we tend to go. So the year 3000, come on. I'm a little faster than that. Yes, exactly. All caught up. It was a lot harder to hold a conversation and keep up with the chat as well. That was the other thing. Holding the conversation when the conversation wasn't propelling past the same sentence we were in. But then I'm not talking about power up. I'd love to talk to you about perpetual motion or other things, but I just want to make sure that we're staying on topic. I'd be happy to let you back in. The future, isn't it the present? Come on, Maria. We have time travelers on here. We're in depth about these things. I'm catching up with what is now considered the past. What is today, but yesterday is tomorrow. Oh, cats are doing good. Sleeping. My cats are doing the same. But yes, I appreciate everybody coming on tonight, and I appreciate everybody tuning in. If anybody wants to join in, I believe the link is still in the description on YouTube. Yes, I'm caught up. Come on, Herman. Come on. I saw you jump in like you wanted to talk, and then you backed out. That's how caught up I am. I saw that earlier. I was like, I think I know who this person is. And beatbox. So we have some music for this party. Yeah, I'm down. I'll put you in the background, and I'll just let you come on audio if you want to come in and beatbox. I can't beatbox, but if you're better at it than me, I would love it. Yeah, no, I caught what it was, Herman, and I saw it. Once I saw your icon, I knew it was you, and then I saw the name, and I was like, all right. Little punny, but I like it. Johnny, I'm glad you're still hanging out. Let's see. The ceiling is the floor, and the floor is the ceiling. What is today, but yesterday's tomorrow? Riddle me this, Batman. Who's afraid of Big Black Bat? Okay, a riddle for everybody tuning in. This is from my favorite Nickelodeon TV show, so a lot of people might not get it. What can you put into a barrel that makes a barrel lighter? The riddle for the night. I'll be waiting. It beats so good, makes you want to slap your mama. Oh, Maria, her needs some milk. What's your favorite color? My favorite color is purple. It has to do with royalty, I believe. Holy Grail. Interesting. It just reminds me of Monty Python every time I hear it. I'm a big Monty Python fan. And yeah, it just makes me want to break out into song. But big Monty Python fan. Red and blue. What is red and blue for? Oh, favorite colors. Sorry, Jake. You're an idiot. But yeah, no, purple's always been my favorite color. Pink, probably. Perpetual motion is in house. David, thank you. You're welcome to join us. Let me see if I can get you on. Welcome, Senor.
Hello, I'd like to talk about perpetual motion. I'm a big proponent of it. I think it's really great, and I you know what, I don't give a shit what anyone else thinks about it. So, you know.
So what do you what makes you feel so strongly about perpetual motion?
Well, listen, chap, I got to tell you that my name is actually really dead.
All right, bloody hell, don't you come in here like that, talking all this bollocks if you don't have something substantial to add to the conversation.
I don't know if I can go on with this act now. I was trying. You made me laugh too hard on that last one. I'm not changing my name because this is my joking time. It's 12:10.
Oh no, I appreciate it. You always have fun names. Whether if you want, you can let people know that I'm not taking any card readings tonight because I'm not.
Right.
So in case anybody has any questions in the chat, if I'm taking card readings,
I could do
tonight
that.
is not tonight. It might be another night.
I was trying to go on with that joke there, but it didn't work out so well for me. I mean, I have to admire the guy for coming up here and having strong opinions. I get that.
Oh yeah, no, and I like most of his opinions.
You know, but the thing is about having opinions is you have to be able to listen to someone else's opinion. You don't have to agree with it, but you have to be able to listen to someone else's opinion. You know, you can't be like, hey, my opinion is this, F you. It's like, no, dude, like, chill and listen to the opinion. You're not asking him to agree with your opinion. You're saying, hey, do some research. Hey, look at my channel. Hey, check this out. You're giving him suggestions. You weren't telling him, hey, screw you for believing what you believe. You were actually just you're being very fair to him.
I try to be. I hope I wasn't coming off abrasive.
Not. I don't think.
I'm a half a bottle of whiskey in, and I hope I'm still holding a relevant conversation. But I question it sometimes.
Yeah, by the way, I have a lot of fans in the chat right now. I don't know why, but I mean, they're not saying anything about me, but you know,
that's because all the people in the chat are people that you commonly frequent with. I mean, our Tiffany's, our Marias. I could see how this is a possibility.
Oh, I'm about to do this.
But no, it was nice talking to you on the chat the other night with Tiffany's chat. I didn't actually. I got to see your face. You didn't get to see my face. I'm glad you popped on tonight and saw our show.
You can't see my face right now because I'm in the dark right now.
Oh, I saw it. I saw the epic beard. You don't have to put me off.
You got the epic mustache. You're not too far behind. Do you like my new name, by the way, that I just put up here?
You wish you were me.
I like to just come up with these weird names. I like to have I see social media as fun. You know, I see it as a fun time to just chill, sit back, relax.
Exactly.
Have a glass of wine or beer or whatever the hell you want to drink. It doesn't really matter. Or smoke. It doesn't really matter to me. You know.
So in our chat, in our Discord tonight, we have You Wish You Were Me and DP, which is a lot like the other night when we were on Tiffany's chat.
Oh my gosh, I found out what DP. I found out what DP actually means. Not that DP, not the user DP, but what
I'm talking about the user DP. What are you talking about? Let's not go down that path.
I found out what that meant. I started laughing my ass off. I'm sorry. I have to say, look at that. They're chanting my name. And they want to see me.
Cheer. We need more.
You guys really want to see me? I can stop being a lazy ass and turn my camera on. You know what, Maria? I don't agree with your opinion that you want to see me. What the hell's your problem? You gotta act like a British man for a second. Okay, fine.
Herman, is that cultural appropriation? Are we allowed to do that today?
No, we're not. But hey, here I am. I'm right here.
I appreciate you coming on, man.
I know. Oh wait, are you trying to kick me off? Is the show?
No. This is the end. As soon as I appear, he takes me off. No, that's not the
I know, right? What? Are you jealous that I look better than you? No, I'm kidding.
I am jealous of this epic beard that I am never going to be able to grow because I have a child's face.
That's okay. If I shave this all off, I look like I have a baby face.
Our regular guest says the girls wanted some eye candy. So thank you for granting them with that privilege.
Well, they're both, but the thing is, they're both married, so that's kind of funny.
Exactly.
That's
Who are we impressing?
I know. Johnny Dragon's single, but she only likes
She's only into Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta be a lot more pale for that. You got a little too much. You got too much red going on in the face. Too much tan.
I know. I don't even here. I gotta get closer to there. Now you can see me better. I don't want to get closer to the light. I'm getting too far away from the light now.
Anyway. Oh, I get it.
See, DP wants my can. Hey, DP, I'm still naked underneath my clothes.
You and everybody else. All right, David, listen. I know you can hear me in the background. If you'd like to come back on, I'm happy to have you on, but you got to talk with us. We can't just be talking over each other.
Well, I don't know if he comes back up, I'm going to have to come back down because I don't have anything to say on this topic, to be honest.
Come on, you're an expert at this. What are you talking about? Perpetual motion.
I mean, I am perpetually in motion right now. See, I'm moving perpetually.
Until an object contacts your outside force, or
yeah, I really want to joke right now, but I don't want to be offensive to David either, by the way. But David, I'm a comedian.
Oh, you came on here with a British accent. You were trying to be offensive. Don't give me that. You came on here pushing buttons.
I'm trying to get out of this. This is bullocks. But hey, David, seriously, if you want to come up, I will step down so you guys can have your talk.
Yeah, David just said, he just gave me a message on the private. He said, I will be fair and professional, sir.
All right. So
I apologize if I was unfair. David, I don't think you were unfair. I just want to make sure you're hearing all the ideas out. But thank you, Harmon. If you want to pop off, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah, no.
I'm going to let David back on here.
I will sit with my popcorn in the chat.
All right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Hello.
We are back. David, how are we
hear
doing?
Me?
Yes,
oh, yeah,
I can hear you, David.
I'm really well. Yeah, I'm really well, thank you. Yeah, I was interested in your friend's point of view, but he's clearly gone.
Yeah,
wants a better word.
He even said he's like, I really don't have as much to talk about as perpetual motion as he was trying to put off. He was just trying to have a little gag about it. So he didn't want to he didn't want to take away from the conversation. He wanted to talk.
Okay, that's all good. So my points at this moment, if you allow me, is
go ahead.
Yeah, sure, thank you. So my point at this moment is the fact that Einstein and other better scientists than Einstein, and believe it or not, there are a few. They say that perpetual motion is impossible. So my point is, can you prove, or can you at least present a hypothesis against that theory?
What I can do for you, David, is I can prove to you that the theories that
you can't. You can definitely not prove.
I can 100% prove to you that the theories that the theories that Einstein came up with were incomplete at the time, because
definitely. I agree. Einstein's
he had his own hypothesis that he established at the time that were relevant at his time, but future philosophers and theorists have been able to disprove some of his things. A great example is I think he called them glutons or something like that. It was
they're not called glutons, they're called gluons.
Gluons, okay. Yes, that was a theory that Einstein had that was eventually disproven by other people because he didn't have the information at the time to actually help his theory. And people have Mark, who I referenced earlier, he has equations and information that can propel what Einstein said.
Yeah, yeah. No, I completely agree with you. You know, I'm not denying the facts and the progression of science. Yeah, I definitely agree.
And that's what I was talking about. That's what I want is one scientist builds off another scientist, and then they just keep figuring out more information. Yeah, sometimes you might step back, but I use this idea when I'm also talking about religion because I think science is also at the farthest point of religion. When you get to the farthest point of science, they go, "Oh, that's where God is." I don't necessarily think that's where God is, but you
know something. No scientist. Well, I mean, no real scientist has presented God as a particle. Well, maybe they have.
I mean, what about the actual God particle?
Well, yeah. Well, do you know what? Halfway through me saying that, I
thought about it.
yeah, I did stop myself. I'll say.
It's like, all right, we do have where we blast particles into each other, and we're able to develop what is it, the one that runs under France and what is it, the Hadron Collider?
The France one.
Collider is the one.
Are you talking about the France one?
Is that another name for the Hadron Collider?
No, it's just a shit joke. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I didn't know it. Explain it. Explain the joke if I don't get it. Come on, you got to get
No. Listen, when somebody doesn't get a joke, then it's not worth repeating.
Over the head. Okay, I get it.
And that is science. That is science.
Hey, Herman wanted to say.
Hey, brother, can I level with you as a listen, I am not in any way I'm an intellectual self-taught, yeah, but I'm on no level am I qualified in any field. I'm just interested.
David, let me ask you a question diving into what you just said.
Yeah, sure.
Is there any intellectual that's not self-taught? Don't they have to agree to take in?
Well, yeah. I mean, by definition, you must be, interested, I suppose. Just interested is, interested and self-taught is, I think, is the best way. But
I would never use incested as a plural, but at least in the US,
I said
I don't know if
interested.
that's a different term.
I said interested. I mean, I know you're from Alabama, but let's get.
Oh no, Illinois, Chicago area. We have very clear English here. It's not the proper English from England. Bloody hell, bollocks, and all that.
Oh yeah. Anyway, as you were.
But no. I don't mean to cause offense.
Well, you know what? You have to try a lot harder to cause offense.
Good. No, good. Because I love when people do an American accent. Let me get before you get off tonight. You got to give me your best American accent.
Well, I don't have to, do I?
You don't have to, but
exactly. That why? That's why I won't, because I don't have to.
Well, yeah, you don't have to do anything on here, man.
I'm sorry.
Just like I don't have to play your voice. I'm doing it because I want to talk to you.
It is what it is.
Yeah, but no, there's no obligation to do anything. That's one of.
Hey, listen, I'm kind of jealous of your wife beater. So.
My wife beater?
Yeah, well, yeah.
What about it?
Well, I'm just saying I'm kind of jealous of it. Being a British guy, we would never wear that in public.
Why not?
Especially on YouTube. It just wouldn't happen.
Is it too revealing, or what is the case?
Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, it's revealing too much. That's all. But you know, it is what it is.
So
it is what it is, brother.
is it a I don't like myself in what did you call it, a wife beater?
Yeah, no, it's
So
no,
in the US,
know what it is.
I'll give you an example though. So what I would call this is a tank top in the US. A wife beater is actually a different material, and it's actually white. And I know what you're talking about. It's a different material tank top.
I'll tell you. It focuses your tash, you see. You know.
So it makes so let me relate this a little bit. Do you think because I'm wearing a tank top in your aspect, it makes me look more posh?
Well, if you like, that's
no. That's a relevant conversation. And
okay. Do you want to know the truth?
Connect them. Do you think it makes you look more posh, or do you think it's more of a downgrading?
Do you want to know the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Of course.
Okay.
Nancy me up.
Listen, I can't do it. I can't say it.
You're not gonna offend me. It's okay. You're more than welcome to try.
No. Listen, man. Listen. I think me and you. You know, I think we're sparring in a good. What's the word? Dojo. You know. I think we're sparring in a good dojo in a good way. So.
Oh,
yeah. Anyway, let me say from an English guy, I respect the Americans generally. However, I don't respect the American mindset generally because, you know, it's too fucking. I think you guys.
What do you think? What do you think?
I think you guys are too militant. That's what I'll say.
Oh, I would agree. Yeah, I would agree that the U.S.
But the general American person, you know, I've got much love for. Definitely.
I would say that the U.S. in general, my country, I would say they put too much emphasis on military. I think it should be more structured towards country protection rather than.
And you know what?
Pushing the biggest problem that I have with the U.S. is actually them pushing Christianity on other countries.
Yeah. And I mean,
those to me are the George Bush era.
Yeah, man. But you listen. Honestly, amongst my my country people, we respect you guys. We do, but we don't like militant. Fucking your militant minds. It's just not cool.
That's understandable. I know there's a lot of countries outside of the U.S. that think of the U.S. as too military involved, too authoritarian. I would use the word authoritarian in trying to push their military involvement on other countries.
Yeah, and guess what? Hey, brother, guess what? We actually learn about your education system and stuff, and we know that the way it's set up, you get scholarships for being aggressive. If if you're a moron, in America, you can get a scholarship for being a good wrestler. Well, what's a good wrestler going to be? It's going to be a.
So let me clarify what you just said. So you were just using a wrestling equivalence. The
No, I'm
world.
talking like no, I'm
No,
talking
no,
about.
no. You touched on a
No,
topic.
I'm talking about a scholarship, like a scholarship for
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
So let me point to Russia.
Yeah, sure.
When I use that reference. So Russia is the country that I would refer to as the most advanced wrestling society because of Samba and other mixed martial arts forms that have brought them to a point that is a next level.
Well, the point,
wrestling.
but
American wrestling.
the point I'm making is that it's your scholarships are based on a lot of them. Don't get me wrong. Obviously, it's probably I don't know what percent, but a certain percent, a high percent, are based on guys you don't really academically achieve. Yeah.
Oh no, I agree. I agree. In the U.S. and as well as other countries, and this is where
no, it's really
if you're good as an athlete in any country, regardless, you can make your
but the thing is
a great example. Let me give you. I can give you 30 examples off the top of my head. If you want to talk about New Zealand, I would talk about them pushing Israel Adesanya. If you want to talk about what do we want to talk about next? Ireland and pushing Conor McGregor. If you want to talk about England,
no. We're talking about.
Listen, no. Listen, they will push athletes that are good in their field because they are good in their field. Just like they will push academics that are good in their field. In America, they will also push academics that are good in their field. I would say that there's Americans that are better at medicine than a lot of other countries. And the ones that are better at academics are higher in our tier.
Okay, listen, you're missing the point. The point I'm making is that you guys are pushed to get scholarships if you're tough. You are tough guys. No.
I don't think it's from being tough though. I don't think can't get a scholarship for being tough. There's no scholarship out there for that.
Listen, nobody is denying your toughness. You are tough guys.
There's no scholarship out there for being tough. Toughness is not an academic accolade, and you're not going to get a scholarship for being tough.
Well, there's a lot
of tough people in the U.S. that will never receive a scholarship for that.
Well, listen to my points, and then
go ahead,
and then rebut it. Okay. So my understanding is that you guys push to be tough, yeah, and from a young age, the less intellectual people in your, I don't know what you call it, scholarships. Is it what age do you get scholarships?
You can apply for scholarships for different things at different times.
What sort of age are you talking like 12
I would say as early as middle school, which and in the US is like 5th, 6th grade, you can start pushing for scholarships.
Well, I don't know what that means. Does that mean like 12 to like 14?
I would say 14, 15 years old, you can start pushing for scholarships to get in better schools.
Yeah, okay.
And those scholarships don't grant you money. They advance you into a better opportunity in schools that are more specific to your nature.
Yeah, well, we don't have such a system in England.
You guys have specialty schools in England?
Oh no, I'm saying we don't have something so blatant as that.
Oh no. There's definitely things like that in sports in England as well.
I'm saying
the guy that's not good at soccer. The guy that's not good at soccer is not going to be on Manchester's team.
No, I'm saying. No matter
how gritty he is, he's not going to be on the Manchester football team unless he's good.
Listen, sir, can you hear my points? Can you hear my points of view, please?
Yeah, sorry.
Right. What I'm saying is, in England, we don't have such a system. We just don't have it. It doesn't exist. However, we do, we obviously push, special students who are physically, you know, above the average and whatever. But however, it seems, I'm just saying it seems, it could be wrong, but you guys seem to push, you know, like, you know, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16-year-olds towards scholarships. And what I'm trying to say is that it gives them a mindset. It gives them a mindset at such a young age where they want to compete and be stronger and be, you know, heavier, which isn't, you know, in itself is not a bad thing.
So let me.
However,
can I
however, on top of that, the next thing is you've got the staff sergeant saying up, and he's, you know, you've already filled these guys with a mindset of.
Are we talking about staff sergeants in college, or what?
Yeah.
There's no staff sergeants in college.
Oh no! Well, okay. Well, I'm talking about.
I'm trying to stay on the same topic, and I.
No. Listen. I might be wrong. I really don't know. I'm not an expert.
I'm not either.
What I'm trying to say is, it seems that, you know, strong people with strong mindsets and strong, you know, talking from a young age, they're getting exploited by the military, and they want to be, you know, like military heroes. So they're getting sent to the likes of Afghanistan and things like that, you know. And I mean, it just seems like that. I don't know for a fact. I don't know for a fact at all. It just seems like that. You know, like sports stars and, you know, impressive kids who are impressing in sports. They're getting challenged. Channeled to a certain career path, you know, and it just doesn't seem right. You know what I mean?
No,
That's
I do.
All I'm saying.
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
So let me explain why I agree with you.
Yeah, sure.
The reason I agree with you is because we have this thing in the U.S. called a student athlete. In order to be to get these scholarships and be able to achieve these scholarships as an athlete, you also have to be passing academically. You have a requirement academically in order to still receive these scholarships. Otherwise, you will be dropped from school.
Yeah.
You will no longer be able to continue your athletic prowess if you cannot keep up academically.
Yeah.
That is a common thing in the U.S. Let me give you an example. I was in wrestling when I was in middle school. They told me if I didn't get my grades up, I was not allowed to compete in the regional, sectionals, and state events, which are the biggest things on a smaller level when it comes to wrestling for my sport. So if we're not competing and getting the grades that are supposed to be achieved by our academic prowess, we cannot be athletic athletes at the same time. You can't just compete in sports and then fail in school. They won't let you. They won't let you compete in sports if you're failing in school. And so that's why I would say you can't just make these scholarships off of your physical prowess or your toughness or anything like that. You can't actually make it off of that in the U.S. You actually have to be able to pass academically as well. Do I say that the standards are low for what you have to pass at academically? Yes. I do think that we should have higher standards in the U.S. for what people have to achieve in order to be student athletes, because a student athlete is a big term in the U.S., especially before you get to college. Before you get to college, they expect students and athletes to be intertwined. You can't be one without the other. And you can't leave one behind in order to pursue the other. So
do you know what? I'm listening to this and I already sort of understood it. and man, it's completely different in England. It's no one is pushed to the military in England. Honestly, it's even though
Oh, yeah, no. Talking about military, that's a different story. I
no,
do
but
agree. The
obviously,
U.S. does push military on.
yeah,
The
but
civilians.
obviously, I understand what you're saying, but obviously, the next obvious progression is that you're gonna get put into the military, and man, I'll be honest with you.
I don't think all athletics actually correlate to the military, though.
No,
I
but
think
listen.
combat
Do you know what?
maybe.
Do you know what you just said then? No, do you understand that the difference is England? Sorry, right. I apologize. Right, listen. I'm an English guy. Listen. I'm a lefty. I'll admit it. I'm a left wing guy.
There's nothing wrong with that.
No. I'm a left wing guy. For me, left wing means I don't want no war. That's what left wing means to me.
I'm the same way.
I mean,
I don't want any war with countries, and I don't want my country going to war over reasons that I don't want.
Yeah,
That's something the U.S. has to deal with a lot. A lot of the times, our country will go to war.
Well, do you know what? Do you know what? As a left-wing guy, I still respect the American military because you guys really have helped us a lot. As an English person, and I respect you guys. I salute you.
Oh yeah, just like you learned about the U.S. in your history, we definitely had to learn about England and what we had to rebel from in the past in order to get away from that.
Yeah, man. Hey, listen. I'm eternally grateful of you guys, but I don't like your fucking politicians at all. Your politicians.
I agree. As a U.S. citizen, the biggest problem I have with our government is a two-party system. So what I actually like is parliamentary system. I'm getting the wrong word. Parliamentary system. Sorry.
Yeah.
A parliamentary system is actually more in favor of the people, and you actually get more influence on the people, rather than in the U.S. The best equivalent I can give you is voting for the shiniest turd is what you get in the U.S.
Yeah. Well, do you know what? It's not far off in England. It's really not. But
I mean, with parties like Brexit popping up, it gets hard.
Yeah. Well, do you know what we gained from what's the word? The fucking Brexit vote. Do you know what we gained?
What's that?
Zero. We gained. You know what we gained in England?
What's
from
that?
The fucking. Okay, I'll tell you. We gained zero. So we literally.
So let me dive into.
Let me. I know
a lot about UK politics, and you.
No, okay. Well, let me tell you first. What we gained.
Okay. I thought you said zero. I thought you said you didn't gain anything.
No, exactly. But I'm about to fucking lay it all out in a fucking level.
If it's zero, do you have to lay it out?
Well, no, exactly. That's the point I'm making. So what we gained. So what we had. Yeah, we had free reign of the whole of Europe. Yeah, what we had. You listening?
Yeah, free reign of all of Europe.
Yeah, so what we had was free reign of Europe, as in, like, as a British citizen. We could go to Europe, we could work there, we could do anything there forever, no matter what. Yeah, that's what we had. Number two, we had a voice in Brussels, which is like I don't know if you know, but it's like the center of Europe, yeah. It's like so we had like a veto on any law that they wanted to make. We had a veto. We could say no, we don't like that, and that'd be it. Enough, move on. and we lost both of them things, our citizens are fucking worth nothing now in Europe. Do you know what? Do you know what it is now in Britain? In Europe. No. A British person goes to Europe, we're only allowed to stay there for 3 months. Even though we fought alongside you guys and we fucking saved Europe against the Nazis. And we're not worth shit.
You think the British government or the British military saved Europe from the Nazis?
No, we and you. We and you.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
I don't think the British government would have stood alone by themselves and even
the British government would have saved our own asses. And but then you hang on, listen.
No, I agree with
you. Listen, I'm saying I respect you guys. You fucking saved us, definitely. Of course you did. You fucking saved us, man. And we respect it. I respect it. You know, and guess what? I'm a lefty. You know, I'm a lefty and I respect you guys. You helped us so much. You know.
I believe the U.S. looks to a lot of British politics to learn things, whether you're talking about Churchill in the times that you're talking about.
Well, I'm talking about World War II, and you guys helped us.
That's why I referenced Churchill, because Churchill had a significant part in the British government.
Listen. Hey, imagine this. I'm a lefty. I'm a self-admitted lefty. But I respect the Americans for coming over, putting their boys on the front line, and saving us. You really did save us. So, respect forever. You know what I mean?
Let me give you a little insight on myself, David. I'm a big fan of English television. I'm a big Doctor Who fan. I'm a big fan of Torchwood. When it comes to politics, I'm a big fan of Russell Brand and his influence on drug cult. Not his acting, his influence on drug culture and how it is pursued in Europe.
Yeah.
And how it was perceived, because that was one of the biggest problems that I had in the U.S. was that people pursued drug use as a crime rather than a mental illness or a problem.
Yeah, as a mental illness and a medical issue, isn't it?
Yeah. And so this brings me to my next question. As being a lefty in Europe and in the UK specifically, what do you think about the current immigration policy and the accommodation? What's that?
No, I was going to say which one.
I'm talking about with the current influx in Middle Easterns in the UK and the rising crime. And
no. I'll tell you right now. You're talking about the Afghanis.
I'm not naming anybody specifically. You're more closer to the situation than myself.
Well, man, okay.
I know
let
a
me
little
tell
bit
you.
about it.
Yeah, I'll tell you straight up. Right. My point of view of that whole fucking shit show, is that America, Britain, and whatever fucking right. Okay. Let me start again. So the whole shit show that's going on regarding, the Afghanistan situation is
I'm not talking about the current one with the airport and stuff going on right now.
Yeah. But no,
you talk in the United Kingdom for the last 4 years.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you. Right, I am from one of the most deprived areas of England. Okay. It's called Liverpool.
Yeah.
Honestly, Like, we've got one of the best, like, you know, waterfronts and whatever. It's aesthetically beautiful where I'm from. Okay, so I have grew up with amongst what some people might say are undesirables. Yeah, so you're talking Afghanis or Pakistanis.
I would never, even being a U.S. citizen, I don't know what the perspective is of the U.S. I would never use the term undesirables when talking about any Eastern person.
I understand that, brother. I understand that, but I'm saying undesirables from outside points of view. So
I don't think an outsider's point of view is undesirable.
Well, what the point I'm making is I'm talking about undesirables. I've grew up around what the fucking media might call undesirables. Is that a fair shout? Do you understand?
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know.
Well, I'm telling you now.
I don't know how the media describes.
Brother, listen.
I know the U.S.'s version of the media, and I know.
Okay, well, I'm talking. No. Our media has gone right wing as fuck. Like,
okay. I don't know. I don't know what the media is like in the UK. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Do you want me to just say, like, straight?
Our media is very much not right wing in the US.
Well, I'm telling you, listen, man. Okay, listen. Right. So I won't say such fucking what's the word?
You're not saying anything offensive or anything like that.
No, I'm not. Man, you're completely missing the point I'm making. The whole point.
I apologize.
Listen to me. The whole point I'm making, the reason I said undesirables, I'm saying it ironically against, because they're not undesirable to me. That's what I'm saying. You understand?
Yeah.
Right. So these guys, these people, fucking from Afghanistan, and I've grew up in a place called Toxteth. If you want to Google it. So I've grew up in an area that is fucking, like, it's 70% white, and the other 30% is black or fucking whatever, fucking Middle Eastern, whatever. Guess what? We all get on. It's not like America. We all get on. It's not like we don't want to fucking kill each other. We just get on.
I agree.
And we, you know what? I'll bang a black bear.
That's how it should be. In the US, we have the most.
Well, that's how it is in England. Honestly, in my area at least, man. Listen, that's how it is.
A great example. I live in one of the most liberal states in all of this planet.
Yeah. And do you know what? No, do you know what? We don't. Guess what? It's not like fucking Chirac, where they all fucking shoot each other because they're fucking colour. It's nothing like that. We just get on with each other.
Well, I mean,
I fucking lost my virginity to a blackbird. Fucking, I was like fucking 16. I lost my virginity to a blackbird. Started fucking dating another blackbird, and it was all good. We didn't have no problems. It was nothing to do with race. It's all good.
No, I agree. But that has a lot to do with upbringing as well as your country. That means you had good parents.
No, it's to do with yeah, it is.
You know what I mean? I do believe your parents have a good play in that. In your race.
But the thing is, it's about culture and like, listen, okay, maybe my son is a little bit different because.
Well, no, I can give a great example, David. I live in the most diverse country in the world, regardless of what anybody else thinks.
Yeah,
it's
segregated.
What's that?
It's segregated, isn't it?
No, our country isn't segregated by any law.
No, I mean it's segregated by the media, not by the fucking people.
I would say, yeah, I would say the media has a incentive.
Yeah, the media says, "Oh, a black guy did this, a black guy did that."
Yeah,
so therefore, every black guy is dangerous.
That's what brings me back to what I was talking about with the crime in England. It has to do with the classification of people when they were describing the influx in crime that was correlated with the immigration in England specifically.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
The classifications of how they labeled crime.
But you know what? Hey, let me tell you something. The fact that you even fucking it comes across your mind, that shows that it's different in England. It's really not the same as in America. It's
no, it's not. It's not at all. Our immigration policy is frowned upon by most other countries. I agree.
No, I'm not. It's not about you fucking. It's not about you fucking immigration policies, man. It's about you. It's about It's about. I'll tell you what it's about. I'll tell you what it's about. Say so. People are living separately in America. Yeah. So you've got like nice little enclaves of like whites. What's the word? Fucking. I don't know what the word is, but not enclaves. What's it called? Like an what's the word I'm after, man?
We don't have any exclusive communities.
No, but there's a thing called a fucking like a thing, and not an enclave. What's the word I'm after?
I'm not sure.
But anyway, okay. Oh man.
The idea of an enclave. Go on. It's okay.
No. It's an suburb. Okay. Suburb is the word, yeah.
Oh, a suburb. Okay.
Yeah. So you got like a suburb of white people.
You know that everybody lives in the suburbs. It's not just white people.
No, I know that. Of course I know that.
You just said a suburb of white people. There's no suburbs.
No, I'm talking about the occasional suburb where there's a fucking, just a little white enclave. Yeah.
I'd say it's about the equivalent to the town that you said you grew up in that was 70+% white.
Man, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's the perception of it. I'm not saying it's real.
Okay.
You understand? I'm saying it's the
construct. It's the
construct. It's the mental construct. And these guys are there, getting on with it like that.
Well, and what I noticed in the U.S. The most, no matter what ethnicity you are, it's very important to be personalized. And I want to be in this group, and I want to categorize myself and put.
What's your name, by the way?
What was that?
What's your name, by the way?
My name's Jacob. It's right on there. I keep all my stuff pretty public. I don't have a name on this channel. It's just Jacob Waters.
Cool.
The name of my channel. You're more than welcome to come on here anytime.
Man, I will.
Yeah.
Cool.
So it's getting pretty late my time. I'm probably
why not just
6.5 hours in? But what I was gonna say is I really do think it makes a difference when it comes to immigration. When we were talking about the things that we were talking about with the UK and what's going on with their influx in crime, because it does have a difference to do with the way that they're handling their current immigration policy and accepting different people into the country, which I'm fine with. You should accept all people into the country, but what you should do is you should monitor all of the people coming into your country as well.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Unless they give you a reason not to.
No, I agree.
And that's why the influx
not
solved in the UK, which a lot of people will talk about, whether you're left, right, or central. a lot of people in the UK will address this. Oh, so you popped off. I appreciate guys hanging out. I'm glad David had a chance to jump on. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on tonight, but I appreciate everybody that stuck around. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Tiffany. I don't even know what time it is right now. Almost 3 a.m. my time. Yeah, it's definitely getting there. But yeah, if anybody else has anything they want to say before we get off, I'll be hanging out for a minute, a little bit longer. Nothing too crazy. I don't know if there was a disconnect or if David was mad at me for interrupting. But I try to keep a civil conversation. I hope I was doing well. I don't know if anybody else thought I was being abrasive or rude. I hope I wasn't. But hopefully David can come back on with us. Oh, missed the link? That's what it was. Oh, okay. Did you click something wrong? I can send you the link again. Here. You're more than welcome to come back on. Let me see. I'm just gonna copy it real quick and put it in the chat. And then you can join back up. Okay, thank you, Tiffany. Oh, okay. No, I didn't want to think that you connected because you were mad at me. I was hoping I didn't talk over you or something. But yeah, there's the link. You're more than welcome to jump back in. I'm going to be on here for a little bit. Pushing a regular shift. I'm almost on. I'm at 6.5 hours now. This is one of my longest streams, I have to admit. But here, I'll let you back on here, David.
Hey, man. What are you talking about?
Sorry
I
about
was
that.
angry at the link, you fucking bitch.
No, I didn't know if you I didn't know if you just cut off on me. I didn't know if I said something wrong.
No, I think you know what? I was trying to change it so I could see the thing. But I was fucking I just missed it, man. Yeah.
No, it's
it's
appreciated. I'm glad I didn't piss you off. I'm sorry.
No, not at all, brother. No, it's listen, Mike, listen. I'm a reasonable person. I'm up to discussions, man. You know.
Yeah. No, do you think I am too? I usually
Of
try
course,
to
yeah,
be
of
really
course,
open.
man. Yeah,
And
of course, brother.
I try to have an open perspective. I try to understand UK politics as well as the US, and I try to compare them and find the goal for everybody. But it's all just speculation. At least on my end. I'm not an expert.
Yeah, of course, brother. Of course, brother.
So we were talking.
You know what? I'll be honest with you. This is the first time I've seen you. I thought you'd be more stocky.
Stocky? What do you mean?
Bigger builds.
Bigger builds.
You look like a skinny guy.
Okay. I do okay. I don't know what it looks like over there, but I mean, coming from the guy with the black streak, I can't tell what I'm compared against. No, I was in sports when I was younger, but I don't do much anymore. I just try to stay in good shape and eat healthy. I'm a landscaper and try to stay.
That's okay. That's okay. All I know is that I can beat your ass. That matters. You know what I mean?
No. I guarantee that's not true. Oh yeah. No, I mean you can laugh about that. My jiu-jitsu and wrestling would tell me you better bring a gun or a knife to the party, and I know they don't have guns in your country.
hey, you know what? That's something that we need to work on, man. But then, listen, you're right, you know.
You think
hey, brother, you're right, you know, because I do. What we do.
Do you think I like guns? Because I'm from
the US? No, I don't. Hey, listen, I don't like guns either. I don't like them. But it'd be nice to be able to shoot a motherfucker once in a while.
I'm not an advocate for guns. I've always been against them my whole life. So I don't consider myself right wing or left. At the same time, I don't fit along with anybody. That's because I don't have the same view about guns. Because my best example is always.
Hey, do you know what? Hey, you deserve extra respect, brother. Because I'm the same. I'm the same. I don't like guns. I don't want to shoot anybody. I don't want to fucking hurt nobody in life. You know, I don't like that. It's just not cool, is it? You know, fucking hell. Why would you want to hurt somebody, man? You know, innit?
So, David, were you in any sports when you were younger?
Yeah, I am. I'm going. Yeah, I used to play. Well, I don't even want to say what sports, but I used to play. Okay, I'll tell you the truth. Right, I used to play basketball, baseball, not fuck, what am I talking about? Right, I used to play certain sports, just because the girls was playing the same sport.
You played
netball. Okay, I'll tell you.
All right, no. Hold on.
Okay,
hold on.
no, I'll tell you the truth. I used to play netball because the girls did as well. So yeah, that's it.
So you played sports for the girls. That's okay. That makes sense, especially in the U.S. Everybody in the U.S.
I've still got this here.
That's something you see in every country. They did it for the girls. I mean, if they didn't, what'd they do it for?
Exactly. Yeah.
That's something we can agree on. I don't know any guy that didn't do sports for the girls in the long run.
Hey, listen, I was a goalkeeper in a netball just because I could look at the fucking forward defense.
I was just gonna tell you. I'm glad you participated in America's pastime in England.
Yeah, respect, brother. Respect.
You didn't say baseball, but you kind of pulled off of it. I'm glad you America's pastime. I think baseball's fun when you're playing it. I can't watch it for me.
Yeah.
You ever play? Did you ever play cricket? Did you like cricket at all?
Yeah, no. Cricket was no. Listen, I've got a story about cricket, but I've never played it. Fucking.
We actually get taught cricket in.
Well, yeah, okay. Hey, listen. Now you mentioned cricket. Let me tell you a story about it.
Yeah.
Cause right. So I end up banging a fucking. Right. Okay. So in England, there's a limited. What's the word? There's limited. What's the word? Fucking okay. So there's limited. Venues. That's the word I'm after. So there's limited venues in England for fucking marriages and shit.
Yeah.
So anyway, this one day, this fucking these people, they took out a fucking a cricket ground, as the fucking what's it called? Oh man! So these people, they had like their wedding reception, yeah, on a fucking cricket ground. So I took one of the bridesmaids up the fucking alley and fucked her. I lost my shoes. I end up.
That's the story. That's the story.
Yeah. End up on the dance floor looking at my shoes because they're so long. Yeah, that's it.
No, they teach us cricket in PE in the U.S. for our gym classes, for our physical education classes.
Yeah. PE, yeah.
So we have to. I don't know what they call it in Europe, PE or physical education.
Yeah, PE, man. You call it PE, yeah.
Yeah.
But it was nothing to do with PE. It was like fucking, like, I was fucking 26. This bitch was like fucking 35. And she was dressed in a fucking, you know, a full-on,
that sounds like a lovely time that you had.
yeah, it was. Man, the worst part was I ended
good
up
learning experience.
Yeah, I end up on the dance floor with no fucking shoes on. I was like, where are these shoes?
Oh man.
You have to be there, brother.
No, that'd be a good one. That's a funny one. I actually used to work at a venue where I was a caterer, and I worked at a place that did wedding receptions all the time. And one of the girls I worked with, we were in the middle of somebody's wedding reception. It was my last day at work, and I decided, like, I had a crush on her for the longest time, and I remember taking her out on the dance floor at somebody else's wedding. So they didn't know who we were. And we were just working there, and I remember taking her out and dancing with her, and everybody was like around us, like watching. It was the funniest story ever because we ended up kissing that night. I knew she had a boyfriend who was she went to the rival. She lived in the rival town as mine when it came to sports, and I was in high school, and I ended up wrestling her boyfriend later. And told him after the match, I was like, yeah, I danced with your girlfriend the other day when we worked together. And he was pissed.
Brother, hey, listen. It was even worse for me, honestly. Because
you were doing the horizontal hustle. It's a little more.
Yeah, I told her I don't want a blowjob. I want a fucking.
Hey, we don't want to talk about that on YouTube.
Man,
but I know what you mean.
Yeah. And I swear to God, I had to traverse the whole fucking thing, looking for my shoes covered in mud because I've been banging this bitch in the fucking mud.
All right. Sorry, a little too much. No more on this topic. I'll let you come back on. We can't talk about those anymore. We can't talk about those things.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
No, it's all good. I just wanted to make sure. I didn't want to get us in trouble on YouTube. We had a good podcast, so I can't. I don't want to get taken off on the last.
Hey, listen. I'll tell you what though. It was one of my favorite fucking memories I've got. But yeah,
stored in the bank. Man. Stored in the bank. It's a good memory.
Yeah.
So when you say you're a leftist, what do you think makes you a leftist when it comes to politics?
Oh yeah, okay. Well, I mean, I think American leftists and English leftists are different.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So for me, I mean, a leftist, like as an English person, it means it means like fairness. It means fairness. It doesn't mean, like, I think the American version of like leftist is like, it's like shutting things down. Whereas the English version of a leftist,
with that ideology, wouldn't everybody that's a leftist in the UK be a fan of David Icke?
Well, no, fuck David Icke. Obviously, he's obvious. Nah, David Icke is obviously a joke. But no, what I'm saying is, yeah. So my opinion. My angle of being a leftist as a British guy, an English guy, is it means freedom. It means the opposite of what it does in America. Do you know what I mean? So in America, yeah. So a leftist in America is like all about fucking, I don't know. It's like
what do you think? Let me ask you that. What do you think a leftist is in America?
Okay, yeah. That's what I was about to say. So I think a leftist in America is like all about fucking being a a feminist and like, you know, all that shit. I mean,
so that's
for
what's
me,
interesting. I like how you phrase that, like a feminist.
yeah, feminist. I mean, I'm not got nothing against.
No. I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a
but
great.
it ain't okay. Okay, let me tell you what my version of being a leftist is in England. Yeah, so in a leftist in England, or for me at least, is it means that you're looking out for your fucking class, you're looking out for your people, you're looking out for your you know, wage. You know, you need to be at least getting a certain standard of wage, you know, that type of thing. And benefits as well. And fucking, you know, it's that thing for me. That's what it means for me. And
So
that's why I always...
as a leftist in the UK, would you want the government to establish a universal minimum wage?
Well, yeah. If it was high enough, yeah.
Or would you want something like in the US where certain states could have a higher minimum wage than others?
No. Hey, when you say certain states, it doesn't work like that, brother.
No, so let me show you how it works in the US. In the US, you have a universal standard, which is the government.
Yeah, but hang on a minute. How can you say the US when it's not united? Not united?
Because the US was founded on states' individual rights. So when I say united, they all unite on those same basic principles that are established by the federal government.
Yeah, well, hang on. Why? Let me ask you a question. Yeah, let me ask you a real question. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So I understand the way the US, you know, I understand you got like state laws and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand that. But you can have a guy in say Arizona, yeah. Oh, not Arizona, but like say a different state, fucking New Mexico, yeah. Say you got a guy in New Mexico who's been nicked. He's been nicked means like arrested.
Yeah.
So you got a guy in New Mexico. He's been arrested for a kilo of fucking weed.
Okay.
Yeah. And he's doing what? Fucking 15 years. And then in the next state, which is literally like 2 miles away, he's allowed to grow fucking what? Fucking a ton of weed every year.
There's not a state in the US where you can grow a ton of weed a year.
Okay. No, there is. If you play it right, there is.
No,
there
now
is.
When it comes to individual rights.
No, but yeah, no. Okay, not individual rights, but you know, we're talking.
I think a company or a business could do that.
Yeah. Well, listen. Do you know the biggest exporter of weed? You know who the biggest exporter of weed is? You know what that is?
What do you mean? Are you talking?
Well, I'm asking you a general question.
Are you talking about? I know. Are you talking?
No,
about
I'm talking. You know, the biggest legal exporter of weed is legal.
I know. Are we talking about regions? Are we talking about?
No, I'm talking generally. Do you know who the biggest exporter of weed is?
In the US, in the world?
No,
what are we
in the world. Yeah, in the world.
I would say it's probably Amsterdam.
Well, you would say that, but guess who it is?
California?
No.
Those are the two guesses I would have.
Okay, well.
But are we talking legal market?
No.
But no, there's so many variables.
Listen.
David, the question has too many variables. What I'm saying,
brother. I asked that question.
I know. I gotta answer your question. Let me answer it. So, are you talking about?
Hang on, you've answered it twice. No, hey, you answered twice. You didn't get.
Let me finish answering what I was trying to say. I'll just censor you for a second. Are you talking about legal distribution? Because legal distribution in the U.S. is different than if we're talking about on a sales aspect, where it's actually recorded in the U.S., which if you're talking about the legal market for marijuana in the U.S., it's another level. If you're talking about the legal marijuana sales in Mexico or South America, it's another level. That's what I'm trying to say. If you're just talking about the public recorded levels, that's also a different level. So if you have a country that you're talking about the public recorded levels, let me know. I'm going to let you in right now.
Brother, if you let me finish my my thing, right? It's England. That's all it is.
You think England is the biggest producer of marijuana or seller?
I know the biggest exporter of cannabis legally in the planet is England, and I know it for a fact. Google it, bro. Google it. Even though it's illegal here, it's illegal here. It's illegal here. Trust me. That's why I kept bouncing. That's why I kept shouting over you, man. Because I was waiting for you to go. You know, trust me, man. The biggest exporter of cannabis legally on the planet is England.
So do you want the real answer to that, or do you want
No, I'm gone. No. Tell me what you're Googling.
What my Google? It's not my Google. I didn't control this.
No,
Google.
what are you Googling? Right, listen,
Google.
man, listen. Right, I'm telling you as a fact, right? It's not a conspiracy. My own government admits that we are the biggest fucking exporters of cannabis.
According to everybody else, your government's wrong. In terms of tons of seized cannabis herb, the United States is in the lead.
No, we're not. No.
I'm looking at facts right now. You can go off of whatever you want until you present.
We are not talking about seized cannabis. We are talking about legal exports. So Google legal.
So you're talking about legal export. Okay.
Yeah. Google the highest tonnage of legal exports of cannabis. Google that.
Let me see here. Morocco.
Google.
Listen.
The legal.
Stop. Listen to me. Stop. I'm looking this up at the same time. So Morocco is the biggest when it comes to hash. I'm going to look up marijuana.
But that's not legal. So Google.
Marijuana is not legal in the UK. What are you talking about?
Man, it is under the fucking government license. That's the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that weed is fucking weed. If you get a fucking illegal license in Britain, you can produce any you want. That's the point I'm making.
Oh, you can do that. You can do that in the UK?
Yes. So what I'm asking you to do is Google the highest fucking amounts of weed legally exported from anywhere in the world. It is in England. Trust me. Even though we get fucking slammed. You understand what I'm saying, bro?
I'm looking it up right now. Marijuana.
Please do, finally. The highest.
So still, the UK isn't even on the top 10. So, I'll bring it back.
No, you Google. Listen, brother.
Hold on.
Listen, brother.
Let me show you what I found. Let me show you what I found, and you can tell me if I searched it.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You Google the wrong thing. I am telling you.
Let me show you what I found, and you can tell me if I searched it wrong.
No, I'm telling you.
Top countries that produce high quality weed and boast about cannabis.
No one asked you to do that.
Austria.
Right, start again. Start again.
Why
again,
is
yeah.
why is the UK not coming up on any of these searches though?
Start again. Start again. Right, you listen. The whole point of this thing is that the UK is the fucking highest exporter of cannabis
Highest
on the
exporter
planet.
of cannabis.
No, don't put that in. Listen to my fucking words.
Didn't you just say highest exporter of cannabis is the UK?
Oh my God! Right, start again, please. Start
Okay,
again.
go ahead. Go
Start
ahead again. With what you just said. If you want, I can rewind the stream.
Can you
and
do
show
me a
what you just
favor?
said.
Can you do me a favor? Can you do me a favor? So, can you type in to Google the highest or the highest tonnage? The highest tonnage. Okay. Can you start again?
Tonnage. What is tonnage?
Oh my God! It's a weight. It's a weight. Right. Go to the fucking Google. Go to Google.
I'm on Google right now. Hey,
Right.
David, I'm
Is
trying
the
to
whole-
work.
is the
David,
whole-
listen, I'm trying to work with you, man. Come on. I'm not yelling at you, bud.
Okay. So delete the whole fucking thing of Google and
Right
then
now I
type in.
Right now I
And
have.
then type in.
Listen,
And
hold
then
on a second.
type. Then fucking just wait. Right. So is your Google clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now listen clearly. Type in highest exports of legal cannabis. That's it.
Okay.
Highest
Of legal cannabis.
of legal cannabis.
So that was the question I asked you originally, David, was were we talking about legal cannabis or just cannabis in general? Because that would put the US on a whole different market when it comes to actually producing cannabis.
Yeah,
and
of course. Of
so
course.
that number is obsolete to anything.
Well, no, of course.
Not only is cannabis not legal in the UK, but you're talking about the legal exports of cannabis in the UK.
Yeah, of course.
That's an obsolete number. You're talking about something that's an oxymoron to itself.
The point I was making
the numbers I was giving you were accurate. They're not the number one producer of marijuana by any way, shape, or form, and they might be an exporter of legal cannabis, which is a strange number for them to even produce in England in general. But I can pull it up. They're not even on the list for that.
Nobody is saying that you don't you don't do a lot of weed, man.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not trying to make that argument. I'm trying to make the argument that a lot of countries do this. I thought you were trying to make the argument that England had some kind of like groundbreaking.
No, I'm saying that the biggest exporter of weed in the world is England. That's the point I'm making.
You said legal weed the first time, and now you're saying weed. I think that's a very vague term. So are you saying the biggest exporter of legal weed or weed in general?
The biggest exporter of weed in the world is fucking England.
That's not true.
That's true.
No.
The biggest legal exporter of weed.
You said, see, now you just rephrased it to the legal exporter. Like I just said, if we're talking legal or illegal, that makes a huge difference when you're talking about it. The biggest legal exporter of marijuana.
Anyway, the point I'm making is, you bastard. The point I'm making is that we aren't allowed to have a split. You know what I mean?
No, I get it, man. I'm a big advocate of the UK and the UK's policies. That's why I just want to make sure that we're on point with what we're
Well,
talking
anyway,
about.
and listen, the whole point I'm making is that these motherfuckers, yeah, they literally gave their friends, yeah, like, listen, right, listen, okay, listen to this. You won't believe this shit, yeah?
Okay.
Are you listening? Okay. So, our Prime Minister now, which means it's like our president, yeah? Hey. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Right.
Our president, go ahead.
No, our Prime Minister, which means our president, yeah. His best friend, yeah. Is our imagine Joe Biden's best friend, yeah.
His dog?
Fucking just listen. Just listen.
I thought you were asking me who Joe Biden's
No, but
best friend was.
listen. So imagine Joe Biden's best friend, yeah.
Okay.
And Joe Biden's best friend gives a fucking license to his wife, and then they're allowed to grow unlimited amounts of weed by law, legally, even though weed is illegal in this fucking country. That's what's going on. You understand?
Yeah.
Do you get it?
Yeah.
That's what's going on, man.
It's an inner working scheme. Yeah.
Yeah, it's called nepotism, brother.
I feel like
everyone else who grows like 2 ounces, they're gonna do fucking 3 years. You know what I mean? The fuck? The fuck is that about? Do you think that's okay?
No, I don't think it's okay. I think it's going to happen regardless because humans are corrupt by nature.
Yeah.
I think power corrupts, and as long as we have positions in life that instill power, then humans are going to be corrupt by that.
Where's the revolution, bro?
All right. I'm hoping we didn't push the wrong button again. But let's see here. Because I know I'm not wrong about this. Top country that's growing cannabis around the world. Number one. Usually a list of the top 8 countries exporting cannabis in alphabetical order. Australia. So this actually doesn't institute. These are the actual order. I would look at the numbers on them because since they're going in alphabetical order rather than. But United Kingdom is on here, or England in general. Yep, it's on here. So it's one of the biggest exporters. 68% of the global total. So in 2016, the facts that he was talking about might have been relevant. But I don't know about the current standings. And just like Herman was saying about Canada, it says in the terms of exports, the UK's closest competitors are, of course, Canada and the Netherlands. So, like we pulled up on the other ones, it's actually the Netherlands, and yeah, Canada also falls in there. So, yeah, but hope I didn't miss too much in the chat. Let me catch up a little bit here. Hey, Sean, but out. Let's see here. I don't know how much I missed in the chat. I know everybody in the chat kind of on the side. Yeah, that's what I was just pointing up because I saw this comment earlier. Let's see. I'm not sure what that was referencing to. Sorry. Oh, nice. I'm glad everybody's back. I appreciate the company. But gosh, man, I'm at 7 hours yet. Still got a little bit more in me. Sorry if this is dragging out a little bit long, but I enjoyed the conversation with David. I don't know if he was enjoying the conversation with me, but I do like hearing other perspectives. I just want them to be thought out to a certain extent. I don't know if I was asking too much, but I didn't want to divulge too far into a thought that was based on an idea that wasn't true. So I didn't want to dive further into them being the number one exporter of marijuana if that actually wasn't true. And then the topic changed to if it was legal or illegal marijuana, which I think makes a huge difference when you're talking about marijuana distribution, but who knows? But yes, I'm glad you guys all had fun. Hey, Sean, glad you're still here. If you want to join us, you're more than welcome to. Got kind of an open panel tonight, just kind of letting anybody on. Kind of sad that David called me scrawny, stocky. Yes, this is true. Very, very true. Who's the Instagrammer? God, I can't think of his name. Like a social media icon. Who's supposed to be? He definitely had a interesting, perfect beard. But yes, anybody's more than welcome to join in the panel. I believe I have it still saved. I don't know if you guys can still see it pinned up on YouTube. Thank you, Tiffany. I don't necessarily agree, but I try my best. I just thought it was interesting coming from the person that wasn't showing their face. And he was trying to act like it was dark in there. And then at the same time, when he moved his camera, I could see that it wasn't that dark in there. I was like, we could have been on camera if you wanted to. But no, I just hope I try not to be rude to people as much as possible. But especially when you're talking about a touchy subject to me, marijuana is kind of one of those touchy subjects. But give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Oh, look at me. You want to roll one now? Gosh. Cigarettes are bad for you. You shouldn't roll one. It's no fun. Ooh, a little bit of a bubbly. That's lovely. Haven't had a nice carbonated water in some time. Who's back? He's gone back into me chat. Where is he? Hello. It's not Sigs today, it's Fags. We're talking about New England. No, not New England, just England. I don't know why I said that. Sorry. But Make America the greatest again, Michael McIntosh. Yes, that was funny. So, Sean, are you the one that came on with us one time early in when we were doing interviews with Michael, and you talked a little bit about how he got you influenced on cryptocurrency as well? Just curious if it's the same person I'm thinking about. Oh, yeah, just a spot of tea. Not a whole lot, just a spot of tea, little chamomile. Calm me nerves. Herman the Great joining us in person. Hello.
I'm back.
How are ya?
I'm doing good this morning. How are you doing? Are you doing okay? It's very dark in here.
Pip cheerio over here.
I don't have my camera on because it's too dark in here. Actually, it really is dark in my house. But anyway, yeah, I just thought I'd come up here because I'm freaking wide awake now. So I'm not
Yeah, I don't know why I am too. I usually don't do 7 hours worth of streaming and still have this kind of energy, but I appreciate it. Can't complain.
I have a question for you.
Of course.
How in the world is it that you only have 76 subscribers? I mean, you would think that you would have more. I mean, you deserve more.
I literally just started getting committed into this probably 3 months ago.
Okay. Wow.
It's kind of funny that I have the subscribers and the viewers that I have in only 3 months.
I think you need more. I think you deserve more, in my opinion.
I appreciate it, man. I enjoy it. It's just kind of like a free time thing for me. I have a full-time job. I own a company, and this is just kind of a fun thing that I enjoy doing. It started out with just listening to conspiracy theory podcasts on the internet, and I was like, wait a minute, I want to talk to all these people and talk to them offline and online, and just started talking to as many people as I could, as much as I could.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, there's for me, conspiracy theories are interesting to listen to. I don't know how many of them are true or not. I just like to listen to them. I go, okay,
Exactly. I don't really care to make a judgment if they're true or not.
Yeah, I mean, because everyone has an opinion, and
well, it's the same idea of, can you sit and listen to a story that's an intriguing story? Right. Yeah, I can. I enjoy that. Regardless of if you're going to tell me if the story is true or not, if you want to tell me, like, I think that the Bible has some interesting stories in it, but I consider them stories. A lot of people that I talk to don't consider them stories. They consider them truths. I just like a good narrative, no matter how it's presented.
Yeah, no, I got you. I get what you're saying. I'm trying to stay awake now. Now I'm suddenly falling asleep. No, okay, I won't fall asleep.
God, I didn't mean to bore you so fast. I apologize. He had a good wind going, and then
No, I don't have to get. Oh well, I work from home, so I have a full-time job myself. I work from home, but it's not easy working from home sometimes. So,
what do you do, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm a data entry, like, administrative assistant for an agricultural company.
Okay.
Pretty fun. It's very intense most of the day. I work probably, I'm not trying to, say this in a crazy way. I'm not used to this, but I work about 8 to 10 hours a day. I mean, I know I know some people think, oh my gosh, that doesn't sound like a lot, because I know some people that work like 15, 16-hour days. So
yeah, I feel like it's different with the dynamic. Like, you're talking about an online job where I feel like you're accomplishing more if they're having you do it through the internet. What do you guys cover for agricultural? Because I live in a big agricultural community. We're one of the biggest seed distributors in all of the U.S.
Oh, okay.
And one of the biggest corn distributors. I don't know if you ever heard of dekelb corn. We basically feed all of the livestock in the U.S.
I've heard the name. That name sounds familiar to me.
Yeah. There's only two things my town's known for, and that's Cindy Crawford and corn. And those are the two things that came from my town.
I thought you said Cindy Crawford and porn. I'm like, what?
No, Cindy Crawford and corn. Yes.
I'm sorry. It sounded like you said porn. I was like, wow. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I don't know what she's doing nowadays. I haven't kept up with her, but
she might be doing she might be doing porn now. You never know.
Yeah. Hey, I mean,
who knows?
Fans only. I mean,
OnlyFans. Did you hear the OnlyFans controversy? I guess they're the owner of it's going to shut explicit stuff down, like pornographic stuff down.
So, and I thought that was interesting because the statement that was made attached to it was, we want to ensure the longevity of our platform, and that's why they wanted to separate themselves from adult content. And I was thinking, well, what more way to solidify yourself into culture than having adult content? Because that's the one thing that's not going away. Like, no. I mean, honestly, it's the biggest business on the internet. Yeah. I mean, I don't know anybody that's making more money or more viewers than adult content.
No, I know. But did you hear the owner's comment? He said he masturbated and felt dirty about it. That's why he decided to shut that part down.
I mean,
And I'm just like,
uh,
okay, well, I mean, that's it.
I mean, yeah. Him and what's the chicken company Chick-fil-A. Yeah, him and the owner of Chick-fil-A. They have their own views. They might not fit along with everybody else. Same with the owners of Hobby Lobby.
Yeah, right.
Definitely might not fit along mainstream lines, but that's one of the benefits of actually starting your own business in the US, I guess. Being able to operate on those own lines, but at the same time, I hope that the U.S. and with the way that media travels so fast these days, we can get away from those businesses and not support those ideas in order to have a better future. So that like we don't have people getting paid less than minimum wage, or we don't have people, not getting, health care that they deserve, or whatever it happens to be. Like, I feel like the best way to do that is with our dollar as a society in the U.S. And we tend to not do that. We tend to buy the iPhone and then complain that the people that make the iPhone have too much money.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Like that to me kind of.
Yeah. That's purpose. If we're gonna, I agree with you. Because if we're gonna say,
it's the vegan wearing leather shoes.
Pretty much. It's like, wait, I bought the iPhone, but this guy has too much money. Well, you just gave him some money, by buying that iPhone.
Oh, yeah. There's definitely a balance to the system, and if you keep playing into the system, it's just going to keep getting farther and farther away.
Exactly. Now, I have to say something about something that you said earlier, and this is a good thing. You said something earlier. You said we're not helping our country enough here. We're helping too many other countries, and I mean that's not a bad thing to help other countries, but we should start at home first. In my opinion, we should start here at home and help our country.
Well, and that's just a simple philosophy for me when it comes to just being a person on this planet. The best thing you can do as a person on this planet before you worry about helping other people is being okay with yourself and in your own skin. And I often like to use Jordan Peterson's reference is clean your room first before you worry about anybody else's room.
Right.
I don't understand why you would worry about other people's rooms or anybody else's lives before you don't have your own under control.
Exactly. Yeah. No, that makes sense.
It's the same with helping others. Even if you're a generous person, you can only help so much. Sometimes your cup's empty and you can't actually help people like you think you are. You can be enabling them or, something else. I think you can be just as detrimental when you're trying to help somebody as you can be beneficial.
Exactly. And see, I'm one of those people that, I don't have a lot of confidence in myself. I think I'm comfortable in my own skin for the most part, but I lack a lot of confidence in myself. So, I mean, I can't tell somebody, hey, be confident, because I don't have confidence in myself. I probably should have more confidence in myself. But
and I agree. I'm the same way in a lot of aspects. Just to give a great example, I was on Tiffany's stream the other day when they were doing singing. I could not turn my camera on to sing because I was too worried about the faces I was making when I was trying to sing. Mm-hmm. I got the one song that I actually got the courage up to sing. I got emotional when I was singing it, and I didn't like the way I sounded. Like I'm super self-critical, but I think you can feel comfortable in your skin in some senses, but nobody's ever 100% comfortable, and it's just that working with what you have, I guess.
Exactly. Yeah. See, because for me, it's about, I don't know if you struggle with this as well, Jacob, but I struggle with anxiety, like hardcore anxiety. It's like, it's better than it used to be, maybe like 3 or 4 years ago. And I started looking at stuff differently, but I mean, it strikes. It's like, I'm not saying it's silent killer, but it strikes out of nowhere. Like I could be having a great day, and then suddenly I have like 1 or 2 bad thoughts. Like, oh shit, well my day's ruined. Crap, I'm gonna have an anxiety attack. Like I have an anxiety attack when I think I've pissed people off. Like not earlier. Earlier, I knew I had a specific purpose in joking around with David. I just wanted to fuck around with the guy. If I'm being honest, I wasn't trying to offend him.
I understand. And when I'm, depending on my mood that I'm in when I'm on the internet, I have a different energy that I'm giving off. Sometimes I'm in more of a playful mood where I'm actually doing that. And like I was doing it the other day in Tiffany's chat, and I was kind of in more playful mood. It was like 2 a.m, And I just had this mood. I was like, all right, I just want to be a little more aggressive. And that is actually what made me get closer to Maria, is because one day I just felt like fucking with her likes just to see if she was watching the likes. And all of a sudden I realized she was paying attention to the likes. So then I had to go back and forth on like, dislike, and see how much she was actually watching it. And so I had to just pop back and forth. And so now it's an ongoing joke, and how we've actually got to know each other better because of silly things like that. And like, I don't know, it's fun going into streams with that different mindset all the time, because people get a different aspect of you. No one can be understood in one online stream or anything like that. There's a lot of people I talk to on the internet that I don't know. I might think I know a little bit about them, but do you ever truly know somebody until you get all of those sides of them?
No, exactly. No, you don't. You don't. Now for me, I tell people this all the time. I'm the same way on and offline. I mean, maybe I'm a little bit slightly more entertaining here online, I would imagine. I'm probably a little more confident than I am online. I'm not gonna lie. There's a certain part of social media and being on YouTube and being online that gives me some confidence. But I'm a jokester in real life too. I joke around. I screw around with people. I have to tell you, on West Haven, right? West Haven, always and forever.
Oh yeah, I love West Haven. Elaine is one of my favorite channels to follow.
Me too. She's really awesome. But I was on her panel earlier, and I kept messing with Vanessa Jane on the panel. I kept changing my name, like, Boris Johnson. I know, because I know she hates Boris Johnson. So I go, and then she said, change your name. I hate that guy. And I go, so I changed my name to Boris Herman. And then she's like, no, change it again. And so I changed it to Vanessa. Vanessa hates Boris Johnson. And she starts laughing. I just try to get a laugh out of people. That's my goal.
Yeah.
On social media.
I threw everybody off in the chat the other day. You were on with Tiffany, and she said, isn't what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas? And then my response was, except herpes, that shit's permanent. And I know. She was like, what does this mean? And I was like, well, it made sense to what you were talking about, but there's a little delay in the chat. I apologize.
I think she deleted your comment. Or so.
No. I mean, I feel like it could have done that by itself, too. It could have, like, just the algorithm alone. It's one of those words that might get deleted by YouTube if you have the comments set to that.
Oh, maybe, but I think it said like message deleted or retracted or something. I remember that. I was like,
I retracted it after I said it because she didn't get the context. So I pulled it after I said it because she didn't get the context. And as soon as I pulled it, she put it up on the screen.
You know what's weird though?
Because it's different when you're in the StreamYard and when you're like looking at it at YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because I could still see the comment in StreamYard. That's why I started laughing. Yeah. I was on the panel. I was like, I had to stop myself from busting up laughing. See, that's my thing. I like to just, again, I'm going to go with myself. I'm very conceited this morning, if you don't mind, Jacob. I'm a very conceited person, but today only. But I like to have fun. I don't do panels anymore because people just like got too crazy on my panels. They would talk about like, go into like shit that no one's ever heard of before. And I'm like, what the hell is this?
That's the kind of stuff I'm looking for.
That's not a bad thing. I mean, hey,
No, I'm just joking with you. Like, when it comes to different stuff, when it comes to panels, I just like everybody having a good time. I don't like it. Like, tonight, I felt like we weren't always propelling the conversation with some of the people on the panel. And, I want the conversation to constantly evolve and move forward and bring up new ideas. And when I feel like two people have their feet in the sand, I feel like it's the end of the discussion.
Yeah, no, definitely. But yeah, I mean, I had a goal in mind for my panels. Yeah, I have a fun time on my panels. I'm planning to do panels again. Now, I have a question, Jacob, or anyone who knows about StreamYard, because I'm not very versed on StreamYard. I used to use it a long time ago when it was first, I think when it first came out, or when it was still kind of, first being, tried out. Can you run a panel from your phone, or do you need a computer to run the panel?
So I don't know, because I don't run StreamYard through my phone.
Oh, you
And so just to give an example, I can run YouTube through my phone, but
Right.
at the same time, I'm really weird about phones. I'm against having a smartphone. It's kind of with my obsession with Joe Rogan when I was younger, and not reading comments and not being attached to your phone. So I own a flip phone. I've always owned a flip phone. I had a smartphone before. I got super into Pokemon Go.
Oh,
And
wow.
it was like a shitty addiction that I shouldn't have had. I sat up one day when I was landscaping, dropped my phone on the ground, cracked it, and never had a smartphone again.
Oh, wow.
Like it happened when I was like 17 or 18, and then I was just like, oh, this just isn't for me. Like it took too much away from my personal life. It was too much of an attachment. But I can stream YouTube from that. I just I kind of just record videos and record videos for my business as well. But besides that, I really don't do much on my actual cell phone. So I'm a bad person to ask, but I assume you can from the mobile app, because they do have a mobile app option. And I use a Chromebook to do all of my my streaming. And because they have a Chromebook app, I know they have a mobile app as well.
Okay, because I just didn't know, because if I'm going to run a panel, I can run it from my computer just fine. But the only problem is the sound of my computer sucks, because I need to buy obviously a microphone or something, but also where my computer is set up, I have a laptop and it's probably set up the wrong way to stream. I'd have to move it around my desk, and I don't really want to do that. So, but I'll ask Tiffany.
Oh, okay.
You know,
a better idea. I don't know if she does
know,
it from desktop or if she does any from mobile.
You know, Jacob, a simple "I just don't know the answer" would have been just great. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you.
No, I know. No, it's fine.
No, I like how I do like how thorough you answer questions, so it's good. Like,
well, no, I try to,
you know,
because I feel like I overthink everything. So the least I can do is try to catch people up on where my brain's at the moment. It's not anything personal. It's also a way for me to get through my own thoughts, because I overthink things so much.
Well, me too. Me too, man.
Being way too elaborate and way too drug on.
Okay, by the way, you're talking to the guy that once, speaking of overthinking and like talking too much, I once went to 18 different topics in 5 minutes. I don't know how the hell I did it. I don't even know what the topics were, and I'm gonna actually ask you to be my girlfriend, Tiffany. That's what. No, I'm kidding, Tiffany. I'm kidding. I'm gonna ask that. I know you're married. No, I was gonna ask you about StreamYard, but we don't have to ask it right now. I was just see if you like it. You like that? I'm sitting here hitting on Tiffany right now. It's awesome. Don't worry, it will give me another chance to be rejected. No, but
it's different timelines for me.
I know, right? I'm a very random person, Jacob. Can you tell by now?
I am the same. I am the same. If you haven't picked up on my bio,
I picked up on it.
I talked to Elaine for a week and a half, and she made me a moderator and started letting me on her streams, because she just liked the vibes I was giving to her. I really like Elaine and everybody that Tiffany's connected me with. Tiffany's got a great little community she's attached with.
Yes, I'm part of her community. I'm part of Elaine, Maria. Now
feel free to join in ours anytime, Herman.
No, definitely. I hit that little button that says subscribe on it.
Is that what that thing does?
I don't know. It doesn't do anything worth a shit for me, because you know what I mean by that is.
That's because you didn't push the bell next to it. Go back and try to push the bell next to it, and then maybe something will happen. I might be confused, but I heard that's what they do. That's what the kids talk about these days.
Wait. Notifications actually work on this on YouTube?
I mean, I don't I've only been on YouTube recently for about a couple days. They banned me recently. I'm back on now, but I'll let you know depending on how long they keep me on.
You never know. You never know. Yeah, see, okay, now, I have to say something to Tiffany in the chat. Nothing bad.
Oh, no, you're fine.
It's not bad that we're all connected, but the only thing that's going to suck is, like, what if one or two of us, like ends up having a feud, and then we have to pick sides. I hate that, by the way.
Online drama knows a lot about this.
I'm sure. I'm sure. Yeah, so do I. Trust me, I know a lot about it too. But
I just don't pick sides. I don't try to play, and that's what's so easy about my channel is I'm the guy that listens to everybody's opinion. So as long as I don't ever pick a side, I'm okay. I'm that fence guy. I can live with that. I'm the fence guy with my own opinions.
Yeah, and if someone has a feud in any capacity, I'm the guy that will listen to both sides. And if one side goes, "Hey, what do you think of that?" I'll be like, "I don't know. It's your war with this person. If you want to have I don't get why people have online wars with people. I don't understand that. Like, do people have that much time on their hands, Jacob, to have an online war with somebody? That's a little weird to me.
I feel like just like regret or anything like that. Like, I feel like there's a certain amount of energy that you can just carry with you that's just detrimental to your health and everyone around you.
Right.
I don't know what the long-term point of any feud is. It just doesn't seem like there's any positive outcome on either side.
No, there's really.
I mean, that's one of the main things I've always pushed when it comes to like my views on politics is when discussion stops. That's when everything stops. Like if you can't discuss your ideas or why you disagree with somebody, then that's the whole problem right there. Like
exactly, yeah. And by the way, to DP in the chat, I'm the same way. I roll with some groups that don't like other people, and that's whatever. That's them.
It happens. That's their own view.
Yeah, it's their opinion. See, again, I told you earlier, and I'll say this again, Jacob, and to anyone out there that's watching this stream. I'm somebody who will listen to everyone's opinion as well. Now, do I have to agree with someone's opinion? No, I don't have to agree with everything someone says, but it's a respect thing with me.
No, you're willing to listen to their side, and most people aren't willing to do that.
That's something I've had to get better at as my life. I'm only 35 years old, so I've had to get better at that as my life has gone on. I used to be really bad. I used to say, I don't give a crap what any of you guys think. Now I have to think, wait a minute. How achieve? That's just going to make me look like a small-minded and narrow-minded person.
Exactly. No. So when I got involved in studying politics and wanting to get more involved in my local politics, what I did is I went to the side that I knew nothing about, and it was like, all right, well, if I'm going, and I honestly learned this from people like Ben Shapiro or Steven Crowder, and what I did is I wanted to be able to play devil's advocate to any argument.
Right.
If I didn't understand the other side's argument, how was I able to relay my opinion about what my argument was? If I don't have anything that contradicts, anybody can have two ideas that oppose each other, but you can't come to a solution. The point is to come into a solution and finding the middle ground. If you can't find that middle ground, then where are you even at? Like,
exactly.
You're just two sides. And there's no point, just like we were talking about whether it's a YouTube channel or anything else, there's no reason to pick sides. It's better to get everybody involved the best way you can, whether you agree with everything or not.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I don't know. It's another one of those things I try to overthink way too much. I wish everybody could get along better, but you're never going to get everybody in society to agree with everything. There's always going to be a rebellious sector, no matter if it's for the positive or for the negative.
No, exactly. Yeah, I wish everyone could agree, but honestly, though, Jacob, if we all agreed, life would be boring.
No, I agree. I agree that if we all agreed and we all lived in an echo chamber, that would be just as dangerous.
No, exactly. That's how dictators are allowed to get away with shit. If everyone agrees with each other,
But I feel like that's what society wants. They want you to feel like you're in an echo chamber where everybody agrees with your ID.
No, I know.
Your ideas and your ideologies.
Yeah, that's definitely.
If you think you're an individual, that's when you're actually questioning the God, what is it? The propelled narrative that's supposed to be obtained. Yeah. I don't know.
We live in a very strange country and world.
In time, in general. Yes.
Yeah. it's weird, you know. I hear a lot of stuff about, you know, COVID, the vaccine. I'm like, I don't have an opinion one way or the other on any of this stuff.
Oh yeah, and I've always told, because people have honestly asked me for some reason what I think about it, and I'm like, I think you should do whatever you think is necessary.
Right?
I was like, you should find all the information you can get, come up with the best conclusion you can, the same way you do with any information presented to you. I don't think you should follow anybody blindly. No matter what topic we're talking about.
Yeah, you can do your research either way, whatever.
Whatever it happens to be.
You know, and that's why
I'm not going to judge. I'm not going to judge somebody for any decision that they make.
No,
if they think that's the decision for them, and that's why they made that decision. As long as they feel good about their own decision. The only problem I have with people is when they don't feel good about their decision that they made.
Right.
If they're questioning their own ideas. That's where I get into situations where I would talk to somebody about something. If you feel good about the decision that you made, there might be no reason for me to talk to you about it.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Because a lot of my, and I have to emphasize this, a lot of my friends in real life, outside of social media, you know, that I can actually see in person or at least talk to on the phone, and I've met in person at least once or twice, they tell me the same thing. They say, you know, we got the vaccine, but that doesn't mean you have to get it. Like, you know, we want to make sure that, you know, we'll still be friends with you, even if you don't, like, do what you want for yourself.
Those are true friends.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like I call this guy my in real life best friend. I have a best friend here on social media. I'm going to give her a shout out, by the way. Can I give her a shout out, Jacob? Can I give my best friend a shout out?
Of course. As long as she doesn't have an inappropriate YouTube name.
No, she does not. Her name on YouTube is Life with Ankylosing Spondylitis. You may have heard of her. I don't know. Maybe you haven't. But
say it again.
It's Life with Ankylosing Spondylitis.
I don't know if I have met her.
You've got to check her out. Ashley's awesome. That's my best friend, and of course she's my online best friend because we haven't met in person, unfortunately. But still, she's still my bestie. But you know, there's true friends out there that say, "Hey, look, you know, do it." This is my point, by the way. They say, "Do what you want to do. You know, do what's right for you. Don't." Oh, sorry. I thought DP said the C word in the chat. I'm sorry.
No, I'm watching the chat.
I was reading the chat. I thought he said the C word. I'm like, oh, shit. Sorry, that made me laugh really hard. That threw me off my game.
It's all good.
Oh, God. See, earlier I thought you said porn, and now I thought he said the C word.
Oh, God.
This is great. Dude, I love your panels, man, because they're so chill. They're so laid back. You know, yeah, there's times where it can get intense, and you know, there's discussion, and it can get a little bit intense. But that's not what I'm up here for. I'm up here just to laugh.
Oh yeah, no,
share different ideas.
I need the icebreaker every once in a while. I appreciate it. Keeps me grounded.
If you need a comedian, don't pick me. Pick either Green Bay Wacky or Cab 7. Do you know either one of those two?
No, you got to bring more of these people to my panel. What are you doing?
Oh, man.
Dropping all these bombshells on me.
I know. Green Bay Wacky and Cap 7 are like longtime friends of mine here on YouTube, now D-Live. And, you know, I've known both of them for at least 5 or 6 years, at least online in the online sense. And they're both hilarious equally. They have their own brands of comedy. Both of them, they're hilarious. See, I'm doing all this name dropping. Yes, he said can't instead. I thought it was the other. I thought it was the other C word. No,
up there.
He's using Click to Talk right now. I'm sure. DP probably. I don't know why I'm laughing.
DP, when you said that in the chat the other day, you have to expect, when you have a name like Exploring DP, that you would get, or Exploring with DP, that you would get those kind of trolls on a constant basis. Like, yes, I get that you get that question all the time, or if you get like comments like that all the time, but it makes sense associated with the name.
I'm just laughing. Jacob, were you the one who messaged Tiffany what DP really means?
Yes.
Oh, that was you. Okay.
That was me.
That's what I thought. I
was like, well, because all I was thinking was, oh my God, Herman really needs to stop talking about this. And then all of a sudden it's coming up in the chat that it's like, men can't be. I'm like, wait, what? No. stop talking about this. It's getting
I didn't catch that. I was just like
literally too deep.
Yeah, right. Oh my gosh. It was a very deep topic.
Very deep topic.
Herman, do you think Tiffany would like wondering? Yes, I think she would.
It was penetrating the chat, and it was
So Jacob, do you know Wondering Haggis? Do you know who that is?
no.
Oh my gosh, you've got to check out this. Yeah, he's a guy I met through Michael Malloy. And he's got there's quite a crowd over there. There's quite a group over there at the Michael Malloy show as well. You know Michael Malloy, right? If you say no, I'm going to get off the panel right now. I'm just kidding. I won't do that.
No, I also don't know Michael Malloy.
Oh,
I don't know a single name that you dropped. Hey, I know Tiffany. She's a person I know. I've been on her panels a few times. I do know Maria. I do know Elaine.
Who cares about Tiffany?
I do know Nicole and Manji. These are the people that I've met through Divine Tiffany.
Listen, Jacob, nobody cares about Tiffany, okay? I'm just kidding. Everyone cares about Tiffany. I'm just kidding, Tiffany. No, but yeah, Michael Malloy's funny. Oh, well, that's his problem then, Tiffany. Oh no, she's pissed at me. I'm screwed. I know. No, it takes long. It takes more than that to piss off. What's it called? To piss off Tiffany. You have to do a lot to piss off Tiffany.
Oh yeah, she lives in the light. It's hard to get her on that dark side.
You know, okay, I have to say something earlier about what happened on your panel with David. He's like, you have to do more than that to offend me. It's like all you have to do is have a differing opinion than him, and that offends him. Like you don't have to. He acts tougher than he really is.
Well, and that was the thing I was trying to say. I was like, well, because it was interesting. We got into the second half of our conversation. We got into this long discussion about if marijuana was a big export from the UK or England. And my original question, and why I was trying to stop him, I was like, are we talking about illegal or legal export? Right. Like, because that makes a huge difference in this discussion. Sure. And then it eventually got to the topic of, once I found out he was just talking about the legal export of marijuana in a country where it's illegal, is fucking irrelevant. Like the whole conversation was irrelevant. Like those numbers don't even make a difference. Like in the long scheme of things. But then I even pulled up more facts that I could I was trying to find something that supported what he was saying, and I couldn't do it.
Yeah, no, I know, because if you look at the U.S., weed's not legal here everywhere. There's some states. Yeah, there's some states.
I would make an argument that the illegal market for it is large.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can't dispute that. I'm sure it is. The legal or illegal.
Just like I would make the same for Mexico, the Netherlands, Canada. These are all huge exporters of marijuana, and that's why I was like, wait a minute, why is the UK, which is a country that has it totally illegal, would be one of the top exporters? It just doesn't make sense.
It has to be illegal exporting in the UK, because you're right, they have it. It's not legal there, so why? I don't understand his argument. I mean, he's passionate. I'll give David credit for something if he's out there listening. David, you're passionate about what you believe in. I think that's great, but one thing you have to do is, and I don't know how old David is. He's probably older than me, I would imagine. But
I think he's mid-30s, like myself. I just want him to be able to articulate the way he feels.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, articulate not only that, but also learn to listen to people. Because I've had to learn that. I'm still learning to do that. So there's times where I think.
Yeah, and he thought I was against him. I was like, I'm not against you, David. What I'm trying to do is trying to unpack your idea and understand how you got to this conclusion, because I could come to the same conclusion, but right now I don't know how you got there.
Exactly. It's like you're starting the math problem in the middle of the problem.
Yeah.
Like, wait a minute. Come on. Let's get to the beginning. Let's explain how we got to where we are. You know, and I'm reading the chat right now. We've got a pretty damn good community over here at your channel here. You know,
I love my community. Whether it's Mud Rabbit, whether it's Terry Hopper, whether it's the Pena Perspective, I love all of my community. I could have no guests and just come on and talk to my community and have a great time. And that's what I worried about with my channel getting bigger too fast, was not being able to actually stay connected with the community.
Right.
There'd be too many people in the chat.
Right. By the way, I'm laughing because DP's name is David too, and we keep mentioning David, and he's like,
Oh.
he's
You talking about me?
Are you talking? Yeah, exactly, in a Scottish accent. You know, that's funny. No, we're not talking about you, David. We're not talking about you, DP. If we were talking about you, you would know. But so, is it okay if I join your community, or am I going to get kicked out now?
What do you mean? Oh, you're more than welcome to. I'll have you on here whenever you want to be on.
You can join. You can join my live streams whenever the hell I have them.
I will. Once you subscribe to mine, I'll be able to subscribe to yours. Otherwise, I'll if it's the same as your name that's on here, I'll just look it up after we get off.
Yeah, Herman the Great. Yeah, it's just Herman the Great. Although there is a Herman the Great that has like 34 subscribers, it's not me, but that's fine. Or 30.
There's a lot of Jacob Waters on the internet, and I'm slowly starting to catch up to them.
Are you related to Jesse Waters?
No, or Muddy Waters.
No, Muddy Waters. You and I have the same humor, man. I'm telling you. Come on, brother.
Gosh, no, I like running into like-minded people. It's a lot of fun.
We may not have the same opinions on everything, which is fine. But
yeah, no, I guarantee we don't. And that's healthy, though.
That's good, though. Yeah, exactly.
But
by the way, the reason I didn't want to be on was when David was on earlier is because I didn't really have a whole lot to say on the topic, and I didn't have enough knowledge to argue for or against, pro or the con. Or the affirmative, or the, what's the other one? The affirmative. What the hell is the other one? I don't know. I couldn't argue for or against either argument. Yeah, exactly. So I was like, well, I don't have the knowledge. I didn't
have the knowledge to argue that either. I was just expected to.
No, exactly. But I was sitting there going,
that's part of, I guess, being part of this platform. Even when I point to other individuals that have more knowledge of it than myself.
Oh yeah, exactly. Because for me, if I was hosting your panel, I'd be like, oh shit, I don't know that. I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know how to argue this, because I like to prepare for an argument. Like if someone says, hey, we're having a debate tomorrow.
Oh yeah, and if I knew what to expect about the debate, I would do a little bit more research on it. But and I could have Mark's the guy I was referencing in the earlier debate that I had with David, or Power Up, whoever we want to refer to him as.
Yeah, I think we call him Power Up now because I don't want DP to get offended in the chat.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't give a shit about DP right now. No, I'm kidding, DP. I'm kidding. But yeah, Power Up. Yeah, that's an interesting name.
Yeah, it was interesting.
I just thought he was old. I thought he was older than me, but I guess if he's.
Well, and I thought it was weird when he said computer games. He named a bunch of games that weren't solely on computers, and I thought it was interesting that he's talking about. I'm really big into computer games. I'm kind of OCD about it, and when it comes to computer games, I'm really picky. And there's certain games I won't even play on a console because they are available on a computer.
Right. Yeah, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. Right. Right now, by the way, this is totally random. I'm gonna give you an insight into my life here for 2 seconds.
Of course.
Right now I don't have a TV, but I don't need one. With YouTube, Netflix.
What do you mean by TV?
Like I don't have a TV at all. I don't have a television.
The actual device, like with TV.
Yeah, I mean, I
have YouTube and Netflix and all that on your phone.
Yeah, my phone, or I can access on my computer.
You have a TV.
Oh well, I guess but in the sense of like an actual
TV, and you don't have one that plugs into your wall.
Yeah, exactly. Well, okay. I mean, I guess that's a fair point. I get that.
That was because I actually have this argument with a lot of different people. I have the Pena Perspective that was on here earlier. He often likes to reference air conditioning. Right. I live in a state that's super humid. It was 110 heat index yesterday.
Oh, wow.
And I don't have an AC in my room. My daughter has one. My girlfriend has one. I don't have one in my room just because I don't need one. I technically don't. If I can adjust and not be used to that cold, like I can't go lay in my girlfriend's room all the time because my body will adjust to that cold.
Right.
At the same time, just like cable, I don't have cable in my room. My daughter has cable in her room. I have no reason to pay for it in my room because I don't watch it.
Right. Yeah.
But I do have a TV. Like that's all my stuff is actually up here. My camera's down here, and yeah, so I can actually everything I watch is displayed on my TV.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
My monitor on my computer has been broke for 3 years.
Oh, really?
I actually can't see anything. It's just just a big cracked screen on my Chromebook.
Well,
I have to have it hooked up to a HDMI in order to even be able to stream.
oh wow, that's right. Oh my gosh. Well, how are you surviving, Jacob? No, I'm kidding. What was I gonna say? There was something I was gonna say. There was something I wanted to say. Oh, I'm planning to possibly get a smart TV just to like look legit. No, actually, I want to get a gaming console. I actually want to get the PS5. I've heard a lot about it, and it's the newest one so far. And they're probably gonna make a new one. Watch, I'll get the PS5. This is what's gonna happen, Jacob. I'm gonna predict this right now. I'm gonna get the PS5, and they're gonna come up with like a PS6. I'm gonna be like, shit. They always do this when I got the
second you buy the new one.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
Come out with the next one.
That's the same thing. That's the same thing I do with like because I actually, for me, I like smartphones, but that's just me. But I don't. But see, the thing is, I don't complain about. I have an iPhone. I don't complain about. Hey, I'm going to buy an iPhone. Oh, they're too rich. It's like, shut up. I tell people to shut up when they say, oh,
So when talking about gaming system, I'm a big nostalgia guy. I'm not into the newest technology all the time. I really do like old technology. Like the last 3 machines I bought were an 8mm movie editor. I had a bunch of 8mm films that I found, and I've been trying to actually upload them on YouTube because I finally have an editor that I can do it with. And there's like the old cut, copy, and paste. And then the other systems that I bought are all these preloaded old systems. Like this is the Super Nintendo. I have the regular Nintendo, the Super Nintendo, the Sega, and the original PlayStation. And those are the new systems I'm buying. The newest system I think I have is a Xbox 360 from who knows how long ago.
Yeah.
Like I would love to have the new systems, but I know it's one of those things I'd get attached to way too quick.
Now, do they still make the Game Boy?
Like
the old ones though, not like the new.
I think you can buy preloaded versions of the old ones.
Okay.
Like they do with the old systems, where they will have all the games. You don't have to sit there and change the cartridges. But they do have handheld versions of them still that are designed the same way with just the 2 buttons and the gray, background. That's not like a DS or anything like that.
Right.
The only thing I can't find anymore is the old Sega handheld. That's the only thing I can never find anymore.
Oh, I remember the Sega handhelds.
Yeah,
I used to play Game Boy all the time. Super Mario was my game. I loved it. Although, So this is bringing me back to my childhood right now, Jacob. You're bringing me back to my childhood with the Game Boy, Sega, Nintendo, Super Nintendo.
All right. So we just went through a few of them. What was your favorite game on each of those platforms? And I'll give you mine.
Gosh, I can't remember. I know on
Sega.
Sega, I would always play Sonic the Hedgehog.
Okay.
On Sega.
Okay. Okay, so for Sega, for me, it would probably have to be Mortal Kombat.
Okay, Mortal Kombat. Let's see. I can't.
What about regular Nintendo?
Oh gosh, I don't remember. I think it was. I want to say Duck Hunt was my favorite one.
The Duck Hunt Mario Brothers combo.
Yeah.
Yes.
I loved it. But I'm trying to think of all the different games that
Mine was the gold cartridge, the Zelda, the original.
Oh, nice! Really? Oh, great! Yeah, I like those games too. Man, you're speaking my language right now, Jacob. Man, you got me going now.
I love talking about old nostalgic.
We can go for another 8 hours. No, I'm just kidding.
Gosh, I just looked up and saw that I've already done 8 hours.
It's almost 8 hours, man. 7 more minutes, it would be 8 hours.
Oh man,
damn! How do you do this, man?
I put in a shift. I don't know.
You get paid for this?
I just get used to it. I like talking to people. I don't know.
Yeah, See, I wish I was better at talking to people. Sometimes I am. I mean, like right now I am. But see, I'm not the host of this thing. So you're the host.
It all depends on the topic. There's certain topics I can jump in on where I can feel like I can keep the conversation going. And then there's topics where sometimes I just feel myself rambling just to stop gaps in the conversation.
Yeah, I hate
overexert myself, you know.
No, I hear you on that. When I'm hosting a panel, like when I used to host panels, I hated silence. I was like, oh, silence is silence is not a bad thing sometimes, but
yeah,
when you're trying to run a show or run a panel,
you feel like it is. Yeah, you feel like there's a lull in the entertainment.
Yeah. And I'm the same way when it comes to relationships. Like I'm not dating one right now, but when I've dated in the past, like there's one girl I dated. I said, yeah, I hate that there's so much silence. You know, we're just sitting here. She's like, that's the best part. We're just sitting here being with each other. We're enjoying each other's company. And I go, wait, so you don't care if I don't talk? She's like, no, you don't have to talk to me. We can just sit here and enjoy each other's company. That's the problem with me. I feel like silence is the enemy. It's not. It's not necessarily the enemy. Sometimes being silent is actually a good thing. You know, in many ways.
Well, and silence is important in a lot of things.
Yes.
But yeah, I often, like, especially when I'm doing like any kind of entertainment where I feel like I'm in front of others, I feel like when there's a lull in the entertainment that I did something wrong.
Yeah, me too. So, and oftentimes when I used to have panels too, is I would invite people up. You know, I would invite my friends up there and chill with my friends. Like I said, my best friend I told you about earlier. I just call her Ash, but Life with Inky Spiny Life, Inky Spiny Life on D Live. I'm giving her a shout out, by the way, Ash. You better be listening to this. I used to invite all of my friends up there, but I felt like I was always expected as the host to have something to talk about. And there's times where I didn't have a lot to talk about. I didn't have a particular topic I wanted to bring up. I just wanted to come up on panel, talk with my friends, and so and that's something you'll discover as we get to know each other more, Jacob. Is that I put way too much damn pressure on myself. Like I have to be a superhuman being, both here on social media and in real life, which is not true. You don't have to be a superhuman being. You can just be yourself. It's easier for me to be myself when I'm on someone else's show. But if I was on the other side and I was hosting this thing, I'd probably be like, hi guys, we're gonna talk about this, and then like 20 minutes later, I'd be like, "Oh, we gotta go, guys.
There's a running joke when I'm on everybody else's streams because I will not smoke tobacco or anything else that I smoke on anybody else's stream.
Right.
I blow bubbles in my milk, and that's always been an ongoing joke. Like I'm so self-critical on anybody else's streams. I'm the same way on my own stream, but at the same time, I've gotten a little bit more comfortable with my Discord that we have in our chat and the people that I'm talking to. But yeah, no, I'm super self-critical. You'll learn that about me quickly.
Yeah, no, yeah, because I can identify with you on the overthinking stuff too. I overthink everything. Everything's overthought. It's like, oh my gosh, maybe I shouldn't have done this. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have said that comedy thing to David earlier. Oh man, maybe I offended the guy. I'm gonna call him David. I don't care. David, power up, whatever you want.
We have another DP in the chat now. It's just DP.
I know that's another.
Just DP said hi to Exploring DP. So all of the DPs, welcome to the chat.
Never mind. I was going to go there. Never mind. I was going to go somewhere else with that.
It's a dangerous road.
Don't get too deep, DP. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
But yeah, I saw just DP in Elaine's chat earlier. I'm like, wait, did he change his name? Like, what the hell?
Well, and usually when we come across names that are very close, those are the ones that you get that I watch right away because they usually are the trolls that like to copy like somebody's similar's name.
Now you remember in Tiffany's chat the other night where we were talking about trolls living in their parents' basement, and then like 10 minutes later, someone comes in.
Troll from the basement comes out,
or somebody saying, "Oh, 40-year-old man living in his parents' basement" was the name of the troll. I'm just like, this is awesome. But obviously, by the way, everywhere I go in these communities,
let me give you another great example. So earlier I was on today in the beginning of this stream. I have a Poetic Justice shirt on, the Tupac movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And all of a sudden, somebody in the chat comes up that says "white Tupac fan" or something like that, and I was like, "Hey," I asked my moderator, I was like, "Just watch this person because I have a feeling that it's not just ironic."
No.
But no, it happens all the time. It's very common.
I mean, it doesn't usually happen. It hasn't happened to me yet so my background on YouTube is I've been on YouTube overall for like 7 years.
Have Tiffany on your panel more.
No one wants that. I love that.
Oh, coming in hard. Yeah, she's never going to agree to this impossible relationship if you're coming with these kind of guidelines.
I don't do panels anymore. I technically do, but I don't know. I wish the old Hangouts was still around. That was where I started.
Oh, the Google Hangouts.
Yeah, I mean it's still around in some form, not where you can have people on panels. Well, you can. You just have to use like OBS or something. Yeah, it was funny. See, what I like about Tiffany is she can take a joke. Like she knows I'm joking. Do I really need to say I'm joking to people? No, probably not. They can tell by my voice that
Yeah. Well, you would think, but a lot of people, I mean, common sense isn't too common these days. And I really do feel like some people do not pick up on sarcasm.
No, well, I don't pick up on sarcasm if it's written. I suck at.
Well, yeah, it's hard to get context out of a written message.
Exactly, but even sometimes with people's voices, like I can sort of tell sometimes. But yeah, if like I love to text and I like to type in chats and stuff. But seriously, I've had moments like the other. I was going not nuts, but I was having a tough time because I couldn't read the sarcasm that was in the chat. I'm like, what's going on? Why can't I read the sarcasm? I think Maria and Tiffany and myself, we were all joking in the chat, and then I'm like, oh shit, I really pissed them off, didn't I? And I didn't, obviously. I think you were there. You probably were there in some capacity. I don't know. I thought I saw you in the chat.
Oh, I was there. I usually pop in and out, but I try because I probably do close to 2 to 5 hours a day of either recorded or public broadcasting. I just recently came on, and actually I probably shouldn't talk about that. But there's been a lot of videos removed from my channel recently by myself, and it's going to be a topic that's going to be addressed later. I haven't decided to divulge that publicly yet.
No worries. But well, yeah, you gotta.
If anybody's curious, it wasn't YouTube's doing; it was my own doing.
Oh my gosh. Well, YouTube probably would have got rid of them by the sounds of it, because I don't know what the content was. Never mind, I can't actually assume that, but I'm just saying YouTube gets rid of content. You know what's weird about YouTube? I love YouTube as a whole, as the community, and connecting with people, but I have to criticize YouTube, the company, or Google in this case, because they get rid of some really crazy stuff. They still have copyright stuff, yet you're a platform that says, well, we've got to be tolerant of everyone's ideas and beliefs, but if someone spouts off a conspiracy theory you don't like, or something you don't like, or just anything in general that you don't like, YouTube, you take it down, yet you allow people to get bullied, you allow people to get doxxed, you allow people to get swatted, you allow bullying on your platform. Yes, I'm going off on YouTube. They're gonna take you down now, Jacob.
That's the biggest thing that and that's something that me and Tiffany have talked about in the past. That's why I actually push Nightbot for all of these people that have dealt with this, these troll harassments in the past, is because Facebook isn't apparently responsible for anything that goes on in your chat. They will let somebody create an account with a name that is absolutely horrible for Facebook, that you as the creator will get in trouble for your chat because of the account that YouTube allowed them to make.
Right. Yeah.
That alone to me is a cop out. And so what I told people is I was like, no, put Nightbot in your chat. And then when YouTube comes to you later and says your chat wasn't appropriate, you can go, sorry, I got Nightbot. The least you guys can do is hold up your end. Like,
exactly. And this is funny. All this stuff coming from a company that allows porn on their platform.
Yeah.
YouTube, and I'm not. That's their platform, whatever. Like I've never experienced this, but I guess some people who are no, they're not. Well, no, they're monetized, but they don't have YouTube Premium. I pay for YouTube Premium because I can't. I don't want to deal with ads, but that's fine. But like one of my friends said, "Oh my gosh, I saw this pornographic ad." I'm like, "Oh, well, that's YouTube for you. They got to make money somehow, I guess." And that's fine. They're a money making group. They sound a bit hypocritical to me, Jacob, is what I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah. Well, and my biggest thing is if you're going to have guidelines that you establish for a community, they just have to be clear and laid out.
Yeah, exactly.
That way people can navigate accordingly.
Yeah,
there's just like when we're talking about hearing other people's perspectives, the biggest problem I have on this platform is I was always like taught to take as much information about a circumstance as you can and develop your own conclusion about it.
Right. Exactly.
You can't do that on this platform. On this platform, you're supposed to go with the conclusion with some topics, with the conclusion that they come up with. And you're not allowed to talk about other possible outcomes of that same conclusion.
Exactly.
And, if you happen to divulge into them, they will take you off their platform.
Exactly. What Jake said to everybody in so many words is that this is his last stream. YouTube is now going to take him down because he has Herman the Great on the panel.
Yeah,
it's like we can't challenge anything here on this platform or these other platforms. Like Big Tech is crazy as hell. They censor everything that they don't like. It's like
that's why I bow to the ABC gods at the end of the night.
Right.
It's part of my closing segments on all of my podcasts.
You have a podcast? I didn't know that.
I always say podcasts, interviews, podcasts. Like what would you consider this?
Got it. Gotcha. Well, I thought you meant actually podcasting because that's something I want to get. I want to get into podcasting.
What's the difference? Is what I'm asking.
Well, I mean, I guess the difference between a podcast. I mean, this is more of like, I guess, a live broadcast, not a podcast. Like a podcast is more, to me, is more of like a recording, like someone recording a podcast or doing a live podcast. You can do that too. But yeah, I mean, this is a podcast format. Don't get me wrong, but when I think of
so pre-recorded to you is a podcast.
Or either pre-recorded or you could do. I used to do a podcast live.
Yeah,
but you could do it live,
just where you're not involving the chat.
Yeah, that's why I see it as a podcast. But I mean,
okay,
this has a format of a podcast. Don't get me wrong. I can see this.
No, I was just curious of the classifications.
Oh yeah. So I see it like a podcast.
Because like Joe Rogan is considered like a podcast.
Yes.
And I wonder what makes it a podcast. It's because they don't involve themselves with the chat. They're just because to me that's interviews. Like they're interviewing the people that are in the studio with them.
Yeah, I mean,
I wonder if that makes it an interview or a podcast, or it's a podcast because it's on the internet, or a video blog. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I think especially what Joe Rogan does is that if they're interviewing somebody, I mean, that could be a podcast and you're having an interview subject on. I mean, there's different ways to look at this, certainly, and it's very interesting to look at the different dynamics and say, okay, well, this is a podcast, but there's a lot of labels that people say this is a podcast. I'm like, well, wait, then what's a radio show? Why is this not a radio show? Why is this not a podcast? I mean, I could see this being like a podcast. Of course, it's a podcast because right now I'm not showing my face, and you are, so. And you're interviewing right now.
Just DP just said something in the comments. So I'm quite good at video editing. I use Sony Vegas. Used it for years.
I've heard of that.
Just DP, if you're interested in doing editing, I have 120 hours of stuff that I haven't released on YouTube. At least they're all private videos that are just sitting on my channel. I've been looking for somebody that knows how to edit because I'm too lazy. And I would be definitely willing to compensate for your services depending on how good you actually are at editing. But I have to make things YouTube appropriate. So if you want, I will share my email in the chat later, and people can reach out.
Wait, Jacob. So if you have to make it YouTube appropriate, basically it's going to be 20 seconds of nothingness because that's what YouTube wants. They want you to not. So if you have an opinion.
When for some reason we cover so many topics that YouTube can't censor them all.
That's true. Yeah, they don't know what to do. That's true. But what I'm saying is now the thing is, if you're gonna get an editor, you have to let the editor know, hey, I want this done here. I want this done here.
Oh yeah, no, I'll have to go. Yeah, no, I had to put notes on all my editing.
Yeah, because I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. See, some people go, well, you should edit your own stuff. Well, I can't. I can edit my videos pretty basically, but I can't do all the crazy shit I see everyone else doing. So, I mean, just so you know.
For me, it's just a matter of I don't even have time to go into the 5-hour podcast that we have and go in and cut out all the things that we're not supposed to talk about on YouTube.
Right. Yeah. No, you can't. You really can't. You really can't do that. Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, I work 12 hours a day on my regular job, spend time with my family, and then try to squeeze in my podcasting. So at the same time, it's like, interviews, recordings, whatever we want to call them.
What do you want to call them?
I don't know. I just I definitely need an editor, and I'm hoping that would get more attention to my channel. But at the same time, I don't know. I'm not worried about how many people watch my channel. Like I said, I like the community that we have already.
By the way, if you guys haven't already done this, please go to the Herman the Great channel right now and hit that subscribe button and the notification bell.
Exactly. I'm on my channel. I don't even push my own channel. Go to Herman's channel.
Yeah.
Like, subscribe his channel.
I'm violating the rules of your show right now.
There's no rules on my show.
Oh my God.
People constantly in my chat tell me that I should say to like and subscribe to the page more because I don't do it.
Okay, how about this? Everybody, hit that like button on this live stream right now for Jacob, everybody. And subscribe, hit that notification bell for Jacob. And if you really want to join the two communities, you should go over to everyone's channel, although you can't click the channel anymore. You have to freaking...
But definitely start at Herman the Great and then work your way back.
Herman the Great. Tiffany subscribed to me yesterday. DP, he's just a douchebag.
Which one are we referring to? We have multiple now.
Both
so don't be offensive.
They're both douchebags.
Probably. Oh gosh.
I'm just kidding. Wait, if I hit it right now, it will take the like. Oh yeah, don't do that. Yeah, don't do that. See, DP knows I'm just messing with
it. That was the joke I kept making with Maria. Is every time she tells somebody to hit the like button, I had already liked it, so then it took back my likes. So I kept doing it back and forth. And she was like, "Don't hit the dislike button," and I was like, "Oh, is that like don't push the button? Okay, hit the dislike button." And then she asked for a like again, so I'd send it back.
That's funny.
It's a fun game.
See, the thing is, I hide the likes and dislikes on my channel because I don't want people to see them. You know,
I wouldn't have done that if I didn't know that she was watching them, and I was like, "Oh, that's mentally unhealthy. You shouldn't be watching that." And so I was like, "Oh, I should probably play with that." It's like a famous person reading the comments about themselves. I just don't think it's necessary.
No, but I for me, when I was on YouTube, this is a new channel. I had a channel with over 2K subscribers, and it was great and everything. Of course, I didn't, I really didn't get a whole lot of people at the channel. It was 2,000 fake people that weren't like really on the channel. But
you were doing the online fishing in order to get monetized.
Pretty much, but now I don't care about getting monetized. Now I have 37 subscribers, and I'm great with that. That's perfect. I mean, hey, if I grow and get over 1K or whatever, great. But if I don't, I don't really care about it. But I used to have the likes and dislikes on, and I would freak out if I got even one dislike. I would like literally freak. Now I average 2 dislikes a video. You guys can't see.
That's part of being a critical person about yourself, and that idea that I know I can't please everybody, but I'm gonna fucking try.
I'm gonna try.
Exactly.
Yeah, but if I put the likes and dislikes back on again, I probably would end up flipping out and going, "Oh my gosh, I got a dislike! Oh God, I got another one!" But now I have 2 dislikes, and I know where they're coming from. Basically, I'll just tell you. Long story short, I have an ex-girlfriend who
I hold all the comments and hide the thumbs up. Man, you just keep people in limbo for a while.
Exactly.
Do you ever approve it, just DP, or do they just sit in that place wondering if their comment ever got approved?
Right. YouTube automatically deletes comments that are not approved after 6
Oh yeah, it definitely stops the trolls though. That's for sure. Oh, what? Yeah, it holds them in there for like a period of time, and then if you don't do anything with them, it eventually gets rid of them.
60 days. Yeah, I think it's 60 days or something like that. But yeah, here's what I was going to say. I'll finish off my thought that I had just a second ago.
Oh yeah,
My ex. No, it's okay. My ex-girlfriend is the one who's hitting the dislike button, which I think is funny. What? Now we're turning our cameras off, guys.
no, I'm still here. Sorry.
No worries. But yeah, so I mean, and I don't. By the way, when I mentioned my ex-girlfriend, I really don't care about that. I mean, she can hit the dislike button as many times. She can hit the dislike button 15 times if she wants to. I don't care. You know, it's engagement. It gives me engagement. If you don't like my content, well, that's awesome. I don't like your face, so that's what I tell people. Go back to your parents' basement, trolls. Right. By the way, DP. Does that mean? I'm gonna go back to DP's comment. Just DP's comment, rather, in the chat. You've been infected with the DP. Does that mean you should?
Yeah, no, I try not to post the infected. Infected DP.
The infected DP. Yeah, does that mean you subscribe to my channel and did the right thing and subscribe to my channel, DP? Is that what you're trying to? If that's the case, wait, is that beer?
No, it's bubbly, sparkling water.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm at the point where I can't drink rum anymore. I got shit to do in the morning.
No, of course. Yeah. Well, yeah, obviously not, because you're still up. It's 4 a.m. your time, so.
Let's see. It is something.
You're
almost 5. Yeah.
Oh crap, dude! How are you gonna survive?
I got work in 2 hours.
Are you serious? Are you just gonna stay up the whole time? Or are you gonna stay up for 2 more hours?
Well, yeah, I've been drinking water at least for, I don't know, last 4 hours, 3 hours, something like that.
That's not bad. See, I have a little bit more time. I'm here on the West Coast. I don't get to work now. If I work from home, I still have to wake up at a certain time and get into a routine. So I wake up about 8:30 at the latest. You know, I have to get officially to work by 9 o'clock. I'm doing the air quote. You can't see me. By 9 o'clock. You know, so it's not super early, but I still need to sleep. But I mean, I don't need to sleep right now. I'll sleep on your panel. I'll pull an April and sleep on the panel.
Peeing and sleeping. That's April's style.
Right. I love April. I just met April the other you need my link.
My girlfriend told me the other day that April is her spirit animal.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
And no, we love watching April's videos. I really like April.
she's hilarious.
Yeah.
You know what's hilarious?
It's another one of those hidden gems on the internet that nobody is going to get to see as much as they deserve.
You know, by the way, I hope she doesn't get too big for us. You know, and she just like ends up leaving us or something, you know?
Yeah, I'm done with these assholes.
You know about April? I mean, she's funny naturally, but when Gigi gets involved, that's hilarious too.
Oh God. Yeah, when April's sound asleep and Tiffany's got to bring the screen back up because she jumps in because she just wanted to say hi to everybody. That got me dying. I was dying.
I know.
And then April is so fucking confident in her goddamn self that she jumps up and she's like, yeah, my friends caught me sleeping, so I thought I'd repost it. I was like, all right, April, I see that move. Proud to you.
You know the funny thing too about that whole clip that she posted on her channel was I was sitting there talking about nothingness, like nonsense bullshit. I was like, I don't know, what am I even talking about right now? I'm just like, wait, why am I talking? Then I told DP I'm naked, and she put that in the clip. I'm like, damn it! You should. That's the kind of guy I am, Jacob. I like to just like joke around. I mean, I can be serious too. I have my serious moments, but I like to just joke around. Like,
it's healthy. It's needed. It's needed in the times that we live in.
Now, Jacob, I have a question for you. Do the mods have permission to post my link in the chat? Because DP says
most of the time it's out of my control. Links are actually hard to do. If you share them in the if any of the mods share them, it should work. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know if the mods want to do their job right now, but I'm just kidding.
I think Tiffany might be the only mod in right now.
Oh, probably.
I don't have a lot of mods on my channel. Once I got Nightbot, I was kind of done with hiring new mods, and I kind of kept it a close community because I didn't want Nightbot to infringe on my mods' rights.
Exactly, yeah. Because you want the mods to have to do some job, but not to, you know.
No, I actually don't want them to have to do anything. That is once I realized once I realized how bad the trolls could get, I didn't want the nightbots. I mean, I didn't want the moderators to be responsible for that.
Right.
Like, I felt like it was my responsibility to make sure that the people in my Discord weren't turned away by the trolls. So I started figuring out ways to strike back, I guess.
Ooh, Jacob Strikes Back. It's the new Star Wars story.
Yes.
Now, when you say Discord, are you talking about Discord, the actual platform?
Jar Jar Binks.
Oh my goodness, nerd. Okay, but when you're talking about Discord, are you talking about like the chat here, or are you talking about the actual platform of Discord?
When I say Discord, I mean anybody jumping into our conversation, whether it's on this what you would consider a panel. I just consider it an open platform where people come on, whether they want to do it on video, whether they want to do it on audio, or whether they want to do it in text from the chat.
Right.
I feel like it all adds to the Discord conversation that we're having on the stream, if the people in the stream are listening to it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but see, that's helpful for me because I was thinking about like Discord, the actual platform.
Yes, Discord, the actual platform is great as well.
I don't like Discord, the actual platform, by the way, for myself. I used to use it, but it's okay.
No, it's not for me, but I know it's beneficial.
Yeah,
all platforms in the long run are beneficial. Yeah. I think Rumble's kind of not really helping anything at the moment. I think Rumble's too much of an echo chamber.
Yeah. So, okay. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, Jacob, because this is the impression I get from you. You seem like you're kind of a conservative guy, but I could be wrong on that. But like you're mentioning people like Ben Shapiro and Seth Rogen, or not Seth Rogen, Joe is it Joe? No, not Seth Rogen. Joe Rogan. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
And other people. But I mean, I'm not trying to assume, but that's just like my impression of you. If I'm wrong on that, you can correct me on that and say.
So I do a political analysis for a show in my local town. They have a show called Politically. What is it? It's Inconvenient Truth. It's similar to like Bill Maher's Inconvenient Truth or Politically Incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
I like I told you with anything, I like to play devil's advocate with a lot of things.
Right.
Same with politics. If I was to classify myself in a political sense, it would be a libertarian conservative.
Okay. That makes sense.
I'm not a leftist in the idea of what a common leftist is. I'm a feminist in the idea of what a classic feminist is.
Right.
I don't think any groups rights should overshadow a feminist rights, and I feel like that does happen. I feel like everybody gets tried to put in the alphabet group, and I don't actually think they work out the best. Like the LGBTQ, whatever else is in. Yeah. I do think some of those people infringe on each other's rights, and I don't actually think it's benefiting the whole community.
Right.
But I'm all about individual rights, and I don't want the government overshadowing any of those. If we're going to pay taxes, I want them to go to something that the whole community likes. I believe in the democratic idea that the majority, even if it's the wrong idea, I think the majority of a state should make their decision for their state. And if you don't live in that state, you should move out of that state if you don't want, that idea anymore.
Right.
You want that to be something of yours. It's the same with bad businesses or anything else. If a business isn't paying somebody minimum wage, I don't think it's the government's actual responsibility to do that. I think it's the public's, with the way that we can propel media these days.
Yeah.
The first thing you should do is make it so that business never has another employee working for them. Like, I don't think we should support these things that we consider detrimental to society.
Exactly.
Whether it's government, whether it's ideas, whether it's anything, but you have to hear out the ideas in order to get to that point. So I do think I don't fall on either side, but I would definitely say I'm more right leaning in the idea of I do support the Constitution. I was talking to David about it earlier, but I have a very interesting view on guns. I think the Constitution's view on guns is kind of how I feel about it. it was written around what muskets are.
Right.
And those are a different gun than the idea of what we have today.
Right.
And what's considered firearms.
Oh yeah.
My biggest argument for that has always been, if the idea for the Second Amendment was to protect yourself against a tyrannous government, what weapons can you buy today that would protect you against your government? Or that you could defend yourself against your government? Because there's a limit on the type of guns or things that you can buy that would actually defend you against your government. If your government wanted to in the U.S., they would just drone strike you and take out the whole state.
Right. Exactly. Right.
It wouldn't be a matter of what guns you have on you.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. No amount of guns would help.
So that's why I say, like, I support England's idea of it. For me, when it comes to guns, it's all or nothing. And I do think it's hard to get rid of all of the guns in the U.S. I can't deny that. And I know that the people that are using guns are not the ones that are going down a legal platform to get them and obtain them, that are using them for nefarious reasons or committing crimes with guns. They're not the people that are legal gun owners. It's just not statistically accurate.
Right. You know what's really funny to me, by the way, about like gun laws, not necessarily in our country, but in Canada, they're I don't know if they're like completely anti-gun. I know for the most part they are. But you know what's funny is if they ban guns, like usage of guns in Canada, you know, in any country, if they try to ban guns here in the United States, people can get their hands on them. It's just like if you try to outlaw weed. Okay, people can get their hands on weed. They can get the criminals can get their hands on anything they want. The freaking that's why they call them criminals. So I said,
well, that's my favorite argument for when people tried to say that weed was a gateway drug. It's like, weed isn't a gateway drug. You made it an illegal substance, so it's sold with other illegal substances. So therefore, it's at the same place where you would go to find other illegal substances. And the person that's profit motivated and getting you to buy other illegal substances has been like, here, maybe you should try this since you tried this.
Exactly.
And it's not a matter of this is a gateway drug. It's you buy it at the same place.
Exactly.
There's a good chance that you might buy a 7-Up at the same place that they sell Doritos.
Exactly. Right. Sure.
I mean, it doesn't mean one is a gateway to the other. It just means that, yeah, sometimes if things are sold in the same area, you'll stop at one shop to buy everything.
Exactly. By the way, I have to ask just DP in the chat. Do you have to have a pilot's license to fly a drone? I'm a drone owner in my county. Depending on the size, depends on the registration for them. Oh, okay.
If it's over 3 pounds in my county, you have to register them at the airport.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and that's why there's a lot of people that are making smaller drones now that are a lot more compact, where you don't actually have to register them. But yeah, and it also has to do with airspace. Certain things you can't fly in certain airspace as well.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You gotta be careful. What if the government shoots you down or something? You know, they might.
I mean that's not a big deal. I've seen there's anti-drone weapons now that we have. We have like these rifles that can literally block the signal and bring the drone to the ground, and you can't control it from your remote location anymore.
Oh my gosh.
We have very advanced technology for taking care of those things.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but the reason I was asking is because just DP.
He knows. Yeah, just DP knows better than anybody. Look, he says I'm a CAA drone pilot. Yeah, he knows.
Well, he's also in a different country too, so I don't know if there's like different laws for drones in different countries too.
Yeah,
he's in Scotland. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
yeah, I know ours is different from state to state, so it's probably different everywhere.
I know here in California, well, everything's crazy here in California. You know, I don't know. I don't even know. Well, where I live here in California, it's not so crazy in my county. But I'm just saying, you know, like I have to give you an example. Let me give you an example. You know, everyone's still on this whole kick with the masks and everything like that. As I'm about to cough, which is nice. So it's just totally appropriate. There's this drone right there, everybody. Now I'm dying and coughing now. This is great.
DP said he uses ones that don't have GPS. I also use ones that don't have GPS for that reason. Is because they can't be overrun. And but yes, it's very important. The only thing that I have mounted on mine is a camera and and a battery pack so that I can run longer times. But yeah, no, I have a lot of fun with the drones. They're a lot of fun.
I've never gotten into drones. Am I okay? No, I'm good, Tiffany. I just had I had the attack of the vid just for 2 seconds there.
I decided I was waiting for Foxtrot to come out. I'm looking for the Foxtrot variant. What are we on, Delta now? So Foxtrot would be the next one. I'm looking for the Foxtrot variant. I haven't seen it yet. I've been keeping my eyes open.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, but what I was trying to say as I was coughing is here in my county, masks are
nice.
encouraged, but they're not mandatory, which is nice.
Oh wait, no, this has to be fake.
What's fake?
Okay, so somebody just came into the chat and has the picture of just DP. Unless the DPs are both one channel, I need to know if anybody else knows.
I don't know.
Because Exploring DP just came up with just DP's picture.
I think it's the same channel, I would imagine.
Let's see. Oh yeah, no, it is okay. I just want to make sure if I let him onto the chat, it's the right person. But here, Exploring DP, I'm going to let you up right now. Here.
Hello.
Oh.
Hi, douchebag.
I thought I'd show you some of my wee drones. I'm trying to get them all together.
What's up, DP?
Not much. Just chilling in the chat.
I know you're making me laugh in the chat. You're hilarious. He's like that innocent person that just sits back and just like does shit very randomly and like very quietly.
Pretty much.
But he uses click or talk to text, which sucks.
That's what I normally do. I'm too tired to time text. I've got a 5-inch freestyle here. I've got drones all over the house.
Just tell us more about your drones. I'm curious about this.
My drones use goggles, so I put the goggles on and I can like see through the wee camera and stuff.
Oh wow!
If you don't mind saying, what brand do you use?
I build my own, and plus I use DJI drones and all.
God, man, you're coming in like Braveheart over there. I'm getting a little bit of it, but I'm not trying to be rude.
I can do that. Wait,
rules.
Wait. Can I be the translator for DP? Go ahead, DP. Say what you need to say, and I'll try to translate it.
Is this like an Ebonics language lesson or whatever?
Yeah. This is called Herman tries to play the role of translator. It's going to really suck at it, but we'll try it anyway. So tell us what kind of model do you use, DP, for your drones?
I normally just run my 5-inch drones. I build a lot of these myself.
He says he likes it 5 inches. That's what he said, Jacob.
And that's how much he takes himself.
He takes 5 inches. Yeah.
We're just joking with you. So you make them yourself. They're about 5 inches inside.
Oh, look, he's pissed.
Oh no, he's showing us. Oh, okay, cool.
Oh, nice. That's cool.
Do you do courses and stuff, DP, where you like send them through the obstacle courses and stuff like that?
Yeah, I can do all that. That's one of my racing drones. I've also got a Maverick Mini somewhere. DJI Maverick Mini thing. I just love my drones. It's good for the abandoned places. That one goes about 120 miles an hour. That one.
Wow. Really?
That one goes about 140.
I like that you use miles per hour and didn't want to confuse us.
Right, exactly. I'm kilometer. It goes 15 kilometers.
Okay. What is that? Let me look up the equivalent.
I don't want to look up shit. Thanks for that, DP. I appreciate it. Because it's 3 a.m. for me. I can't look up shit at 3 a.m. I don't have time.
No, I have. I've been trying to balance the wings on mine for the longest time right now, and I definitely have to balance out the wings on my drone because it's not flying evenly. I just learned about YOG the other day. I didn't even know that my drone could do that. You probably know all about that, DP, where it does that upward and downward spiral.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I took the longest turn to learn. I didn't even know that my controller did that.
I'll show you my controller I actually use for them.
What kind of control do you use?
I use the Tyrannus.
Oh, damn, that's nice. I like that.
Got a wee television screen on it and all. It's quite cool. And there's one of my DJI drones there. These come already built, these ones. I love my drones.
Oh, I know. They're like my babies.
Yeah, my wee babies. Where's Herman gone?
Oh, we lost Herman. Oh, must be getting late. Falling asleep on us.
That's what he said. You must be getting laid.
Late, not laid. So I had this, I had this conversation the other day on the Jimmy Rizzo show. Do you know who Jimmy Rizzo is?
Yeah, I know him quite well.
Okay, so I was on the Jimmy Rizzo show the other day, and there was this guy who had what in the U.S. we call an electric cigarette. You know what I'm talking about?
E-cigarette.
Yeah, we call them e-cigarettes. Okay, is that what you guys call them in Europe as well?
Well, over in the UK, that's what we call them.
Other than the UK, what do they call them in the UK?
Over here, we just call them e-cigarettes, but I'm not sure about any other countries what they call them.
Okay, so I was having a conversation with this guy on Jimmy's show who was in England, and he was like, "Well, yeah, we call cigarettes fags," and I was like, "Okay, that makes sense." And then I was like, "So, is that a fag machine that you have in your mouth?" Or I was just trying to establish where we were at. I didn't understand the dialect, and he didn't know what they called e-cigarettes in England. So I was curious to what they called them in Scotland.
Just the same, e-cigarettes.
That's easier. Oh, you're more than welcome to jump back on, Herman. I know how it is with the Wi-Fi. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on. Where I'm pushing 9 hours now.
9 hours? Jesus Christ.
I don't know. This is by far probably one of my longest ones on, but I don't know. I'm not really tired tonight. It's lasting a little bit longer than I thought.
You put all these drones away now.
Got them all pulled out.
Yeah. I think I must have about 30 in total.
What's that?
I must have about 30 of them.
30? Oh, wow. Are they all the same make and model where you can interchange the parts?
Not really, no. Different frames on different ones of them. I'll need to get, if I break any of the frames, I need to order more.
Oh. Tiffany said challenge accepted. Yeah, no, it's definitely got to that point where I've gotten a little past the usual hour I was thinking I was going to go on, like you like to say.
Trying to find my wee teensy drone. Don't know what the hell I did with it.
Yeah, but it's only online. It's not offline. So that's where the problem comes up, Herman. I don't know if you saw the chat, DP.
I can't see the chat now.
I got it at the bottom of the screen. I can pull it up on here. And Herman said, I bet your girlfriend likes that you're long lasting, Jacob. And I said, well, that's on the internet. It's not offline. So I don't know if she cares as much. She'd probably like it if I lasted longer offline than online, in her own opinion. So, what else do you do, DP? Do you got any model cars or anything? I have a friend that's big into drones, and he also does a lot of the fast RC cars. That
I don't have any of them.
No,
Cars.
just drones, or do you have any other? Are they all just drones, or do you have like airplanes that you fly or anything like that as well?
It's just the drones, and I do my exploring. That's about it.
Have you tried the planes? Flying those?
I've tried the Parrot Disco. It's like a fixed wing kind of plane thing. I've tried that. It's okay, but I prefer the drones.
Okay. Yeah, no, I like the control of the drones. It's very it's very hands-on compared to everything else. As long as you're not going out on a windy day.
I sometimes just lie in my bed and just fly it right out the window.
Oh yeah, no, it's much better to fly them in the house when the conditions are controlled. Now I have a buddy that buys a bunch of the pool noodles, and he makes obstacle courses, and he practices flying them through loops and doing all that different stuff with them.
Yeah, it's really fun.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a good time. Well, I will probably end it pretty soon since everybody in the chat's falling asleep. But I appreciate you jumping on, DP. You're more than welcome to come back anytime and chat with us. We'd be happy to have you. Oh yeah, cheers, mate. You have a good evening.
You too. See you later.
All right, later. But yeah, everybody, I think I'm going to wrap things up. I hope everybody had a good night. What does that say? Get this thing you do on a pillow and a blanket. Oh, that sleep thing you were talking about. Yeah, I'll have to figure that out sometime. Somebody will probably have to walk me through it. I blame that on my ADHD. Yeah. But anyway, everybody have a beautiful night and beautiful morning, whatever it happens to be, wherever you're at. And yeah, thank you guys for all tuning in. You guys have a good one.